Audiobook title Aircraft Warfare, starting from Gundam OO Translator Zephyr Audiobook Chapter 1. Right off the rails, the main gates of the Human Reform League's academy hissed open, spitting Marion Yang, or just Huey to his mates, out into the late afternoon light. He looked absolutely knackered, like he'd been chewed up and spat out himself. The security detail gave him a weary nod as he slumped behind the wheel of his motor. Bloody hell, Huey grumbled, revving the engine with more force than necessary. The car shot out onto the perimeter road, leaving the imposing scientific campus behind. The old-timers swear down. Can't a bloke get a bit of a break? Finally get a proper holiday sorted and bam, dragged right back to the lab. They're tacking the piss, they are. He was the youngest geezer to ever bag the HRL's Honours Science Prize, the top dog in their MS research division. He'd even done a stint at the International Federation University, learning the ropes from the world-renowned Professor Ralph Eichmann, a proper masterclass in knowledge and research that was. And then there was the other, much bigger, Perk. A cheeky grin ghosted across his face at the thought. His mobile lit up the dim cabin. The name on the screen made his heart do a little jump. It was her, the girl he couldn't get out of his head. He swiped to answer without a second thought. All right, Lisa. You okay? Huey's voice was softer now, the irritation melting away. A voice, warm with a hint of a tease, came crackling back. Do I need a reason to call me fella? I haven't heard a peep out of you for days, you melt. Huey let out a genuine tired laugh. You know how it is, love. It was meant to be a quick look-see, just a few little snags, the old governor said. Next thing I know, stop right there, Huey. She cut in, her tone shifting to one of playful seriousness. You know the score. Don't go telling me anything that's hush-hush. I might be thinking of switching my passport, but I'm still on the AEU's books for now, remember? Yeah, all right. Point taken, he said. Speaking of, has Professor Eichmann let you off the leash yet? Not a chance. The prof's research is at a proper critical stage. He's even dragged Billy back in. Said I could go, but on one condition. Huey's ears perked up. What condition? Name it. I'd climb mountains, swim oceans, walk through fire for you. He said I can go if you come back and take my place. A beat of dead silence. Sorry, love. Don't know what I was on about just then. Must have been a bad line, or you having a laugh. He'd scraped and saved for this little sliver of a holiday, less than a fortnight, and the lab rats had already nicked half of it. Now they wanted him back in the cage. No bloody way. Besides, the whole point of him wanting Lisa to have a break was so they could have some proper time together. Uninterrupted. A bit of that free and easy romantic world for two. Knowing Professor Eichmann's style, if Huey went back now, he'd be lucky to see the outside of the lab before Christmas. As for Lisa, well, she could put in a shift for her future husband, couldn't she? Her holiday was miles longer than his anyway. Knew you'd say that, Lisa sighed, but there was a smile in her voice. So when are you actually heading back this way? She asked, genuine care warming her words. Even if her own break was a bust, she was a battlefield forecaster, not a lab rat. She wouldn't be cooped up 24/7. She could still see him when he got back. Couple of days, maybe. I promised Sergey I'd pop over and see him on this break. If I bail on him again, I reckon I'll be too scared to show my face in public. Okay then. I'll be waiting for you, yes. Have the bed warm for me, eh? Moi, you cheeky git. As if click. The line went dead. A daft, happy grin plastered on his face. Huey dropped the mobile onto the passenger seat. He let out a proper belly laugh, then gunned the engine and sped off towards his destination. Meanwhile, back in the sterile white of the lab, was that Marion on the blower again, Kyujo? A hesitant voice asked. It belonged to Billy Kadajiri, a lanky lad with mousy brown hair pulled back in a high ponytail. He wore a white lab coat over a rumpled shirt, and his glasses were perched on his nose, giving him a brainy, academic look that completely fell apart the second he had to talk to a pretty woman. He was a bit shy. Yeah, that was him. Finally managed to get through today, Lisa Kyujo replied, a soft smile gracing her lips. It was like the sun had just broken through the clouds in the fluorescent-lit room, the air suddenly thick with a sweet, happy vibe. Lisa was Huey's fiancée, both of them star pupils of Professor Eichmann. Billy was the other of the professor's so-called twin stars of science, his best mate and fiercest rival. But in this sweet, cloying atmosphere, all Billy felt was a crushing wave of melancholy, because he'd been smitten with Lisa Kujou from the very first moment he saw her. And then she'd been snapped up by Huey. Not only that, now he had to stand here and stomach this public display of affection. He was so bloody gutted he could burst. "Kujou, you're still here." A whirlwind of tweed and frantic energy burst into the lab. "Professor Eichmann, is the experiment finished?" Lisa asked. "Phase 1, you could say." "Yes, done," the professor boomed. "But for Phase 2, I need that blasted boy Marion." Kujou, get back on the phone to him. Use the beauty offensive, the sympathy card, a bit of the old honey trap, I don't care what, just get him back here now. A bead of sweat trickled down Lisa's temple. The world-renowned, highly respected Professor Ralph Eichmann, throwing all decorum out the window. Was this the famed madness of a true genius? Well, Professor, I must be off. I'm meeting Caddy for lunch, Wait, but she was too quick for him. Lisa had scarpered, leaving Billy Katagiri to face the storm alone, buffeted by the winds of his own misery. Professor Eichmann blinked as if just noticing him. What are you still doing here? Should I just leave then? Billy could have wept. First, the gut punch of Lisa's happiness, and now being completely ignored by the man he respected most in the world. "Oh, never mind. You'll have to do," the professor muttered, grabbing Billy by the back of his lab coat. "Come on, we'll run the data checks again. That way, when that little sod Marion finally deigns to return, we can jump straight into Phase 2. Billy's spirit shattered. He'd only just escaped the hell of a 3-day, 3-night stint in this very lab. And now he was being dragged back in. He wanted to bolt, but he couldn't. He had no idea where the old man, well past 50, got his strength from, but Eichmann hauled him back towards the main research chamber like he was a sack of spuds. Huey pulled his motor up to the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. This was the spot he and Sergei had agreed on. Seeing no sign of him yet, Huey cut the engine and let his thoughts drift. 2303, he thought, staring out at the water. 4 years. 4 years till it all kicks off proper. Wonder if that celestial being Lot will come knocking for me. I mean, I'm a former HRL ace pilot and a bloody boy genius scientist. They'd be mad not to want me on the team, innit? Huey wasn't from this world, not originally. He was a transmigrator, a soul from a place called Planet Blue. One minute he was at home, customizing a brand new 00 Gundam model kit, planning to show it off online and make his mates sick with envy. The next, a blinding white light filled the night, and then nothing. He woke up as a baby in the world of Gundam 00. It was the classic protagonist setup. Parents snuffed it, left him an orphan. Got adopted by his folks' closest comrade in arms, the Smirnov family. Yeah, you heard that right. The Sergei Smirnov. He'd basically become a younger brother to the man they called the Wild Bear of Russia, 16 years his junior. Lisa Kujou, the woman who was supposed to become Celestial Being's tactical forecaster, Sumeragi Lee Noriega, was his fiancée. Professor Eichmann was his gaffer. Billy Katagiri was his best mate. Caddy Manhwa was Lisa's best mate, and he knew her pretty well too. Looked at it like that, apart from the Celestial Being crew themselves, he was already mates with half the big names from the story. What a mental head start. And of course he had the standard issue accessory, a system. But it was basic, to say the least. The starter pack had been decent enough, giving him a booster shot that pushed his physical stats to the human limit, and a C-class MS piloting skill that, with a lot of graft, he'd pushed up to a B-class. He could go toe-to-toe with Sergei now, even get the upper hand. But the real gem, the absolute dog's bollocks of a skill, was MS design proficiency. Famous Gundams were one thing, but designing your own, that was the dream. Right now his mission was simple: join Celestial Being. The reward was even less clear: one construction opportunity. What the hell is a construction opportunity? He thought. Where am I supposed to construct what? Give us a clue at least. It's not like he could run around with a megaphone shouting, "Oi, I wanna join Celestial Being." He'd be in a padded cell long before their secret police came to silence him. Just gotta play it by ear, I suppose, he muttered to the empty car. With him in the picture, Lisa's fiancé was now him. The tragedy that was meant to happen this year, the one that broke her, that wouldn't happen now, would it? But if it didn't, would Celestial being even bother recruiting her? His meddling had already sent the whole Gundam 00 plotline careening off the rails. Thinking about it, Huey mentally called up his system panel. Name: Yang Huey assigned Mecha, none territory, none skills, MS Piloting B class, MS Design Proficient, Spatial Awareness A class. He stared at the sparse display. Simple was better, maybe. In a real fight, numbers didn't mean jack. The battlefield was chaos. A rookie could get a lucky shot on an ace. No numbers kept him from getting a big head anyway. Miles away were we. A sudden heavy hand clapped down on Huey's shoulder, yanking him out of his thoughts. Sergei. When you get here? Huey asked, turning to see the big man grinning down at him. He waved a greeting at Sergei's wife, Heli, and their 15-year-old lad, Andrei the little bear. Been here a while, mate, Sergei said, a glint of amusement in his eyes. He jabbed a thumb over his shoulder. Didn't you see us setting up the whole campsite? Huey looked past him and saw the tents. So you just watched me have a staring contest with a duck and didn't say anything? Hey, Sergei chuckled. You looked like you were deep in thought. Couldn't risk interrupting the flow, could I? Might have cost the world its next great scientific breakthrough, a comrade genius Dr. Young Huey. Oh, sod off, Huey shot back, shoving him away with a grin. He got out of the car and went to say a proper hello to Heli and Andrei. Sergei just shrugged, his laughter echoing in the clear air, and joined the family gathering. Chapter 2. What's coming is coming. The night was deep and still, the air cooling around the shores of the lake. Heli and young Andrei had long since turned in, leaving young Huey and Sergei sitting by the dying embers of the campfire, the darkness punctuated only by the orange glow and the vast spread of stars above. So when are you thinking of coming back for good? Sergei asked, his voice a low rumble in the quiet. When the old governors at the academy stop looking at me like I'm a 5-course meal, then we'll talk, Huey said, poking a stick into the glowing coals. Every time he came back for break, he was practically snatched off the plane and locked in a lab for days on end. The way they stared at him, all hungry-eyed and desperate, it was enough to give anyone the shivers. Sergei let out a hearty laugh. Well, that's the price of being a genius, mate. I'd rather not be, thanks. It's the stuff you left behind, Huey. It's mental. Never mind the old-timers, even I had a look and well, sounds like a load of old cobblers, right? Doesn't it just? How long have we been mucking about in space? And here you are, telling us we need to get ready for dialogues with the unknown. If I hadn't watched you grow up, I'd think you'd gone completely round the bend. To be fair, it wasn't my idea, Huey corrected him, his voice laced with weariness. It was Dr. Eolia Schenberg's theory. I just built on it, ran a few more hypotheticals, you know. That's the problem, though. Your hypotheticals are terrifying, and you've backed them up with so much sound reasoning and deduction that the only things missing are practical experiments and actual observation. There's no way we can convince the top brass to treat this as just a what-if. No need to convince them, Huey shrugged. A massive military build-up is a perfectly sensible thing to do anyway. We're out in the cosmos now. It's a big place. You can never have enough firepower. You're not wrong, but I worry. You know how the Union and the AEU have been acting up lately. That's for the suits to decide in NIT. Got nothing to do with me. My job is research. How they use the results of my work isn't my problem. Can't be. Speaking of your research, Sergei said, his eyes lighting up with a sudden enthusiasm, that next-generation MS production plan you tabled has borne fruit. The first prototype of the MSJ-07A, officially named the Vanguard, just rolled off the line. It's an all-terrain machine, land, sea, air, space, you name it. Its mobility and agility are 1.5 times that of the Tyran. The old boys reckon if they could just get a beefier power source in it, its performance would be more than double. And the weapons, mate, it's absolutely insane. A compound shield and gun unit with twin-linked 60mm Vulcan cannons, firing 3,000 rounds a minute. The shield is pure E-carbon. Then there are the 2 6-tube missile launchers in the legs, and all the optional backpack loadouts. Seeing Sergei get all worked up, Huey just gave a careless wave of his hand. Look, mate, all fear stems from a lack of data, simple as. The Union and the EU, their mobile suits are all about high speed and agility. Be boring if the HRL just went down the same road, wouldn't it? And that's your excuse for being so utterly mental with the design? Sergei asked, looking at Huey like he'd grown a second head. In a massive scrap, what good is a high-mobility suit? Huey countered, leaning forward with a manic glint in his own eyes. One decent barrage, and it doesn't matter how nimble you are, you're getting turned into a cheese grater. That stuff's only good for small-scale skirmishes. Besides, the Vanguard's mobility isn't exactly lagging behind the Union flag, is it? Don't you think there's something proper satisfying about the enemy knowing they can't beat you, and they can't run away either? Right. I'll admit, when you put it like that, it does sound pretty satisfying, Sergei conceded. But what about the AAUs? You didn't mention them. Huey just turned and gave Sergei a dead-eyed, fish-like stare. Right, got it, Sergei sighed, shrugging his shoulders. Shoddy bootleggers. Speaking of, Huey said, changing the subject, are the little countries around here still playing up? Yeah, Sergei said, his mood souring. They've all nominally joined the HRL, but they pay us no mind. Religion, nationalism, it's always the same old rubbish. Conflict meant war, and the HRL was in a period of rapid growth. They couldn't afford to be dragged down. Even though Sergei was a lieutenant colonel now, and Heli a major, they didn't want to see another war. Having a son changes a man. Who wouldn't want their kid to grow up in peacetime? All right, well, just try not to get yourself killed. I haven't got time to raise your son for you. Andre would be heartbroken to hear that. I said I haven't got the time, not that I'm not willing. Listen properly before you get all dramatic. I actually quite like the kid. He's less of a bear than you are, at least, sod off. You were the wildest one in the house. Who was it that kept accidentally getting lost and ending up in the women's changing rooms as a kid? Let's not talk about that, Huey said, quickly changing the subject again. I seem to remember I have the special right to build one MS for myself, don't I? What? You thinking of giving up research and getting back in the cockpit? Sergei teased, though his eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Going back to the battlefield meant danger. Even ace pilots bought it. Part of him missed the days of fighting alongside Huey, but the other part dreaded the thought of his little brother facing that risk again. Not a chance. Even if I wanted to, I guarantee you, if the top brass dared to sign that order, the old-timers at the academy would flip their own desks in protest. I can picture it now. So why are you asking? Huey didn't answer. Instead, he tossed a small data drive to Sergei, who caught it deftly. What's this? And take it back, have a look. You'll get it, all right. Sergei carefully pocketed the drive, making a mental note to keep it on his person at all times until he got back. Anything Huey treated this seriously was bound to be extraordinary. Right, I'm off to bed. The old boys have properly knackered me out these last few days. Yawn. With a massive yawn, Huey stumbled off towards his tent. The next day, Sergei and his family left. Huey, having done the two things he'd come back to the HRL for, headed straight for the airport and his flight back to the Federation University. His beautiful fiancée was waiting for him and their world for two. Meanwhile, after dropping Heli and Andre at home, Sergei returned to his military base. Unlike his wife, who was still on leave, he'd had to take personal time for the trip. Back in his office, the first thing he did was plug in the data drive Huey had given him. He wasn't prepared for what he saw. One look and his blood ran cold. The prototype for the next generation MS, the Vanguard, had only just been completed, and here was another one. Unit model MSJ-08. Official name, Praetorian. It stood 19 meters tall, weighed 31.1 tons. Another all-terrain, high-mobility MS, but its theoretical performance completely eclipsed the Vanguard. Its entire frame was forged from E-carbon, tough enough to shrug off a 600mm armor-piercing round. And then there was the most critical component, a miniaturized beam weapon specifically for a mobile suit. This was a research project that had stumped the Academy for decades, and Huey had just designed it. Understanding the shockwave this data would cause, Sergei didn't dare hesitate. He immediately picked up his encrypted phone and dialed the Academy. Director Wang, it's Sergei Smirnov. Ah, little bear. What can I do for you? Sergei's face twitched at the nickname he knew could only have come from Huey. Major Yang Huey gave me a data file. I believe its contents are of critical importance and need to be sent to the Academy. Oh, something from Young Yang, is it? What treasure has he cooked up this time? All right, send it over. Yes, sir. Hanging up, Sergei transferred the file over the encrypted network. Sure enough, not even a minute later, his phone rang again. Sergei Smirnov speaking. Little bear, who else has seen this data? Director Wang's voice was sharp, urgent. Besides Major Yang, only me, sir. I don't know if he has a backup, but the copy I have hasn't been duplicated. Good. Are you on base? Yes, sir. Stay put. I'm sending a team to get you right now. And listen, that data in your hands is exceptionally important. It must not be leaked, do you understand? Understood. After ending the call, Sergei took one last look at the file on his screen before closing it, ejecting the drive and deleting all his browse history. The last 2 lines of the document were burned into his mind. Unit designation, Custom Specialized Ace Unit. Designated pilot, Sergei Smirnov. After a few hours on the plane, the bone-deep exhaustion from his days in the lab finally washed away. Huey stepped off the aircraft feeling refreshed and full of energy, his eyes immediately finding the beautiful woman he'd been dreaming of. Lisa Kyujo threw herself into his arms, holding him tight as if she'd never let go. Haha, it's only been a few days, hasn't it? Oh, so you're saying you didn't miss me at all in those few days? Lisa pulled back, tilting her head up to give him a smile that was just a little too sweet, a little too friendly. No, I meant I was thinking of you every hour, every minute, every second. Huey felt a sudden chill and started shaking his head so fast it was a blur. Is that so? A passable answer, Lisa said, stepping back out of his embrace with a satisfied nod. Huey breathed a silent sigh of relief. He'd survived. He still found it weird, though. In the anime, she was supposed to be a mature, cool, older sister type who loved a drink. How had his version turned out so sly and playfully wicked? Huey, yes, let's go. I managed to keep the fact you were back a secret from Professor Eichmann for you, so you'd better spend the next 2 days making it up to me. You're a lifesaver. Huey gave her a massive thumbs up. If the professor knew he was back, his holiday would have vanished on the spot. They linked hands, walking away like any other couple, intimate and happy. They lost themselves in their own little world, shopping, watching a film, casting aside all their special identities to be just a pair of sweet, engaged lovers. When they grew tired, they found a small cafe to rest their feet for a bit. Oh, by the way, Huey, Lisa said suddenly, her expression turning serious. In a few days, I have to go back to the AEU. Is this about that thing you mentioned before? The AEU is holding a large-scale military exercise. Caddy and I have been assigned as commanders for 2 of the squadrons. It won't take long. After this exercise is over, I'm putting in my papers and transferring my citizenship to the HRL. Do you need any help? Huey asked. He knew what this so-called military exercise really was. Anyone with half a brain could see through the flimsy cover story. Huey was certain this was the very same operation that was supposed to leave Lisa heartbroken. But since he wasn't going, the tragedy of a boyfriend dying due to faulty intelligence wouldn't happen. Still, he worried something else might go wrong. Besides, Lisa's skill as a battlefield forecaster was legendary. It had already caught the eye of the AEU top brass. They wouldn't be keen to let such an asset immigrate to the HRL. She might need a bit of a push from the outside. No, it's fine, she said, her confidence clear. It's just a simple battlefield forecast. You know my abilities, all right then. But call me immediately if there's any trouble. I will. Just as they were finishing their coffees, ready to dive back into their perfect date, their private bubble was burst. A young woman with emerald green hair styled in twin tails sat down at their table, uninvited. Behind her stood a stern-faced, impeccably dressed young man who was clearly her bodyguard. A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Young Miss Kyujo, the girl said, her voice poised and clear. My name is Wang Liu Mei. Might I trouble you for a moment of your time? Chapter 3, The Offer. Well, here she comes, Huey thought, a flicker of recognition behind his eyes. Appearing before them 4 years ahead of her official debut, Wang Liu Mei looked even more petite, no older than 11 or 12. She's this young and already running missions for celestial being. That's bloody mental. Outwardly, though, Huey put on a mask of annoyance. Oi, little miss, he said, his voice dripping with mock irritation. It's a bit out of order, interrupting a couple on a date, you know. Huey, she's just a kid, Lisa chided gently, turning a kind face to Wang Liu Mei. She hadn't yet been baptized by the fires of war. All her tactical predictions were still theoretical. She didn't see the extraordinary nature of the girl at first glance. Look closer, Lisa, Huey murmured, shifting so he was slightly in front of her, shielding her. His right hand drifted casually to the small of his back, his fingers brushing against the cool grip of his sidearm. She ain't just some kid, Lisa blinked, startled by his warning. Then it dawned on her. The girl had known their names from the get-go, even used honorifics, meaning they were specific targets. The stone-faced bodyguard at her side, the unnerving calm that didn't fit her age. This wasn't some simple child. And then she realized, without them even noticing, the other customers and staff had vanished. The cafe was silent, empty, save for the four of them. "Please don't be alarmed, Mr. Young Miss Cujo," the girl said, her voice impassibly poised. "I mean you no harm." "Yes, well, the jury's out on that one, kiddo." Of course, Huey knew perfectly well that Wang Liu Mei wasn't a threat to them, but he had to play the part. The HRL's former ace pilot and genius MS designer couldn't be seen as a gullible fool, could he? As expected, Wang Liu Mei paid his attitude no mind. She placed a sleek datapad on the table and slid it across to them. "Perhaps you would look at this first and then decide whether you can trust me," she asked, her gaze steady. Huey and Lisa exchanged a look. He gave a short, sharp nod. They picked up the datapad, angling it so they could both see the screen, but Huey's hand never strayed from his weapon. As seconds bled into minutes, Lisa's wariness was washed away by a tide of pure shock. Seeing her reaction, Huey made sure his own expression mirrored a similar astonishment. When they'd finished, they sat back, placing the datapad back on the table. "So," Wang Liu Mei asked, though she already knew the answer, "are we now in a position to talk properly?" "Heh." A cold smirk touched Huey's lips. "After seeing that, do we have any other choice?" He let his gaze drift around the empty cafe, lingering for a fraction of a second on the bodyguard behind her. The moment they'd opened that file, Huey had felt it, the sensation of multiple sets of eyes locking onto them, all radiating a chillingly hostile intent. He wasn't a new type or an innovator, but the instincts he'd honed on the battlefield were sharp as a razor. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Yang," Wang Liu Mei said smoothly. "You understand, of course, that this information is of the highest secrecy. We cannot allow outsiders to become aware of it." "Outsiders, is that what we are?" Huey chuckled, though there was no humor in it. "Yes. Our organization, Celestial Being, was founded 2 centuries ago by the king of inventions from the late 20th century, Dr. Eolia Schanberg. He gathered a group of like-minded individuals, and we have been developing in the shadows ever since, watching the world. We act not for our own gain, but for the higher purpose of eradicating war itself. Territory, energy, race, religion. We will use overwhelming force to intervene in any and all acts of war. To fight violence with violence. After many years of effort, our organization finally possesses the power for a single entity to stand against an entire nation." As she spoke, she tapped the datapad, calling up another file and presenting it to them. A super generation of mobile suits, Gundams. Huey and Lisa leaned in, poring over the data. It was only a brief overview with no hard specs, but it was captivating nonetheless. Lisa was purely analytical, trying to determine if these machines, these Gundams, could truly live up to the claim of taking on a whole country by themselves. Huey, on the other hand, was simply geeking out over the technology. Joining Celestial Being was a done deal for him anyway. Getting a sneak peek at the stripped-down models was a nice little appetizer. After they finished, they handed the datapad back once more. "Well, what do you think?" Wang Liu Mei asked. "I have a question," Lisa countered. "Please go ahead, I understand why you're inviting Huey." "But why me?" Lisa knew her own worth. Right now, she was just a postgraduate who'd stayed on at her university. She had no great reputation to speak of. Why would an organization of this scale want her? What could she possibly do for them? "It is all the result of Veda calculations, Miss Cujo," Wang Liu Mei answered. "While you may not have a practical track record yet, your ability in the field of tactical forecasting is undeniable. Celestial Being's power is great, and the Gundams are mighty, but they are still just weapons. They need someone to direct them, and you are the best person for that job." Lisa fell silent for a long moment, then turned her eyes to Huey, seeking his opinion. In that instant, they were a single unit. If one joined, they both joined. If one refused, they both refused. Huey could see the spark in her eyes. She was tempted. After all, she was just starting out, a relative nobody, and this monumental organization had not only scouted her, but offered her a position of immense responsibility. He nodded slowly, then turned back to Wang Liu Mei. "All right," he said, his voice firm. "We're in. Congratulations on making a wise decision, Mr. Young Miss Cujo. Welcome. When would be a convenient time for you to leave your current lives behind?" "1 month from now," Lisa answered immediately. "The AAU's military exercise will be my final battle." Wang Liu-mei turned her gaze to Huey, waiting. He just shrugged. Naturally, I'm with the missus. Very well. Then I shall take my leave. I look forward to our next meeting. Her mission complete, Wang Liu-mei had no reason to stay. She stood and departed as smoothly as she had arrived. The moment she was gone, Lisa's shoulders slumped. I was so careless, she murmured, a wave of frustration washing over her. I can't believe I didn't spot how special she was from the start. As a tactical forecaster, analyzing intelligence and formulating the perfect plan was her core duty. To make a mistake like this on a battlefield, it would have meant casualties. Hey, don't beat yourself up, love, Huey said, pulling her into a comforting hug. Who'd expect an organization like that to use a kid as a messenger? But an error in battlefield prediction means people die. There's absolutely no room for mistakes. Listen, Lisa, no one's perfect. No one can guarantee they'll never get it wrong, can they? Besides, you've got me, haven't you? Think of me as your insurance policy. Even if you get it wrong, I'll be there to pull it back. It's good to have you, she whispered into his chest. That's my line, Lisa. In the silent, gliding luxury of Wang Liu-mei's car, her bodyguard, Hong Long, finally voiced his doubts. My lady, was it truly wise to tell them so much already? That young Huey, he does not seem like an easy man to handle. I do not believe he will trust us completely based on one conversation. According to Veda calculations, young Huey is the central figure in the coming change to this world, Wang Liu-mei stated, her eyes fixed on the city lights streaming past the window. He is also the biggest variable in Celestial Being's operation. Veda directive was to recruit him into our ranks at any cost. How can that be? Hong Long asked, shocked. Do you know what Veda calculated the probability of success would be if young Huey were to stand against Celestial Being? Please tell me clearly, my lady. A beat of silence. 0. No matter how many times it is calculated, the result is always 0. What? Which is why Veda issued such an order. Wang Liu-mei finished, adding silently to herself, and so long as he does not directly betray Celestial Being, he has the right to mobilize any and all of our resources at his discretion. My lady, then your objective, Hong Long trailed off, the implication clear. I know, but it is still too soon. We must wait for the right moment. Yes, my lady. The core of the world's transformation, granted the highest level of Veda clearance the moment he joins. Yang Huey, just where will you lead this world? I truly cannot wait to see, just as Hong Long and Wang Liu-mei, or rather Veda, had predicted. Huey and Lisa cut their date short the moment their meeting ended. They went straight to Professor Eifman. You're back, the professor exclaimed upon seeing Huey. Excellent. I was just waiting for you to begin the second phase of the experiment. Quickly come with me. He was already bustling, trying to drag Huey towards the lab, but Huey gently stopped him. Professor, he said, his expression completely serious. I need to talk to you. Right now, seeing the gravity on his student's face, Professor Eifman's scientific zeal cooled. He nodded slowly and led the way to his private office. Billy should come too, Huey added. Billy Katagiri, who had been wondering what on earth was going on, froze in surprise. Good, the four of them filed into the professor's office and sat down, a tangible tension in the air. Professor, Huey began, just now Lisa and I were approached by someone. She said. He and Lisa relayed the entire conversation with Wang Liu-mei, everything they now knew about Celestial Being. What? You're not having a laugh, are you? Billy was completely flabbergasted, immediately suspecting it was one of Huey's elaborate pranks. He had a history, after all, and while Lisa wouldn't do such a thing, she was Huey's fiancée. Professor Eifman, however, grew increasingly thoughtful, his expression turning grave. Marians, Zhou, you accepted their invitation, didn't you? He asked, his voice low and serious. Yes, they both confirmed with a nod. Then you tell me why, the professor demanded. This was the kind of secret that, if even a whisper got out, would mean utter ruin not just for Huey and Lisa, but for the entire Celestial Being organization. He was touched that Huey trusted him this much, but he knew his student wasn't a man driven by sentiment alone. Professor, Huey said, meeting his teacher's intense gaze. I suspect there's more to this plan. A later stage. I believe Eolia Shenberg was hiding another secret, something with far-reaching consequences, and I am going to find out what it is. I was hoping that when the time comes I might be able to count on my teacher's help. Really. Then, Chapter 4. Straight in at the deep end, Huey and Lisa left the Federation University campus together. The bombshell they'd just heard had sucked all the air out of the room. Neither Professor Eifman nor Billy Katagiri had any appetite left for research. On top of that, an urgent message had pinged on Lisa's mobile from the AEU. Her return-to-duty date had been brought forward. She had to be on her way by midday tomorrow at the latest. So the two of them planned to savor what little time they had left together. After all, once this military exercise was over, they'd be heading off to join Celestial Being. They'd have their own separate missions then, and there was no guarantee they'd even be assigned to the same team. But as they were leaving, they bumped squarely into manhwatycoon. If it had been anyone else, they might have taken the hint and made themselves scarce. But with Caddy there, so much for their quiet time. Kyujo, Caddy said, her tone as crisp as ever. You got the order too, right? Yeah. When are you heading back? Tomorrow. Midday flight. Hearing Caddy's answer, a smile that was a little too friendly spread across Lisa's face. She turned that beatific gaze on Huey. For reasons he couldn't fathom, a shiver shot down Huey's spine. He sent Lisa a questioning look, trying to figure out what he'd done wrong. But his answer came in the form of a wicked hand that found the soft flesh at his waist. Her fingers pinched and then twisted a full 360 degrees. HSSSD, Huey clapped a hand over his mouth, sucking in a sharp, pained breath through his teeth. In his past life, reading novels and watching anime, he'd always wondered how women managed to execute that particular brand of torture. A 360-degree rotation. Wasn't that basically giving your skin a free, non-consensual stretch and peel? Seemed like utter rubbish. But now he knew. He knew it was real. Weirder still, he noticed manhwatycoon watching him with a strange, unreadable expression. Having been a complete novice in the romance department in his past life, and not much better now, Lisa had been the one to chase him. After all, Huey didn't get it. But as her best friend, Lisa knew exactly what that look meant. Caddy had fallen for Huey at almost the exact same time Lisa had. But because of her reserved personality, she'd kept it a secret, a quiet crush that had given Lisa the opening she needed to win him over. And though Caddy always offered them her blessing, Lisa knew her best mate had never truly let go of her feelings for Huey. Finally, after a farewell under Caddy's complicated gaze, Huey and Lisa got their world for two. The next day, he saw both of them off at the airport for their flight to the AEU. On the plane, without Huey there, Lisa finally broke the silence. Caddy, don't say anything, Kyujo. Caddy cut her off, her voice flat. I lost. Fair and square. And that's exactly why you lost, you donut. It's just my personality. But you still can't let him go, can you? At those words, Caddy stiffened. A faint blush crept up her cheeks and she turned her head away, unable to meet Lisa's direct gaze. Don't worry, Kyujo. I won't get in your way. Caddy, actually, Lisa said, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. It's not like you're completely out of chances, you know. What are you talking about? Caddy was utterly bewildered now. What on earth did Lisa mean? Was she planning on being some sort of old-fashioned, Sharon-like good wife? You don't know. Actually, Lisa leaned in close, whispering something into Caddy's ear. In an instant, Caddy went the color of a ripe tomato, steam practically coming out of her ears. She became a flustered, stammering mess. How could you be so, no, PFFT, Lisa burst out laughing. You're so cute when you're like this, Caddy. Not like your usual Ice Queen self. Kyujo, ahaha, I'm not joking though, Caddy. You should give it some serious thought. The HRL has some special rules anyway. They don't limit the numbers so long as you can afford it. We'll see. Right now we need to focus on the military exercise. Are you completely oblivious to the earth-shattering plots his fiancée was cooking up? Huey packed his things and headed straight back to the HRL. He needed to prepare another escape route. As a transmigrator, he knew that Celestial Being's grand plan was a proper stitch-up, a pit waiting for anyone to fall in. On the surface, Phase 1 was about ending all war by fighting violence with violence. But in reality, it was designed to focus the entire world's hatred onto Celestial Being, forcing the three great powers to unite against them. Then, at the right moment, they would be given GN drives of their own to crush the threat. With Celestial Being gone, the path would be clear for a unified world government. In Aeolia's plan, the members of Celestial Being were the sacrificial lambs. The old fox had just never counted on being betrayed and bumped off himself. Phase 2, even though it looked like Ribbons was pulling all the strings, was also part of the plan. A new world government would be rife with internal conflict. Aeolia planned to let those conflicts fester and explode, at which point Celestial Being would return as saviors, leading those who craved peace to crush the dissenters. With only supporters of the unified government left, it would finally be stable. In that phase, Celestial Being graduated from sacrificial lambs to just tools in his toolbox, to be put away when the job was done. And Phase 3, the final stage, the impending dialogue, was the biggest trap of all. The pioneers of innovation would communicate with an alien species, ensuring peaceful coexistence. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? But Huey knew the truth. He knew about the ELS, a silicon-based lifeform that had been hiding out by Jupiter for who knows how long. Their numbers were in the trillions, and that was probably just one tribe. What's more, they were a hive mind. One is all and all is one. To communicate with one ELS was to communicate with the entire species. The idea of one person trying to have a direct telepathic conversation with an entire race using quantum brainwaves was certifiably insane. Look what happened to Setsuna in the film. He'd come dangerously close to being driven completely bonkers. He succeeded in the end, but when he finally returned to Earth, you couldn't tell if he was carbon-based or silicon-based anymore. Phase 1 hadn't even started yet, but Huey needed to prepare. He had no intention of becoming a casualty of some old man's centuries-long scheme. He needed more backup plans, ways to ensure Celestial Being's mission succeeded, while keeping every last member of the Ptolemy crew alive. And after being intimate with Lisa last night, he'd received a new mission from the system. Ensure Celestial Being's Phase 1 plan is completed, the Earth Federation government is established, and all members of the Ptolemy crew survive. Reward unknown. PS. For every death, the reward will be reduced. If all members die, there will be no reward. Looking at the new mission, Huey didn't know whether to laugh or cry. First off, the reward. The reward for his first mission, one construction opportunity, was still a bloody mystery. This time they'd just gone straight to unknown. And there were penalties. He didn't even know what the prize was, and they were already threatening to dock it. What kind of monkey civilization built this system? There had to be a limit to how shoddy a knockoff could be. Then there was the mission itself. To go from Join Celestial Being straight to the grand finale of the first season, it was like jumping from the tutorial to the final boss. Give us a few side quests in between at least, he grumbled to himself. Like design your own Gundam, or level up the Meister's piloting skills, or save Aeolia's skin, anything. This is a bit much to swallow all at once. But moaning aside, the mission's difficulty was actually quite low. At the end of the day, only 4 members of the Ptolemy crew died in the original story. The one that stung the most was Larkin Stratos, the pilot of the Dynams. Then there was the bridge controller, Christina Sierra, and the helmsman, Lichtendal Tsuri. And finally, the ship's doctor who barely got any screen time, Ian Vashti. No, wait, that wasn't right. The doctor's name was J.B. Morneau. If Huey designed stronger Gundams, a tougher Ptolemy, and laid a few escape routes, he could save them all. Right, I'll worry about that in a month. For now, need to think about my backup plan. What escape route? Whoa. A hand slapped him on the back, making Huey, deep in thought, practically jump out of his skin. He spun around. What are you doing here? He grumbled, seeing who it was. Just got off a plane, mate. Professor Eichmann put in a direct call to military command. Said he needed an elite pilot for some tests. So they sent me over. You off somewhere? Yeah, heading home. Oh, what a shame. I was hoping for another go with you. Look, mate, Huey sighed, you're a grown man. Can you stop looking at me with those fiery eyes, please? I'm spoken for. The day I beat you is the day I lose interest. Get lost. On your bike, haha, see you around. With his golden hair, a sharp jawline, and a sunny grin that radiated pure fighting spirit, Graham Aker, ace pilot of the Union M-SWAD unit, sauntered off. They'd met through Professor Eichmann and Billy. Billy, while still studying, was a technical advisor for the M-SWAD unit and good mates with Graham. Whenever the professor needed test pilots for a new MS experiment, he'd call Graham over to go up against Huey. The first time they met, Graham had been itching for a scrap with the HRL's former ace. And so their complicated love-hate rivalry was born. The best way to describe it was a sane-mite guy, Graham, versus a Kakashi who didn't read smutty novels, Huey. After Graham left, Huey checked the time, sent a final message to Sergei, and then turned towards the boarding gate, a new sense of purpose in his stride. Chapter 5. All part of the plan, the first thing Huey did upon returning to the Human Reform League was arrange a meeting with Sergei and his first-ever mentor, the Academy's top MS research professor, Director Wang. He laid it all out for them, celestial being, their plan, and his own intentions. After the initial shock wore off, a heavy calm settled in the room. "Are you absolutely certain about this?" Director Wang asked, his voice a low, serious rumble. "Yes," Huey nodded, his gaze unwavering. "You'll get yourself killed. That's why I came to you too." A long silence. "HMMPH, go on then, do what you have to do," the old professor finally grunted. "This old bag of bones might not have much else, but I've got connections up the wazoo." "Thank you, Professor," Huey said, deeply grateful. "But please remember, you can't tell anyone else about this." He trusted the old guard at the academy, men who were genuinely dedicated to their country and to science. But others, especially the suits in government, were another story. If they got wind of Celestial Being's plan, they wouldn't just ruin it. Huey himself would be in real, mortal danger. These two men were the only ones in the HRL he trusted with his life. "Keeping my gob shut is no problem," Director Wang said, the serious expression melting from his face to be replaced by the sly grin of an old wheeler-dealer. "But you've got to let me see some of the goods, haven't you?" When the time is right, I will," Huey sighed in resignation. His mentor was brilliant, but this was the one thing that did his head in. The second any new MS technology was involved, he was like a lech who'd spotted a supermodel in lingerie. He wouldn't rest until he'd devoured every last detail. Hang on, why does that phrase sound so familiar? With that, the three went their separate ways. Before he left, Sergei clapped a heavy hand on Huey's shoulder. He said nothing, but the deep worry in his eyes spoke volumes. True to his word, Director Wang pulled some strings. Huey was officially granted his resignation from the academy, becoming a free man. His next stop was the AEU, where he'd wait for Lisa Kujo to finish her military exercise before they headed to the Celestial Being base together. "Huey, Caddy is an absolute nightmare. So what if I let her win by a tiny little bit? What's she so smug about?" "Yes, yes, dear. You made a mistake this time. You'll thrash her properly next time, I promise." In the cold expanse of space, on the shuttle bound for Celestial Being's secret stronghold, Heavenly Palace City, Lisa Kujo, now Sumeragi, had been moaning non-stop for the entire trip. She was also steadily working her way through a bottle of something strong, and all Huey could do was patiently soothe her, reason with her, and look after her. The military exercise hadn't resulted in the friendly fire tragedy of the original timeline, but as best mates and fierce rivals, she and Caddy Manhwatycoon had naturally made a competition of it, each leading different units. And Sumeragi had lost. Her cheeks flushed, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind, and a wicked grin spread across her face. Huey, how about you teach her a lesson for me?" "What? Me?" Huey blinked, then shook his head frantically. "No, count me out. My entire relationship with Manhwatycoon is built on you. Me teaching her a lesson? Yeah, better not." Even though he knew she was joking, you couldn't give women an inch with stuff like this. It was just asking for trouble. "Is that so?" Sumeragi's grin widened, becoming even more mischievous as she recalled the conversation she'd had with Caddy just before they parted ways. Huey, however, was completely in the dark. Thinking this was a test of his loyalty, he scrambled to state his case. "Yeah, definitely. I can't have you getting the wrong idea. You're the only one for me. I knew you loved me best." Sumeragi giggled, snuggling into his chest and wrapping her arms tighter around his neck. "You donut. You're my missus, who else would I love?" Huey said softly, stroking her hair. He was letting her have her tantrum because he could see what it really was. She was venting, putting on a brave face. "Hey Huey, can it really be eradicated?" "Yeah," he said, his voice firm with a conviction he didn't feel. "I believe it can." It was a load of rubbish, he knew, but he would never hesitate to lie if it made her feel even a little bit better. Hearing this, Sumeragi buried her face in his chest and began to sob quietly. The exercise had been a brutal, eye-opening experience, showing her the true, horrific face of war. The AEU forces involved had suffered nearly 1,000 confirmed deaths, with 39 mobile suits lost and countless tanks and fighters destroyed. The other side, it only strengthened her resolve to join Celestial Being, to end war so that no one else would have to die like that. After a 3-day journey, Huey and Sumeragi finally arrived at Heavenly Palace City, and the person waiting to greet them was, once again, Wang Liu Mei. "Yo, we meet again, little miss," Huey said with a casual wave. "Welcome to Heavenly Palace City, Mr. Marion Stewart and Miss Sumeragi Lee Noriega," Wang Liumei replied with a polite bow. The two of them stared, confused. These are your operational code names, she explained. You weren't planning on using your real names on missions, were you? I see, it clicked. From this moment on, they were no longer Yang Hui and Lisa Kujo. They were Marion Stewart and Sumeragi Lee Noriega. If you would both please follow me, it is time to meet the other members. Lead the way. Wang Liumei led them to a briefing room. Apart from Setsuna, the entire crew of the Tolmi was already there. If this follows the script, then Helmet Boy won't join for another 2 years, Huey thought. But who knows? Everyone, I'd like to introduce you, Wang Liumei announced. This is Mr. Marion Stewart, our reserve Gundam pilot and MS designer. And this is Miss Sumeragi, the tactical forecaster for our forces. Oh, an MS designer, a hearty voice boomed. Anyone good enough to be picked by celestial being must be something special. The speaker was Ian Vashti, the man who, with his wife Linda, had designed everything from the 3rd-generation Gundams to their upgrade components and the 4th-generation machines. Hearing he had a fellow tech head on board, his professional curiosity was piqued. Mr. Vashti, real identities are classified, as is the case for everyone here, Wang Liumei reminded him gently. But I can assure you of Mr. Stewart's exceptional skills. He is also an ace pilot. Sorry, got a bit carried away there, Ian laughed. Still, that's impressive. Designing mobile suits and being an ace pilot. What's the point in designing your own machine if you can't pilot it yourself? It'd be a real shame, wouldn't it? Huey said with a shrug. A fine point. A shame I have no talent for piloting myself, Ian lamented. Wang Liumei, is his piloting ability reliable? This time the question came from Tyria Erd. An innovate created by Veda, his devotion to the plan was absolute. He would not allow any variable to jeopardize it. What's that? Do you want to have a go? Huey shot back. He knew Tyria wasn't trying to be deliberately provocative. It was just his personality. But if the bloke was going to get lippy, Huey didn't mind teaching him a thing or two about how to actually fly a mobile suit. This wasn't just aimed at Tyria, but all the Gundam Meisters, including the yet-to-arrive Setsuna. Looking back at their performance in the anime, the 4 of them relied entirely on the overwhelming superiority of their Gundams. Their actual piloting skills, especially in the first season, were student level at best. You had one who loved charging in for close-quarters combat, one who was happy to just stand still and snipe, one who zipped about all over the place with very few effective attacks, and one who seemed to enjoy standing still and taking a beating just to look cool before blowing things up. And their team composition, a standard, perfect ace squad of close combat assault, sniper support, high mobility flanking, and heavy firepower demolition, was completely wasted by sending them out on separate missions. It was illogical. In the original story, Phase 1 went off without a hitch. But this wasn't the original story anymore. Huey had lost track of how many dangerously advanced designs he'd left behind for the HRL, especially the Vanguard and Sergei's custom Praetorian. The Praetorian was designed to be twice as powerful as a GNX. While the Meisters would have an easy time with the Union and AEU, Huey couldn't guarantee they wouldn't get completely pasted if they went up against the HRL's new toys. Fine, Tyria replied, not backing down. Confirming your skill level would be beneficial to the execution of the plan. He wasn't angry at being challenged. He was genuinely thinking about the mission. Oi, that's a bit much, isn't it? Tyria, don't be like that. Mr. Stewart only just arrived. Larkin and Alleluja quickly tried to de-escalate. While they were also curious about Huey's skills, they had the emotional intelligence to know this wasn't the time or place. According to Veda calculations, we do not have much time before the plan officially begins. I will not permit any unstable elements within the team, Tyria stated seriously, his tone leaving no doubt that he considered himself the ultimate authority. But it's still a few years away, isn't it? No need to rush. Yeah, exactly. Tyria, you're being out of order. Everyone, apart from Felt, who was quiet as a mouse, chimed in, trying to reason with him. Seeing his future teammates being so lax, Tyria's displeasure grew. He felt they weren't taking celestial beings' plans seriously enough. Just as he was about to lecture them, Wang Liumei stepped in. Mr. Tyria, I'm afraid your contest will have to be postponed. She then turned to Huey. Mr. Stewart, please proceed to comms room 001. Someone wishes to speak with you. Who? Huey blinked. He'd only just arrived and someone wanted to talk to him. Then it clicked. The old fox had his eye on him already. Right, I get it. He nodded, signaling for Sumeragi to wait for him there. Wang Liu Mei led him to the comms room. The door hissed shut, plunging him into total darkness. A sudden, blinding rainbow of light flared to life, forcing Huey to squeeze his eyes shut. When he'd adjusted, he opened them to find himself surrounded by a swirling vortex of data streams and code. I have been waiting for you, Marian Yangs. Or should I say, Yang Huey. Seeing the ghostly virtual figure that had materialized before him, Huey knew his guess had been right. A wide grin split his face. And you, he shot back. Should I call you Veda? Or would Eolia Shenberg be more appropriate? Chapter 6. Properly stitched up, the shimmering figure, woven from pure code, was indeed the founder of celestial being, Eolia Shenberg. By now, his consciousness must have been fully uploaded to Veda, his physical body little more than an empty shell in a cryopod somewhere. It was just like Tyria's future, where he could upload his mind to Veda. Even if he died, he could just be downloaded into a new living terminal. Wait a minute. There was a problem with that. Tyria could only do that because he eventually awakened as a true innovator. If Eolia was in a similar state now, didn't that mean? Huey peered intently at the virtual image, trying to spot anything, but it was just a projection. He saw nothing. As if sensing Huey's scrutiny, Eolia spoke. Are you looking for this? Huey blinked. The next second, his expression changed. The whites of Eolia's projected eyes were no longer white. They now swirled with a flowing, iridescent light. You really are an innovator, Huey gasped, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. It seems my guess was correct. Eolia's voice echoed in the digital space. You know a great many things. Huey let out a long breath, trying to steady himself. He'd half expected it, but the confirmation still hit him like a jolt. You are a most peculiar existence, young Huey. Veda, the quantum supercomputer I designed and built, has run countless calculations of the future since its completion. While the paths were infinite, under the interference of celestial being, the outcome was always singular. But that outcome changed 23 years ago. It was the first significant deviation in over 2 centuries. After extensive calculations, we finally traced the source of the change to you. Veda presented 2 new possible outcomes. 1, eliminate you before you could affect our plan. 2, restructure the plan with you at its core. After some consideration, I chose the second option. I wish to see what possibilities a variable such as yourself might bring. You really shouldn't have. Huey shot back, rejecting the offer flat out. The last thing he wanted was to be the core of Celestial Being's plan, especially if it meant he'd be the one to go and merge with the ELS instead of Setsuna. You have already missed your chance to refuse, young Huey. The moment you joined Celestial Being, the plan was set in motion. You, me, Lisa Kujo, this entire organization, and every last human on Earth, none of us can escape our part in it. Huey felt a surge of frustration. But the old man was right. Even a civilian couldn't escape the coming changes, especially the arrival of the ELS. No one could hide from that, and Huey was the kind of person who liked to be in control of his own destiny. He'd rather die fighting on his own terms than place his safety in someone else's hands. He took another deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. You didn't just bring me here to tell me all that, did you? Correct. I am here to announce your appointment. My appointment, Huey blinked. Is there something else besides MS Designer and Reserve Gundam Meister? From this moment forward, you are the general manager of the entire Celestial Being project. Your authority is equal to my own. All of Celestial Being's resources are at your disposal. Hold on, Huey cut him off immediately. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, you can allow me to refuse. He had no idea how deep the political waters in Celestial Being ran, but he knew for a fact that without the backing of some major family or corporation, he'd never be able to handle the observers and supporters. Families like the Corners, who had been plotting to hijack Eolia's plan from the very beginning to make themselves the rulers of the Earth. The descendants of many other supporters had also become corrupted over the long years. From what he'd seen in the anime, besides the frontline troops who were kept in the dark and followed the plan faithfully, Everyone else was playing their own little games. The thought of playing 4D chess with a bunch of scheming, treacherous old foxes made his skin crawl. He wanted no part of it. Refusal is not an option. This was decided long ago. This appointment was delivered to all observers before you even joined. For FS sake, Huey wanted to storm Veda physical location, drag Aeolia's cryopod out and kick it repeatedly. You decided all this before I even got here. Did you even think to ask my opinion? Are you taking the absolute piss? Aeolia's expression remained perfectly neutral, waiting patiently as Huey stewed in his own impotent rage. Finally feeling drained, Huey forced himself to cool down again, analyzing the situation. If he couldn't get out of it, he'd just have to do it better than anyone else. I have the authority to command all of Celestial Being's resources, right? He asked, his voice flat. Yes, I see, and with that their first conversation was over. Though he'd been properly stitched up, Huey's position as Celestial Being's top commander was now a fact. There was no point arguing. Knowing what he knew, he'd just have to make some more arrangements. But before the connection was severed, Huey asked one last question. Are you really an innovator? All artificial innovators were created using my genetic makeup as the core blueprint. Right. So the sly old git was the real final boss all along. Poor Alejandro Corner, poor Ribbons Allmark. They went to their graves, never knowing they'd been played like a fiddle by Aeolia from start to finish. Huey left Calm's room 001 and returned to the briefing room. Everyone was still there waiting for him. Sumeragi, it seemed, was already getting on famously with the crew. Is Mr. Stewart really your fiancé? Christina asked, her hand covering her mouth in surprise. We were planning to get married soon, but it looks like that will have to be postponed, Sumeragi said with a hint of regret. Phew, Larkin whistled. How romantic, a proper power couple on the front line then, Lass chuckled. It's not that surprising, is it? Isn't Mr. Ian's wife also a member of Celestial Being? Alleluia pointed out. That's great. I don't even have a girlfriend, Lichty groaned, pulling at his hair. What are you all talking about? You're back, Sumeragi beamed as Huey came to her side. She immediately took his hand, a clear statement of their relationship. The room filled with good-natured teasing and congratulations. Only one person failed to read the mood. Since you have returned, we shall begin, Tyria said, stepping in front of Huey. His patience had clearly worn thin. Oi, Tyria, no matter what, it's fine, Mr. Stewart, time is of the essence, isn't it? Huey said, cutting Larkin off. And we're both pilots. What better way to get to know each other than a fight? Well, there is that, Larkin sighed. He'd wanted to protest more. The couple had given up their wedding to come here. They'd only just arrived. Surely they deserved at least a day's rest. But since Huey had accepted the challenge, there was nothing more he could do. The group trooped down to the simulation training area. Huey and Tyria wasted no time, climbing into their respective mark cockpits. Mr. Ian, Huey's voice crackled over the comms. What is it? Could you please record our data? Especially mine. I'll need your help with future machine development. No problem, leave it to me. The comms went silent. The simulation began. The chosen battlefield was a flat plain. Tyria naturally selected his beloved Gundam Virtue. Huey's choice, however, made everyone's jaw drop. He'd picked a standard HRL Tyran ground high mobility type. Oi, isn't that a bit rash of Mr. Stewart? Larkin complained. Indeed. The HRL's mobile suits are more advanced than the Union or the AEU's, but against the Virtue it's still far too fragile. Miss Sumeragi, aren't you worried? Christina asked. The others snapped to attention and looked over at her. Worried? Not at all, Sumeragi said with a serene smile. If his real identity wasn't a secret, she'd have rattled off his service record there and then. 4 years ago, during the defense of the Heavenly Pillar, Huey had piloted a specially customized, but still fundamentally a Tyran high-mobility type. He'd single-handedly destroyed 23 enemy mobile suits, earning him the nickname the Young Tiger. Seeing her complete confidence, the crew's curiosity about Huey's piloting skills intensified. They stared unblinking at the main screen. Let's begin, Huey's voice came over the speakers. Show me what a Gundam Meister can do. Gundam Virtue commencing target destruction. Tyria was a man of few words and much action. The second the countdown finished, the GN bazooka was raised. Green GN particles swathing the Virtue as a pinkish energy coalesced in the barrel. Tusk, a bit overconfident, aren't we? Huey sighed, already putting the Tyran in motion. A moment later, the GN field dispersed, and a colossal pink beam tore across the plane. But Huey had already read its trajectory and moved to safety. The GN bazooka was incredibly powerful, but it required time to charge, and time to refill with GN particles after firing. In that small window, Huey had already closed the distance. The Tyran's 200 rapid-fire smoothbore cannon roared to life. Faced with the incoming shells, Tyria didn't even perform a basic evasive or defensive maneuver. Shielded by the Virtue's heavy plating and the latest E-carbon armor, he didn't believe the Tyran's cannon could do any meaningful damage. He was right. The shells just burst into little sparks against the Virtue's hull. The subsequent battle was monotonous. The Virtue would charge and fire, the Tyran would dodge and shoot. One couldn't hit its target, and the other couldn't penetrate its armor. "Oh, this is so boring, Mr. Stewart is going to lose, surely." That was the consensus from the other two Meisters, and most of the crew agreed. The Virtue's performance specs were just too high. It was practically invincible against a Tyran. Although Huey's piloting was allowing him to walk a tightrope, dodging every blast, one hit was all it would take to finish him. But Sumeragi offered a different opinion. "No," she said calmly. "He's going to win." The crew looked at her, confused, then back at the screen. A few moments passed, and then, one by one, their expressions began to shift into looks of utter, dawning shock. Chapter 7, A Proper Lesson, HMPH, Just a Rat That Knows How to Run. Tyria grunted, his patience worn thin after multiple failed attacks. His movements were becoming more frantic, more desperate, and he failed to notice the joints of his Gundam Virtue were now glowing a faint, ominous red. "Got you." For some reason, Huey's Tyran suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. Tyria didn't need to question why. He just needed to destroy the machine in front of him. But as he swung the GN bazooka around to take aim, the mighty Virtue shuddered, and then collapsed in a heap on the ground. "What's happening? What's wrong with the Virtue? Why is it doing this?" Tyria yanked frantically at the controls, but the Gundam wouldn't respond. It couldn't get back up. Huey's Tyran was already standing over it, the smoothbore cannon aimed squarely at Tyria's cockpit. Huey's voice, like the pronouncement of a death sentence, echoed over the comms. "Checkmate, bang. Bang. Bang." The simulation ended. The Virtue's cockpit was destroyed. The pilot was dead. "What did you do?" The second he was out of the simulator, Tyria stormed over to Huey, his face a mask of fury. Huey glanced at him, seeing nothing more than a stroppy kid who couldn't stand to lose. He ignored Tyria and turned to the chief engineer. "Mr. Ian, did you get all that data? Collection complete. Good. Seeing as everyone's here, let's run a debrief." "Oi, I'm asking you, Tyria, seeing Huey blank him, got even angrier. He reached out to grab Huey's collar, but in a blur of motion, Huey caught his wrist, twisted, and sent him stumbling away. "You should be glad this was a simulation," Huey said, his voice ice cold. "Otherwise, you'd be dead. What did you say? Am I wrong? If this were a real battle, would you have the chance to come and have a go at me? And another thing, you are not my superior officer. I have no obligation to answer your questions. If you don't understand, then watch and learn. You're a Gundam Meister, not a toddler who's lost a playground scrap." Huey's voice hardened, each word a sharp lesson. HMPH, Tyria, having been thoroughly put in his place, fell silent. Seeing that he'd eaten some humble pie, Huey turned back to the engineer. "Mr. Ian, if you would, bring up the recordings and the data. Let's debrief." "Oh, okay." Everyone, including Ian, was a little stunned by Huey's transformation. One minute he was easygoing, the next he radiated an unshakable authority. Everyone, that is, except Sumeragi. She knew Huey was genuinely angry. Tyria's performance had been abysmal, like a complete novice who thought he could just bully his enemy with the Virtue's superior specs. On a real battlefield, that kind of attitude was just playing games with your own life. And Huey hated people who didn't take their own lives seriously on the battlefield. It also proved that he was taking Celestial Being's mission very, very seriously. The recording began to play. Everyone, Tyria included, watched with bated breath, wanting to see how their supposedly invincible Gundam had been defeated. "Mr. Ian, zoom in on the points where the Virtue was hit." "Done." A collective gasp went through the room. Tyria cried out that it was impossible. Every single one of Huey's shots had impacted the joints of the Virtue's 4 limbs, the exact points where there was no external armor plating. "You're kidding me, right? Firing on the move like that, and every single shot was that precise. and he was dodging the Virtue's cannon fire the whole time. You'd have to be completely focused for the whole fight. The drain on your stamina and concentration to keep that up for an hour. Is that even humanly possible? Larkin and Alleluia were the most qualified to comment. Their Gundams, the sniping-type Dynams and the high-mobility Kyrios were specialists, but Huey had just combined both their specialities into one and sustained it for an incredible length of time. It was terrifying, but that still shouldn't be possible, Ian protested. Even the frame and the basic armor are made from the latest E-carbon. It shouldn't be that fragile. I was using 200mm Hesh rounds, Huey stated simply. High-explosive squash head. Of course, damn it. I can't believe I overlooked that. Ian understood completely. Hesh rounds had another name, the internal nemesis. From the outside, the damage looked minimal, but the shockwave they sent through the armor caused massive damage to the internal structures beneath. Even a frame made of brand new E-carbon couldn't withstand dozens of hits from Hesh rounds. Now, Huey said, taking charge of the room, I'm going to analyze the shortcomings of this battle. Tyria, listen up. TCH. Tyria was still fuming, but as Huey had said, this wasn't a playground squabble. He'd lost fair and square. He had to listen. Huey nodded, satisfied. First off, the Virtue barely moved. That gave me the opportunity for precision shots. It doesn't matter if an attack can penetrate your armor or not. You still need to perform defensive and evasive actions. Otherwise, you're just a sitting duck. The only question is how long it takes to destroy you. Second, everyone please note the Virtue's turning movements in the first few engagements. I used a few rotational maneuvers to figure out its maximum torque range. After that, every one of my movements was designed to push the Virtue's joints to their absolute limit, which, combined with the damage from the Hesh rounds, accelerated the degradation of the limb frames. And finally, at Huey's instruction, Ian brought up the recording from the Virtue's cockpit, including a close-up of Tyria's increasingly furious expression. Tyria's face went crimson, and he almost stormed out of the room in shame. Having lost his cool, Tyria was focused only on destroying the enemy, and completely failed to notice the damage warnings on his own console. That is the final point. On the battlefield, you must remain calm at all times. Only by staying calm can you analyze the situation and find a way to break the stalemate. And if you can't think of anything, that's fine too. You can wait for instructions from your tactical forecaster. As he said this, Huey shot Sumeragi a quick smile, which she returned with a warmth that made everyone else in the room feel like they were intruding on a private moment. So, stay calm. You must remember that the debrief was over. No one there had any doubts about Huey anymore. His analysis and critique alone had earned him their respect. Even Tyria, who disliked him the most, felt it, though his pride would never let him say it out loud. Next, Huey commanded, Larkins, you're up. Then Alleluia. I need to understand your skill levels and styles. Mr. Ian, please record the data. Okay, boss. Please show some mercy, Larkin joked. We'll see, understood. I'll record everything, good. Sumeragi, take the others and get familiar with the bridge. If there's a ship simulator, it's best to get adapted ahead of time. Got it. In a matter of moments, he had assigned everyone a task. Huey was, without question, the commander of this small team now. About 3 hours later, Larkin, Alleluia and Tyria were slumped against the simulators, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. They'd not only run individual training sessions, but had also gone up against Huey in pairs, and finally as a team of 3. Except for the 3-on-1, where the sheer performance limitations of Huey's Tyran had forced him into a mutual destruction with the Kyrios. Every single simulation had ended in Huey's victory. Nah, boss, you're an absolute monster, you are. 3 Gundams and he can still force a draw. Who are you? Facing their complaints, Huey just waved a hand for them to get some rest before their next debrief. He went off to find Ian to discuss how to improve the Gundams. Mr. Stewart is on another level, isn't he? Alleluia marveled. He is definitely an ace pilot, but the data for every country's ace pilots is recorded in Veda. There is no information on him, Tyria said, mentally scrolling through the files he'd accessed. I think there's one person who might fit the bill, Larkin said thoughtfully. Who? Alleluia and Tyria asked in unison. The young tiger of the People's Revolutionary League. It's him, the other two were stunned. Though he had since vanished, the combat record of the HRL's young tiger from the Battle of the Heavenly Pillar was considered a miracle, a feat that was almost impossible to surpass. That one battle made his name echo across the world, but it was also after that battle that he retired from the military. Anyone who knew his true identity was forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Leaking it was an act of treason. No one outside could get any information. The identity of the young tiger was a top priority mission for every intelligence agency in the world. Well, it's just a guess, Larkin shrugged. But whether it's him or not, having Mr. Stewart on our side makes our job easier, right? He wasn't too fussed about Huey's true identity. Having a strong, reliable comrade was what mattered most to him. You've got a point. I'm going for a rest. Mr. Stewart really doesn't pull his punches. Alleluia and Larkin left, but Tyria remained seated thinking. He supposedly had level 7 clearance in Veda. As a candidate for the Celestial Being Forces, he should have seen the file. With that thought nagging at him, he lost any desire to rest and headed towards Veda communication room. Elsewhere, Huey and Ian were deep in a heated discussion. Mr. Ian, the Gundams have serious problems. How can you say that? Surely it's an issue with the pilots. No, the Gundams themselves have many areas that need improvement. Take the Dynams' sniping system, for example. It's a death trap. Even with Harrow assisting, a pilot should never have to take both hands off the controls in a battle. That's just asking to be killed. The Kyrios' armament is too monotonous, which limits its operational range. And what on earth is that shield? It splits into a pincer and a heat blade. It's all style and no substance, completely useless in a real fight. It would be better to replace it with a composite GN shield and a GN submachine gun. And the Virtue's GN bazooka, the charge time is far too long. It's a sitting duck before it can even fire. That time has to be shortened. The two twin-barreled GN cannons on its shoulders, while providing more firepower, are redundant with the bazooka. It would be better to just dual-wield the bazookas. At first, Ian had been defensive when Huey started listing the Gundam's flaws. But as he listened to each pointed suggestion, his respect for Huey grew into outright admiration. Every single point hit the nail on the head. After talking for a while, Huey suddenly asked, "By the way, Mr. Ian, do I have my own custom machine? Or am I meant to rotate with them in the existing Gundams?" Chapter 8, The Gundam Racial. Well, we only found out you were coming today, so we're a bit unprepared, Ian admitted. But with your skill level, it'd be a proper waste not to give you a custom machine. The thing is, with a few taps, Ian pulled up the combat data he'd just compiled on Huey, comparing it to the stats of the 3 Meisters and all 4 existing Gundams, including the Exia. None of the 4 Gundams we have right now are a good fit for you, Ian concluded, pointing at a series of graphs. Looking at the data from those last few fights, you specialize in ultra-high-speed assaults with multi-target weapon systems, am I right? Spot on, Mr. Ian, Huey said, giving him a thumbs up. To have his piloting style nailed down so precisely from just a few simulations, and ones where Huey was deliberately holding back, proved Ian really knew his stuff. Right, so that's where it gets tricky, Ian continued, scratching his head in frustration. There is one machine that would be perfect for you, but it's got a lot of problems. For a start, it has no available solar furnace. It's just been in storage and maintenance since we salvaged it. And who knows if Veda would even approve us reactivating it. Can I see the files and data on it first? Huey asked. He had a hunch, but he couldn't be sure if it was the Gundam he was thinking of. Yeah, that's no problem. Ian tapped at the screen a few more times and pulled up a new file. It really is, Huey thought, his eyes lighting up as he stared at the data. The GNXXX Gundam Racial, a machine that had only ever appeared in the side story manga. It was also the first Gundam in the 00 universe to be equipped with funnels, or rather, GN bits. Huey had a massive soft spot for all-range wireless weapons like funnels and bits, so he'd fallen in love with the Racial the moment he saw it. But if he remembered correctly, this machine was supposed to be drifting derelict in space right now. Why was it here? So what do you think? Ian asked. If I wanted to pilot it, would I need to apply to Veda? That, and more importantly, we don't have a solar furnace for it, Ian said, looking pained. He could see Huey was already set on the Racial, but Celestial Being only had 5 GN drives in total. The one that wasn't here wasn't easy to get hold of, and there were no spares. Can't we just build one? The moment the words left his mouth, Huey regretted them. He'd completely forgotten that building a solar furnace wasn't exactly a walk in the park. It required the primordial particle, the egg of the universe, which could only be produced at the very moment before a substance underwent a phase transition under extreme gravity. GN particles were just a subtype of particle released by this egg. You had to seal those particles and add a control system to make a solar furnace. Facing Ian's deadpan stare, Huey quickly apologized. "My mistake, I got ahead of myself. How about this, Mr. Ian? You sort through the data and the suggestions we talked about and see if there are any other improvements we can make. I'll go and hit the books. I don't even know the basic theory behind GN particles yet. We can talk in more detail after that." "All right then." Ian could tell Huey hadn't given up on the idea. It looked like he and his wife were in for some late nights. Still, seeing how much Huey loved the Raciel made him feel it was all worth it. He'd been the one who argued against all opposition to salvage the machine back in the day. A month flew by. Huey's life fell into a grueling routine. Half the day training the 3 Gundam Meisters, the other half burying his head in books on GN theory. In the evenings, he had to find time to discuss Gundam upgrades with Ian and his wife. He was so knackered he didn't even have the energy for a bit of romance with his future missus. At the same time, he and Iolia were working together to refine the plan. And they had been joined by Sumeragi. As the tactical forecaster, Sumeragi naturally had clearance to access Veda. But the more she analyzed the data and the proposed next steps, the more she felt the whole thing stank. It was like some twisted game designed to drive everyone, friend and foe alike, completely mad. In her analysis, she saw the truth. If the war-torn world was a dark night, then Celestial Being was the only lamp burning in the blackness. It was designed to draw all eyes and all hatred onto itself, only to be extinguished in a final insane blaze. The 3 great powers of Earth, knowing that a next-generation MS like the Gundam existed, would stop at nothing to capture it. If one nation couldn't do it, they would band together, and in that desperate frenzy, their own conflicts would be burned away until they were fused into one. And just like that, war would be eradicated from the world. Celestial Being's goal would be achieved. But they would be the price of that peace. The sacrifices. The moment she realized the truth, Sumeragi went straight to Huey and told him everything. She was terrified. She was willing to fight to end war, but that didn't mean she wanted to die. Huey could only sigh. Was this another consequence of his butterfly effect? The Sumeragi from the original timeline, heartbroken and guilt-ridden over her boyfriend's death, had joined Celestial Being purely for atonement. But none of that had happened now. Her analytical skills were still at their peak, and she'd seen straight through the plan's facade. Left with no other choice, Huey had to take her to see Iolia, who told her the whole truth. She was relieved to learn that in the revised plan, they were only meant to retreat into the shadows, not die. But she was utterly shocked when she learned about Huey's true authority and the existence of phases 2 and 3. To make the plan more robust and to keep everyone in Celestial Being safer, the 3 of them, Huey, Sumeragi and Iolia, began to amend the original strategy. But in the process, Huey found another variable. "I'm telling you, old man, we've got a traitor in the organization," Huey said bluntly. "A traitor? Who?" Sumeragi asked, a note of panic in her voice. For a secret organization, a traitor was a devastating blow. A secret organization that lost its secret was just a lamb waiting for the slaughter. "Don't know yet, but have a look at this." Huey sent a copy of a supply ledger to Sumeragi. "There are multiple shipments of rare materials here with no destination accounted for. With this amount of gear, you could build 10, maybe 20 second-generation Gundams, easy. Everything but the solar furnaces, this is. We have to find out where these materials went. Otherwise, we could suffer a fatal blow at any time during the plan," Sumeragi said, biting her fingernails with worry. "Unnecessary, huh?" Huey and Sumeragi both looked at Iolia, confused. "I have always anticipated a traitor within the organization. To force the Earth into unification, there must be a sufficiently large stimulus. Only then can all the hatred and conflict be focused on us, and the traitor's existence acts as an amplifier, accelerating the world's distortion and speeding up the process." Huey mused, realizing it was true. In the original story, if the Trinity team hadn't shown up, the 4 Gundams would likely have been captured, and the pressure on the 3 blocks wouldn't have been enough. It was only when they realized the enemy had 7 Gundams that they felt truly threatened and began to unite. "But that's too dangerous. Can't we slow the plan down?" Sumeragi asked worriedly. "We do not have that much time. For all we know, our off-world dialogue partners may already be on their way," Huey scoffed to himself. On their way. They've been here for ages, mate, hiding out by Jupiter. And you built your main solar furnace production base right there on Jupiter. Talk about gutsy. He kept that thought to himself. Saying it out loud would cause a whole new world of problems. In that case, old man, even with me, celestial beings' forces aren't strong enough. I don't know about the Union and the AEU, but the HRL, we really don't need to be scared of them anymore. This time, all eyes were on Huey. Have a look at this. It's a rough recollection of some of the designs and plans I left behind. It's not complete, but it's enough. One look was all it took to nearly make the old man, Eolia, jump out of his coffin, cryopod. What on earth did you leave them? Sumeragi shrieked, her face a mask. OF Chinese letter. Eolia's virtual face was so dark it looked like it was about to drip ink. Well, I didn't know if I was gonna get an invite to Celestial Being, did I? Huey shrugged. The system gave him the mission to join, but there was no penalty for failure, and Celestial Being was taking its sweet time finding him. He wasn't one to leave his life in someone else's hands, so he just started strengthening his own side as if he wasn't going to join. And now, Wells, I've really gone and dug me own grave here. Your counter-proposal. Eolia didn't waste time scolding him. What was done. Finding a solution was what mattered. I've got a few ideas. First, I want to invite some new people to join Celestial Being. They'll act as a new set of observers to monitor our actions, and as our inside agents in the 3 blocks. They can also help prepare a few more escape routes if needed. Of course, only a very select few can know about them. The original observers and their families must be kept in the dark. It has to be a completely independent system. Second, we recruit one more Gundam Meister. With me added to the mix, even if it comes to the worst, we should be able to protect ourselves. Is that all? Eolia looked at him suspiciously. Well, actually, there is one tiny little request, Huey said, holding his thumb and forefinger about a centimeter apart. What are you planning? Eolia was instantly on guard. The look on the boy's face spelled trouble. Sumeragi, who knew him well, instinctively took a step back. Well, how about we go and build a few more solar furnaces? See, the new Meister's custom machine and my Racial don't have any, and the other 4 aren't even a standard spec. So we'll need to build 6 or 7 new, identical ones, and I'll… Oi. Get back here. I haven't finished yet. At the mention of building solar furnaces, a vein had begun to bulge on Eolia's virtual forehead. When he heard the number 6 or 7, his face had turned black as night. And when Huey demanded they all be a standard specification, Eolia simply ended the communication. He was afraid that if he listened any longer, even his consciousness would spit blood and die. Although the scientists who had originally researched the solar furnaces had all been silenced, the relevant technology was still preserved in Veda. But did this boy have any idea how many resources it took to make one trip to Jupiter? This old git, honestly, can't even let a bloke finish what he's saying. So rude, Huey muttered. Sumeragi covered her face with her hand, desperately trying to disown the shameless man who was her fiancé. She grabbed his ear and dragged him out of the comms room. Chapter 9. Tying up loose ends. Even though Eolia had hung up on him, refusing to agree to his final proposal, it didn't really matter. After all, Eolia himself was the one who had given Huey his rank and authority, wasn't he? So did his agreement actually matter? Besides, for all his bluster, Huey knew that even though he'd nearly made the old man have a virtual stroke, Eolia would eventually come around. And sure enough, the very next day, a directive came through from Veda. All of Huey's proposals had been approved. There was, however, a catch. Huey himself had to personally travel to Jupiter to oversee the construction of the new solar furnaces, and he had to be back within a year. How many he managed to bring back with him was down to his own ability. Reading the condition, Huey nearly coughed up a lung. How long had he even been with Celestial Being? And now they wanted him to build solar furnaces. He hadn't even got his head around the basic theory of GN particles yet. So sorry, Ian, my friend. I can only ask you to sacrifice yourself for the greater good. But before heading off to Jupiter, Huey and Sumeragi had to descend to Earth one last time. They needed to put his first proposal into motion before they could leave. The second proposal, to recruit a new Gundam Meister, had already been sent to Veda. Huey's candidate was the second Larkin, Lyle Dylandi, the current Meister's younger brother. His sniping skills were on par with his brother Neil's, but his ability in mid-range combat was even stronger. He was the perfect fit to fill a missing piece of the puzzle. Huey had briefly toyed with the idea of recommending Sergei or Graham, but he'd extinguished that thought as soon as it appeared. The reason was simple. Both of them were far too famous in their respective armies. Huey was a ghost now. The people who knew his face were either retired, dead, or tucked away in other secret departments. He'd been officially transferred to the Science Academy long ago, fading from public view. But if Sergei or Graham were to suddenly vanish, it would raise immediate suspicion. Besides, there was no guarantee they'd even agree. Graham probably would in a heartbeat. But Sergei, absolutely not. He had a family. And then there was the other thing. If he pinched Sergei and Graham, who would be left for the other side to fight with? They could just sweep the board, assuming of course that those shameless, no-holds-barred design plans of his hadn't been fully realized yet. That evening in a top-class hotel near the Federation University, a few very special guests arrived. "We've been expecting you, Professor Eifman, Mr. Katajiri," Wang Lume said, greeting the pair as they entered. "Right, where is the little sod?" Eifman asked, his voice low. "Mr. Stewart is waiting in the inner room. If you'll just follow me, please wait a moment. More guests have arrived." Wang Lume's gaze flickered to two new figures who had just walked through the door. Eifman and Billy followed her gaze. Their pupils contracted slightly. The new arrivals were also very big names indeed. "Director Wang, Mr. Smirnov. Welcome, and you are." Director Wang sized up Wang Lume, noting her youth. For her to be their designated greeter for a meeting of this importance meant she was far from an ordinary girl. "Yes," Wang Lume answered calmly. "I see." Once all four men had gathered, Wang Lume led them to a private lounge. "You little toa-rag. What are you doing back here so soon?" The moment they saw Huey, Director Wang and Professor Eifman scolded him in unison. If it had been anyone else, Huey would have fired back a retort instantly. But his two mentors, best to just stand there and take it. After getting a proper earful from the two of them, the final guest, Caddy Mannequin, arrived. The meeting could now officially begin. Huey started by telling the five of them everything he had learned over the past month, including Eolia's real, multi-stage plan. Then he laid out his own proposal for them. My word, Eolia Shenberg. A truly terrifying man, indeed. To see things 2 centuries ago that we still can't see now. Professor Eifman and Director Wang both sighed, a wave of defeat washing over them. There was always competition between researchers, but when it came to Eolia, they had to admit they were completely outclassed. "So what do you all think?" Huey asked. "Well, I never thought that in my lifetime I'd get to witness a moment of historical change like this. This is an invitation I simply cannot refuse," Director Wang declared first. Between the new technology of celestial being and the impending dialogue, there was no way he could say no. "I also accept this invitation. I can't possibly miss out on such an important moment. Besides, we're only responsible for supervising you lot. The risk isn't too great, is it?" Professor Eifman chuckled. With the 2 highest-ranking men in agreement, the other 3 naturally wouldn't refuse. In truth, anyone with a shred of ambition would have jumped at the chance. It was an opportunity to be a witness to history. "But Huey, my boy," Director Wang said with a sly grin, completely ignoring Professor Eifman's presence, or rather deliberately trying to pull him into his camp. "That little something you promised me, you haven't delivered yet, have you?" "Promised you something." "What? It's not a solar furnace, is it? You little sod. I'm your teacher too, aren't I? How come there's nothing for me? Have you forgotten I'm your teacher?" Huey, who was already hunched over from the first telling off, shot a weary, resentful look at Director Wang. He tried his best to placate the 2 old men. "Professors, what can I do? Look, I haven't even got my own head around the theory of solar furnaces and GN particles yet. As soon as I get back, I have to leave for Jupiter, and I won't be back for a year. Besides, even if I gave you the tech now, could you even keep a lid on it? The second the HRL and the union found out, your student here would be properly done for." After much cajoling, he finally managed to calm the 2 professors down. He then turned to chat with Billy, Sergei, and Caddy. "I'm telling you, mate, you're playing with some serious fire this time. Are you really not afraid of dying?" Sergei said, his voice low and full of concern. "Heh, you should be proud. Your little brother is a pioneer of world reformation. get stuffed. I'd rather you stayed at home as a layabout. I promised Dad I'd look after you. Is it my fault I'm so brilliant, TCH? If we meet on the battlefield, don't expect me to hold back. Yeah, you say that as if you could beat me. By the way, Marion, Billy interjected, not wanting to be completely forgotten. Your plan really is incredibly risky, isn't it? Well, it involves changing the world and talking to aliens. It wouldn't be right if it wasn't risky, Huey said with a shake of his head. Even back when he'd first watched the anime, he'd thought the whole plan was outrageously precarious. What if Celestial Being had been wiped out in the first season? Who would have dealt with the A-laws? If Setsuna had died halfway through, who would have completed the dialogue? Pure strain innovators weren't hard to find, but finding another one as pure as Setsuna would be impossible. But now, being in the thick of it, he understood. It wasn't that they didn't want to take it slow. It was that they simply didn't have the time. On the other side of the room, the two best friends were having a private chat. I was wondering why you suddenly retired, Caddy said. Turns out you joined such a dangerous project, Kyujo. To be honest, even if this hadn't happened, I was planning to leave the AEU. I'd already made plans to move to the HRL. Sounds like you. Bold but with meticulous planning. Good at surprise attacks. Well, if I was as cautious as you, analyzing every pro and con, I never would have succeeded, would I? Kyujo. Caddy's face flushed red again and she yelped, momentarily drawing everyone's attention. Mortified, she apologized to the room before glaring daggers at Sumeragi. Sumeragi stuck her tongue out playfully, then asked, by the way, Caddy, have you made up your mind yet? Kujo tilde, ahaha, I didn't say anything. Sumeragi knew she couldn't push Caddy any further or she might actually snap. HMPH. You'd better watch your back on the battlefield. Otherwise, I won't miss my chance, Caddy said, turning her head away haughtily. Oh, a dangerous glint flashed in Sumeragi's eyes. I didn't realize your ambition was quite so large. She had originally thought about getting an ally to help her handle that beast of a man, while also looking out for her best friend's feelings. But it turned out her friend wasn't interested in sharing. She was planning a hostile takeover. So you'd better stay alive. Aren't you worried he'll be in danger? He's a frontline combatant, the man who caught my eye. As if he could die that easily, you. Kartai tilde. Late into the night, the group dispersed. The objective of their trip to Earth was complete. Huey and Sumeragi had to return to space immediately. Whether it was tactical drills, refining the plan, or preparing for the trip to Jupiter, everything was urgent. Tyria was right, they didn't have much time. Mr. Stewart, I find myself more and more curious about you, Wang Liu-mei said, taking advantage of a moment while Sumeragi was in the restroom. Can't have that, little miss, Huey teased. Don't you know it's dangerous for a woman to be too curious about a man? Oh, and is Mr. Stewart planning on doing something to me? Wang Liu-mei asked, feigning an innocent look, her large, watery eyes blinking up at him. Hey, not a chance. Never mind the fact I'm engaged. I'm not interested in little kids who are still wet behind the ears. With that, Huey had stepped on a landmine. Even a young girl hates it when a man belittles her looks or figure, especially a man she's interested in. Ahaha, don't be angry now. You're still young, the future is bright, he said quickly, seeing her little face puff out like a hamster's cheeks. HMPH. Don't think I'll forgive you that easily. Didn't I just apologize? HMPH. All right. What do you want? Let me think, I've got it. Next time you're on Earth, how about you spend the day with me, just the two of us? Forget it. Even though Sumeragi wouldn't think anything of it, I can't give her any reason to get the wrong idea. Huey refused flatly. Oh. In other words, as long as Miss Sumeragi agrees, it would be fine. Aren't you missing the point here? I understand. Miss Sumeragi is coming back and your transport has arrived. I shall take my leave first. I wish you a pleasant journey, oi. Wait, what's she on about? Huey scratched his head, completely baffled. What's wrong? Where's Wang Liu-mei? Sumeragi asked as she returned. She left. Said our transport is here. Well then, let's go. Yeah. Sumeragi linked her arm through Huey's, holding on especially tightly. After they got back, they would be separated for a whole year. She wanted to cherish every last second. Miss you, Hang Long. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Yes, miss. Wang Liu-mei stared out of the car window at the passing scenery, a faint smile playing on her lips from time to time as she thought of something very, very interesting. Chapter 10, A Baptism of Fire. A year flashed by in the blink of an eye. Huey, along with the husband and wife engineering team he'd effectively kidnapped, returned safely to Heavenly Palace City. He was also accompanied by the root cause of his year-long suffering, the fourth person to return with them, Ian and Linda's newborn daughter, Milner. Huey bitterly regretted his decision. Why had he brought the couple to Jupiter instead of just Ian? It meant that for the past year, he hadn't even needed to eat proper meals. He was force-fed a daily diet of their lovey-dovey nonsense until he was fit to burst. And that was one thing, but they were on a critical mission. What was the meaning of you two making a baby out here? And if you're going to make one, you can look after it yourselves. Why did I have to be the bloody nanny? By all rights, Milner should have been 5 years old by now. Why was she only just being born? Unable to figure it out, Huey could only chalk up all these changes to the butterfly effect, quantum mechanics, parallel universes and all that rubbish. But it was fine now. The year of hell was finally over. The moment he stepped off the ship, a slender figure threw herself into his arms, holding him tight. Welcome home. There were no grand speeches or promises of forever, just 3 simple words. But they were filled with an endless, aching longing and a deep, profound love. I'm back, holding the love of his life in his arms. All the frustration and weariness in Huey's heart evaporated. He felt that every sacrifice had been worth it. The others didn't dare disturb the beautiful scene, quietly getting on with the work of unloading the cargo. It was only when they were nearly finished that Huey and Sumeragi finally separated. So how did it go? The tender moment was over, now it was time for business. Sumeragi got straight to the point. Not bad, Huey said, a proud grin spreading across his face. He turned and gestured to the fruits of his and the Vashti's year-long labor. I've completely got my head around the theory of GN particles and solar furnaces now. And also 7 of them. Even Sumeragi couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. According to Veda calculations, if the 3 of them managed to bring back 3 solar furnaces, the resources consumed by the trip to Jupiter would have been recouped. To have more than doubled that amount, it was an absolutely massive win. Yep, 7, Huey said, puffing out his chest. And they are the latest models. GN particle dispersal range, purity, power output, concentration, they're superior to the old models in every way. Do you have the specific data? Sumeragi asked. I do. I'll send it to you in a bit. Any issues worth noting this past year? None. The world is still the same old mess. No big wars but endless small ones. Veda predicts that the conflicts will reach their peak in 3 years' time. That's when the plan will begin, 3 years, eh? That's a bit tight, Huey started calculating in his head. Upgrading the 5 existing Gundams, designing and building 1 new one, training the Meisters, getting them adapted to new gear and machines. I get it. Good. Let's go to the briefing room. There are 2 people I want you to meet. All right, Huey nodded. He had a pretty good idea who they would be. The entire Celestial Being team was gathered in the briefing room. Seeing the 2 familiar yet unfamiliar faces, Huey's guess was confirmed. Let me introduce you, Sumeragi began, addressing Huey first. These 2 are Setsuna F. Seiei and Snipe Stratos, Larkin's younger brother. They are both Gundam Meisters. She then turned to the newcomers. And this is Marion Stewart, also a Gundam Meister, as well as our MS designer. The Setsuna of this era looked incredibly young, and hadn't yet opened his heart to outsiders. He just gave a curt nod. Lyle, on the other hand, was a right friendly bloke, greeting him with enthusiasm. Ah, so we finally meet in the flesh, Mr. Stewart, he said, extending a hand. I'm Snipe Stratos, but I'd rather you just call me Lyle. Nice to meet you, Lyle. Huey took his hand, not bothering to ask if Lyle was his real name. He just treated as another code name. Haha, you're just like they say you are, Mr. Stewart. Easy to get on with. With you around, no wonder Miss Sumeragi has no eyes for anyone else, Lyle said with a look of mock regret. Oh, what's this? You want to have a go? Huey understood the implication immediately, a wicked smile playing on his lips. I'd be honored if you'd show me what you've got, Mr. Stewart, Lyle said, his expression turning serious. I've seen the records and the data from your simulations, but I want to experience it for myself. At that, Setsuna also stepped forward, indicating he wanted to participate too. Fine, Huey agreed. It'll be a good chance to observe your fighting styles. It'll help with modifying your machines. No sooner said than done, the group headed back to the familiar simulation room. Naturally, Lyle was the first to go up against Huey. The moment the battle started, Huey could tell Lyle had done his homework. He was familiar with Huey's combat style, but being familiar with it and being able to counter it were two very different things. Lyle was defeated in under half an hour. Still, Huey's initial assessment of him was very high. This was the man who, in the second season, would be capable of taking down Ali Al-Sashe, and Huey realized that having him take over his brother's role as a dedicated sniper was a criminal waste of his talent. Lyle's mobile combat shooting ability was far superior to his long-range sniping. Just imagine it, his brother Neil providing pinpoint sniper cover while Lyle danced around him, cleaning up any enemies that got too close. Or Lyle leading a frontal assault with Neil hidden in the distance, providing cover fire. They would be the ultimate dream team. Recruiting him early had been an absolutely brilliant decision. Next up was Setsuna, and Setsuna's skill level, how to put it. Was it disappointing? Or was it exactly as unimpressive as he'd expected? His accuracy with a gun couldn't hold a candle to his accuracy when throwing a GN beam saber. His movements were too straightforward. The moment a fight turned into a stalemate, he'd get impulsive and rush in, obsessed with close-quarters combat. As a result, Setsuna broke the record for the fastest simulated takedown, losing in just 15 minutes. When he emerged from the simulator, he was utterly crushed. He couldn't imagine how the Gundam, the angel he worshipped, could have been shot down so quickly. Relax, Setsuna, Huey said, offering words that weren't very comforting at all. You've only just started piloting an MS. It's normal to get shot down. Setsuna looked up at Huey, then turned and walked away without another word. Oi, wait. We haven't done the debrief yet, Huey called after his retreating back. Hey, let him have a minute, Mr. Stuart, the Dylandi brothers said, stepping in. That was a bit of a big blow for the kid. We'll bring him round later, I suppose so. I've got something to report to Veda anyway. We'll do it later. By the way, Lyle, that machine you were using in the simulation, it wasn't one of the existing Gundams, was it? Is it new? That's right, Lyle confirmed. The GN006 Gundam Cherudum. It was built after I arrived. It's not quite finished yet, just waiting for you lot to get back. Is that so good? That saves a lot of time. I'll finalize the upgrade plan with Ian within a week. If any of you have any requests, get them to us beforehand. Okay, cheers, we're counting on you, Mr. Stuart, the four Meisters agreed. In the familiar, silent confines of Comms Room 001, all external communications completely blocked, Huey came face to face with Eolia for the first time in a year. I am aware of the situation. You have performed exceptionally well. Even Eolia hadn't expected Huey to return with 7 solar furnaces, all of a standard specification, and all upgraded from the original design. We can talk about that later, old mans. Right now we're in serious danger, Huey said. As he spoke, his eyes changed. A 7-colored light swirled within them, then vanished in an instant. Oh, so you have discovered it, yeah. And I nearly wet myself when I did, Huey replied, the memory still chilling him to the bone. Jupiter, the hiding place of the ELS. For whatever reason, they were all dormant right now, but they were a colossal powder keg, just waiting for a spark. Having lived for a year in an environment saturated with high-purity, high-density GN particles, Huey had naturally evolved into a pure-strain innovator. But he couldn't control his quantum brainwaves yet, so he kept his innovator state suppressed. The moment he'd first awakened, his brainwaves had instantly picked up the teeming, endless mass of ELS hidden within Jupiter, and the sensation had almost scared him to death. Even someone without claustrophobia would be overwhelmed by it. Luckily, he'd managed to retract his brainwaves quickly and had spent the rest of the year cooped up in a shielded room. Otherwise, the ELS might have been woken up ahead of schedule. Until he could control them, Huey wouldn't be using his innovator abilities lightly. Here, he didn't have to worry about the ELS, but his brainwaves could connect to the thoughts and emotions of others. With a few people, it was manageable. But in a crowd, the massive influx of external emotions flooding his brain would turn him into a gibbering wreck. As it stood, he wasn't even a complete innovator yet. His physical abilities and senses were enhanced, but his quantum brainwaves were uncontrollable, and his tolerance for them was still low. Yes, that is precisely why I formulated the celestial being plan. Humanity does not have much time left. According to Veda calculations, in 3 centuries, the alien lifeforms hidden at Jupiter will awaken, and the two sides will make contact. And yet humanity is still busy slaughtering itself. It is foolish. All right, calm down, old man. You've got us, haven't you? But I suggest you have better run the calculations again. Add in the variables for the speed of innovator awakening and the rate of quantum brainwave proliferation. Those things are drawn to brainwaves. The timeline is going to be a lot shorter. I will see to it. Right then. I'm off. Got work to do. Looks like there's no rest for the wicked. The communication ended. Huey went straight to the hangar and found Ian and Linda, and they immediately began work on the upgrade plans for the 6 Gundams. This is the preliminary plan Linda and I came up with for the Dynams, Kyrios, Virtue and Raciel, Ian said, handing Huey a datapad. See if there's anything you want to change. Huey looked it over. It was the result of their discussions over the past year. Once the 3 Meisters confirmed it, they could begin. The next step was to finalize the initial upgrade plans for the Cherubim and the Exir. Chapter 11, The Curtain Rises. It was a long 3 years and a short 3 years. In the secret celestial being colony, Heavenly Palace City, 1 week before the plan was scheduled to officially begin, young Huey and his team finally completed all their preparations. First, the upgrades to the machines. There were general enhancements across the board. All the Gundams were fitted with the new, standardized solar furnaces. Their joints were reinforced, and their cockpits were converted to full-surround spherical monitors. Each was now equipped with 2 beam sabers and a GN field generator, capable of creating a temporary particle shield for emergencies, though the energy drain was immense, so it couldn't be used constantly. The Exir's combined GN sword and handgun was replaced with a pair of 3-in-1 composite weapon systems, each integrating a GN shield, a GN handgun, and a GN sword, which it now dual-wielded. The planned GN long and short swords were scrapped in favor of 6 GN throwing daggers, attached to retractable E-carbon steel wires for recovery. The Dynams' biggest change was in the cockpit. Not only was it now a spherical monitor system, but the old, clunky sniping scope was gone, replaced with a streamlined interface that no longer required Larkin to take his hands off the controls and rely on Harrow to fly the machine during targeting. The external weaponry was largely unchanged, but the add-on GN shields were removed, replaced by a new camouflage membrane generator, allowing the Dynams to become a true, invisible angel of death. The Cherubim, Lyle's new ride, was armed not with a sniper rifle, but with 2 powerful GN rifles that could be connected front to back to form a long-range rifle, much like the Strike Freedoms. It had an external GN shield which housed 2 heavy GN handguns, its primary role being to protect the Dynams. The Kyrios' entire structure was overhauled, eliminating useless empty space to give the frame a tighter, more compact feel. 2 GN cannons were mounted on its back. The impractical shield and pincer combo was chucked out, replaced by dual-wielded composite gun shields. Triple GN missile launchers were added to its legs, and a universal hardpoint was left on its tail for optional equipment like missile pods or booster packs. The Virtue, already fitted with new E-carbon armor, had its high-output GN bazooka replaced with 2 GN cannons that could combine to form an even more powerful cannon, a nod to the Wing Zero. Its shoulder cannons were swapped for rapid-fire GN guns to fend off high-mobility attackers who got too close, and it had 2 smaller, foldable GN cannons on its waist. It was now quite simply a mobile fortress. And finally, there was Huey's Gundam Raciel. Tailored to Huey's unique combat style, the new Raciel had no need for a GN shield. The concept of the GN Cepher support craft was also scrapped. Its original single solar furnace was upgraded to a twin drive system. While Huey had no intention of becoming the pioneer himself, the power of a synchronized twin drive was immense. Although there were still some technical kinks to iron out, only a twin furnace machine would allow Huey to sustain his combat style for long periods in a massive free-for-all. For weaponry, it dual-wielded GN submachine guns. 32 GN bits were mounted on its back, fanning out like a pair of deadly mechanical wings, 16 shield-type bits, each housing a gun-type bit. In addition to the GN beam saber hidden in each wrist, it also carried 2 solid GN longswords at its waist, a trump card for dealing with enemy GN fields in the future. It all sounded powerful enough to mop the floor with the 3 great powers. But this was still the nerfed version. If time hadn't been so tight, and if Eolia hadn't objected, Huey would have made them even more ridiculously overpowered. The goal of Phase 1 is to focus the world's conflict on ourselves, not to annihilate them, the old man had insisted. Even with this configuration, Huey still worried that it would all go pear-shaped once the three powers got their hands on pseudo-solar furnaces. He knew exactly what his own designs, the Vanguard and the Praetorian, were capable of. So with the Gundam upgrades done, Huey set his sights on the Ptolemy. Which Muppet decided that a transport ship doesn't need weapons? Is their head full of actual shit? Was Huey's first comment upon seeing the vessel. The argument that its GN particles would jam all radar signals, making it undetectable, almost made him want to smash the datapad into the face of whoever wrote it. A warship with no weapons is just a giant flying coffin. Undetectable. What a joke. Huey himself could think of more than one way to find it. Sergei's classic tactic of scattering thousands of tiny communicators across a WIDE Chinese letter was a perfect example. The moment a patch of them went silent, you knew something was there. So Huey, along with Ian and Linda, completely rebuilt the Ptolemy. Its overall structure was redesigned, separating the main bridge from a secondary combat bridge, similar to the Minerva. The detachable hangars were scrapped in favor of a large, internal hangar with 3 launch catapults to get the Gundams out in the shortest possible time. For armament, it now boasted 6 large GN cannons, 10 small GN cannons, 8 flat-type GN cannons, and an untold number of GN rapid-fire Sirius modules, GN torpedo tubes and GN missile launchers. It was also fitted with a large-scale GN field generator, an optical camouflage system, and, as a final ace in the hole for getting out of trouble, the still-sealed transom system. The new ship was 359 meters long, more than double its original 154. Seeing the new specs and the bristling armaments, Eolia had demanded, "Are you sure that's a transport ship and not a cruiser?" To which Huey had replied, "Better to be safe than sorry, eh? We can always hold back a bit." Not wanting to die, Huey armed himself to the teeth. His philosophy was simple. If you're the one who gets to decide the upper limit, then there's no need to have a lower one. Even Sumeragi was speechless when she saw the final data. With this kind of firepower, it didn't look like they were planning an armed intervention. It looked like they were about to declare war on all 3 global powers. She had to throw out all her meticulously crafted plans and start from scratch, re-evaluating the balance of power to figure out where they needed to pull their punches, and by how much. After 3 solid days and nights of frantic work, the new plan was finally ready, at which point she dragged Huey into their room and subjected him to some harsh sanctions of her own. With the equipment sorted, there was the matter of the Meister's piloting skills. Under Huey's relentless and unforgiving training regime, all 5 of them improved dramatically. There would be no repeat of embarrassing incidents like the Exir nearly being dismantled by a flag, or having its head ripped off by a Tyran. Perhaps because they had all suffered together, their teamwork and coordination were now on a completely different level. There would be no more getting in each other's way or fighting without any cohesion. To prevent the infighting that had plagued the team in the original story, Huey took the initiative and revealed everyone's true identities to each other. On the battlefield, they were the closest of comrades. He didn't expect them to take a bullet for each other, but he absolutely would not tolerate any backstabbing. At first, the Dailandi brothers couldn't accept Setsuna's past, as their parents and younger sister had been killed by the very same terrorist group he'd once belonged to. But when they learned that Setsuna had also been a brainwashed child soldier, and had even been forced to kill his own parents, they saw his true heart and forgave him. Tyria initially objected, arguing that Meister identities were a top-level secret to protect the others if one was captured. But after a conversation with Veda, he accepted Huey's reasoning. And so, under Huey's tutelage, Tyria started to develop a human touch a little ahead of schedule. Congratulations! Finally, there was Alleluia. His past as a super soldier earned him a sliver of sympathy from the others, but only a sliver. To put it bluntly, which of the Gundam Meisters didn't have a tragic past? Even Tyria was an artificial innovator, created for the sole purpose of executing the plan. His entire life was the mission, beyond that there was nothing. Huey guessed that it was only because he eventually gained a human heart that he was able to awaken as a true innovator. As of now, all the preparations that could be made were made. Whether they would succeed or fail, live or die, was still an unknown. But Huey firmly believed that he could get everyone through it alive. A week later, Huey descended to Earth and was met at the HRL's Heavenly Pillar by Wang Liu Mei. "Long time no see, Mr. Stewart." "Yo, long time no see, little lady. You're looking more beautiful than ever." "Hee hee, thank you for the compliment. Please come with me, Mr. Stewart." "The car is ready." "Right." Huey followed her to the car. On the way to the temporary base, he asked, "Is everything arranged?" "All arranged. The two Gundam Meisters and their machines have arrived safely and are awaiting the start of the mission. Your machine has also been received. It's in the secret underground hangar at the residence. Are you sure it's secure?" "Positive. It's a private island that I purchased personally. Everyone on the island is one of my most trusted retainers." "Tusk. You filthy rich girls, you flatter me. All of this could be yours if you wished." "No, thank you." "Hee, Mr. Stewart, you're so cruel. Haven't I made my intentions obvious enough?" As she spoke, Wang Liu Mei leaned against Huey, her body pressing closer and closer. "Ahem. Are you trying to get me locked up?" Huey said, gently pushing her away. "Oh, does Mr. Stewart mean that if I was willing it would be okay?" "No, I didn't." "Stop putting words in my mouth." Hee, you're so cute when you're like this, Mr. Stewart. You. Huey was so exasperated he could barely speak, but he couldn't bring himself to be truly harsh with her. He could only fume in impotent rage. This girl was definitely getting prettier and a lot more brazen. Teasing a normal man in his 20s like this, it was practically entrapment. This was not good. Lord, give me strength. After a long journey over land and sea, Huey arrived at Wang Liu Mei's private island. He made his way down to the underground hangar, and there, standing before his completed Gundam Raciel, he felt a surge of pride swell in his chest. "To think in my past life I was just a nerd, and now I'm a Gundam pilot. Mr. Stewart," Wang Liu Mei said from beside him. "A message has arrived from Miss Sumeragi. The Celestial Being Plan will officially commence tomorrow at 0900 hours. "Right," Huey said, a slow grin spreading across his face. "Tell the audience they can take their seats. The show's about to begin." Chapter 12, making a scene at the AEU military proving grounds near their orbital elevator. A storm of Vulcan cannon fire raged, peppering the air with shells. A single green mobile suit weaved and danced through the gaps in the barrage, its linear rifle cracking as it picked off designated targets one by one. Ooh, came the murmurs of approval from the specially invited guests in the viewing stands, all marveling at the machine's outstanding performance. Billy Katagiri, though one of the guests, was different. He watched with a calm detachment, as if he knew exactly how this was all going to play out. "The AAU enact," someone next to him mused. "Their first solar-powered machine, is it?" "The AAU fell behind in the orbital elevator race," another added. "So they're trying to claw back some prestige with their mobile suits, I expect." "Oi, are you sure you should be here?" Billy whispered playfully to the man beside him, Graham Aker, an ace from the M-SWAD unit, just casually loitering about. He said it with a concerned tone, but there wasn't a hint of genuine worry on his face. If Graham hadn't snuck over for an event like this, he wouldn't be Graham Aker. "Of course it's a problem," Graham replied, bold as brass. "Heh," Billy just chuckled and let it drop, turning the conversation back to the new machine. "Still, you've got to hand it to the AEU, they've got some nerve. Holding their big reveal on the same day as the HRL's 10th anniversary celebrations. Here's a funny thought," Graham scoffed. "I'd love to know if the top brass at the AEU have their heads screwed on right. That bloke left the HRL with quite a few presents before he left, you know. Their MS technology is already miles ahead of the Union and the AEU. Challenging the HRL in the MS arena, they're just asking for pasting. Not even the flag could compete," Billy asked with a smile. Carl Graham grimaced. "It pains me to admit it, but that guy really has a knack for MS design. But then that's why we have you, isn't it?" he said, looking at Billy with sudden seriousness. "Best not to get your hopes up too high with me," Billy said with a weary smile. He hated to admit it, but Huey's mastery of MS design was on a completely different level. Back when he was just a student, only able to make minor tweaks to a machine, Huey was already leading the HRL's mobile suit development into a new era. Haha, no need to get down in the dumps, Billy, Graham said, clapping him on the shoulder. For a normal person, you're already brilliant, and he's not a normal person. Billy raised an eyebrow. Have you ever met a normal person who can design an MS and be an ace pilot at the same time? Billy had no answer to that. Graham had him there. But back to the matter at hand, Graham said with a smirk. What do you make of the AAU's new toy? What do I make of it? It's a shoddy knockoff of the flag, isn't it? Aside from a few unique cosmetic touches, is there any real difference? Billy said with undisguised contempt. Shoddy bootleggers. That's his style, all right, Graham nodded in complete agreement. Oi, you too. I can hear you. Suddenly, the Enact's external comms crackled to life, interrupting their chat. The cockpit opened and the pilot emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at them. What did you just say? Answer me. Oi, seems the microphone performance is excellent, Graham noted without a shred of shame. Billy, on the other hand, had the decency to look embarrassed at being caught slagging them off. Just then, Billy glanced at his watch, then up at the sky. He spotted it, a tiny, almost unnoticeable speck of light falling fast. It's starting, what is? Graham heard his friends murmur and looked at him, confused. 240,082. Exir has visual on the target location. GN particle dispersal will be complete upon arrival. Setsuna's report came through as the main screen zoomed in on the Enact, standing proudly in the center of the exercise yard. Target confirmed. As per the plan, Phase 1 will now commence. As it descended, the Gundam Exir was finally picked up by AEU radar. The test pilot was immediately notified. Oh, an unidentified machine. Why now of all times, screech. The radio signal was drowned out by a piercing wave of static. He cut the comms and looked up. The Exir was now low enough to be seen with the naked eye. Here it comes. Even though Billy knew the entire plan in advance, he couldn't help but feel a knot of tension in his stomach. The first step in changing the world was about to be taken right here. Graham saw it too. The other international guests were murmuring, assuming the descending machine was another of the AEU's demonstration units. But Graham knew better. The shape, the armaments, they were completely different. And then there were the strange, glowing particles it was shedding from its back. The Gundam Exir landed opposite the Enact, standing motionless. Oi, oi, who are you with? Unions? The HRL. Well, doesn't matter who you are, you're trespassing now. Don't think you're getting out of here in one piece. The test pilot jumped back into his cockpit, grabbed the Enact's sonic blade and charged. Remember my name, Patrick Carlusser of the AEU. You're about to become a footnote on my list of achievements. The Enact closed the distance, its vibrating blade just moments from plunging into the Exir's armor. And then the Gundam's eyes flashed green. Gundam Exir. Commencing target expulsion. The GN sword on its right arm sprang to life. A single silver glint flashed through the air, and the Enact's arm, still clutching the sonic blade, was sent flying into the sky. What's Patrick in his cockpit, the commanders in the control room, the guests who hadn't had time to evacuate, they all cried out in shock. The Exir's speed was blinding, easily more than double that of the Enact. And this wasn't some mass-produced grunt suit, it was a high-spec prototype. To be so completely outclassed by an unknown machine was unthinkable. Patrick completely lost his nerve. He fired his rifle wildly, but the Exir danced around every shot. Its twin GN swords wove a deadly pattern, and in moments, the Enact was carved into a limbless torso. Gundam Exir, such terrifying performance that Guy really wasn't joking. Billy didn't even realize he was speaking out loud, a manic excitement gripping him. It was one thing to see the data, but to see a Gundam in the flesh, it was an entirely different feeling. For any pilot or MS researcher, the sight would set their heart ablaze. What Billy also didn't realize was that his mutterings hadn't escaped Graham's notice. He saw the strange light in his friend's eyes, the way his hands were clenched. Billy, what is it? Graham's voice pulled Billy out of his excited trance. But when he saw the serious, questioning expression on his friend's face, he knew he'd messed up. I think, Graham said slowly, his eyes boring into Billy's, we need to have a proper chat. There's no need for that, is there? Oh yes, Graham replied. There is. Exir Phase 1 complete. Proceeding to Phase 2, the report was concise. The Gundam launched itself from the ground and streaked towards the AEU's orbital elevator. leaving the pursuing squadron of AEU Hellions to eat its dust. It reached the towering structure in no time. As the Exia decelerated, not only did the pursuers finally catch up, but an entire MS contingent hidden within the elevator itself was deployed. As expected, the AEU has hidden more forces within the pillar than the treaty allows. Setsuna weaved through the enemy fire, looking for an opening. But he wasn't a natural at aerial gunfights. His twin swords were a dead giveaway that his specialty was close combat, and the AEU Hellion squadrons swarmed him relentlessly, refusing to let him get near. The Exia's armor was shockingly tough, but they were confident that if they could just keep it tied down, they could eventually overwhelm it, maybe even capture it. If that is, the Exia had been alone. 2 lances of pink light erupted from the cloud cover below, vaporizing 2 Hellions instantly. The sudden attack threw the AAU formation into chaos, giving Setsuna the opening he needed. With sniper support from the Dynams and Cherudim on the ground, the 3 Hellion squads were quickly mopped up. Phase 2 complete. That was boring, Neil, Lyle complained over their private comm. Come on now, Lyle, don't be like that, Larkin replied, his voice calm and steady. It's the first mission. They had no idea what we were capable of, so it's normal they wouldn't take us seriously. Besides, we achieved our objective, didn't we? I suppose you're right. Meanwhile, the Ptolemy was running silent in orbit. Despite their constant training, a real mission was different. The bridge crew was tense, all except Sumeragi, who was calmly sipping a drink. Oh, Miss Sumeragi, you're drinking. You're kidding me. What's the problem? I just make the plans. You lot are the ones who have to carry them out. If only Mr. Stewart were here. He could keep you in line, I'd count that out. If he were here, we'd have 2 drunks instead of 1. Amidst the idle chatter, no one stopped doing their jobs. The catapult decks slid open, revealing the Kyrios and the Virtue, primed and ready for launch. Phase 3 commence. Kyrios, Virtue, you are cleared for launch. Understood. Kyrios, beginning pursuit of target. Virtue, commencing bombardment of target. The electromagnetic catapults whined as they charged to full power. With a powerful thud, the 2 Gundams were fired into the blackness of space. The faster Kyrios shot ahead, with the heavy firepower Virtue following close behind, its speed deceptively high for such a bulky machine. Go on then, Gundam Meisters, Sumeragi murmured, watching their shrinking forms on the main screen. Make celestial beings debut a spectacularly messy one. Chapter 13. This is only the beginning. At the Human Reform League's orbital elevator, the Heavenly Pillar, an alarm blared through the defense station's shield network for the 3rd time that shift. Most of the crew dismissed it as more space debris. It happened every day after all. But thankfully, one sharp-eyed observer noticed that this particular piece of debris had an unusually large mass. His commander, a cautious man, took the report seriously. With the 10th anniversary celebrations for the solar power grid in full swing, the space station was packed with foreign dignitaries and top military brass. There was no room for cock-ups. It was the diligence of these 2 men that led to the discovery of the terrorists, hiding amongst the floating junk. Requesting emergency scramble of 3rd Defense Squadron. We must shoot them down. Alarms wailed through the orbital station, red lights flashing relentlessly. Mobile suit pilots scrambled, sprinting to their machines. Sergei, who happened to be on site, rushed to the command center. He knew this was part of the plan, but the reality of a terrorist attack still sent a jolt of alarm through him. If the celebration was hit, it wouldn't just be an international embarrassment. It would throw the entire HRL into chaos. AIU Hellions. Sergei, though, seeing the enemy signatures. The AIU is getting more brazen by the day. This world really is twisted. It truly is time for a change. A squad of 3 Tyran space types launched in a frantic scramble, so rushed they hadn't even had time to change their loadouts. Although the Tyrans' mobility had long since surpassed the Hellions thanks to Huey's upgrade plans, they were already a step behind. The handful of enemy suits were using the solar power facility as cover, preventing the Tyran pilots from firing freely. They couldn't catch them in time. Enemy is in firing position. Enemy missiles have launched. Direct hit imminent. No time to intercept. The 2 reports, coming just seconds apart, plunged the command center into despair. All they could do was watch the missiles grow closer on the screen, waiting for death to arrive. Then 3 lances of pink light like savior meteors tore through the blackness of space. They struck the 3 missiles head-on, detonating them in silent, brilliant flashes. What happened? Before anyone could figure it out, the Gundam Kyrios, trailing a wake of emerald GN particles, shot past the stunned Tyran pilots at a speed they could only dream of, heading straight for the terrorists. Miss Sumeraga's forecasting is as sharp as ever. Kyrios beginning pursuit of target, Alleluia exclaimed, his cockpit monitor already locking onto the two rearmost Hellions. The savior beams lanced out again from the Kyrios' lower abdomen, striking the two machines and making them blossom into beautiful fireworks against the void. The last Hellion, however, was now closing fast on the Heavenly Pillar's command section. A suicide attack. These terrorists really are scum, Alleluia muttered. Even at the Kyrios' top speed, he couldn't get in front of it in time to intercept. And if he fired from here, the beam would go straight through the Hellion and gut the station behind it. But he wasn't helpless. He wasn't fighting alone. Tyria, at his call, the colossal Gundam Virtue suddenly appeared from beneath the command section, positioning itself directly between the station and the attacker. A wave of high-density GN particles instantly jammed all nearby radar equipment. Gundam Virtue, destroying the target. The two GN cannons on its chest combined. There was a blinding flash, and a beam of immense thickness completely engulfed the Hellion, leaving not even a scrap of debris behind. Phase 3 complete. That was a bit of overkill, Tyria, Alleluia commented dryly over the comms. Miss Sumeraga's instructions were to make our debut a magnificent declaration of our existence. Tyria replied, his face expressionless. I concur. Coming from anyone else, it might have been a joke. From Tyria, it was a simple statement of fact. Honestly, you two. One of you dares to say it, and the other one dares to do it, Alleluia sighed. It was just a Hellion. He didn't even need the GN cannons. The rapid-fire guns would have been enough. But no, Tyria had to use his finishing move. Magnificent indeed. Their mission over, the two Gundams wasted no time, breaking from the battlefield at top speed and heading back to the Ptolemy to await their next orders. In the face of the Gundam's speed, the Tyrans could only eat their dust, losing sight of them completely in a matter of moments. Captain, what on earth was that? No idea, the captain replied just as baffled. Save the recording. We'll hand it over to Intel and let them figure it out. Sergei arrived in the command center just as the radar systems came back online. He saw the battle recording sent back from the Tyran squad and couldn't help but marvel. The Gundams, their performance was unmatched by any current mobile suit. Not even the Praetorian could compete. Huey, he thought, you really have created some monsters. Back on Earth, on Wang Liu Mei's private island, Huey hadn't gone to the Heavenly Pillar celebrations. He'd stayed behind with her, watching the first mission unfold via a remote link. Truly worthy of the name Gundam Meister. A perfect first mission, or Wang Liumei said, her praise genuine and unstinting. This was what she wanted to see, the power to change the world. This is only the beginning, Huey replied, his own reaction far more muted. They effortlessly defeated the AEU's new mobile suit, drew out the army hidden in their orbital elevator and destroyed it, and eliminated the terrorists before the HRL's own defense force could react, saving all the assembled dignitaries. She said, confused by his lack of excitement. Is that not worthy of praise? With technology 200 years ahead of the curve, the culmination of all of celestial beings' accumulated resources, and Gundams that I personally redesigned, if they can't perfectly execute a mission of this level, then there's no point in carrying on. We might as well disband on the spot, Marion said. Oh, so Mr. Stewart believes there will be obstacles ahead, Wang Liumei asked, a slight frown of concern creasing her brow. She didn't care if celestial beings' plan succeeded, nor did she care about the lives of the Meisters. She only cared about whether the world could be changed. If there was truly anyone in celestial being she cared about, it was the man standing before her. Isn't it obvious? No matter how good the Gundams are, there are only a few of them. Once the three great powers start getting serious, things will get tricky. Seeing how calm you are, Mr. Stewart, you must have already thought of a foolproof plan, she asked with a smile. Not foolproof, just some arrangements, Huey replied. There's no such thing as a foolproof plan on the battlefield. Life and death, they're often decided in the blink of an eye. I see. Well, you don't need to worry too much. The first 3 plans, at least, are perfectly safe. If things get really dangerous, I'll step in myself as insurance. Haha, should I look forward to your performance? Huey just waved a hand and left. There was no need to watch the rest. He had a lot of work to do. By the way, Mr. Yang, just as he was leaving, Wang Lu-mei called out to him. Huey stopped, turning to look at her, confused. She hadn't used his code name, she'd used his real name. Can I call you by your real name? Huey stared at her for a second, then rolled his eyes. You just did, didn't you? What are you asking my permission for? He said, exasperated. Then I'll take that as your agreement. Huey sighed, accepting defeat. It was an implicit agreement. He waved a hand and walked away. Finally, a little progress, Wang Lu-mei thought, a genuine smile, the kind she rarely showed anyone, gracing her lips. And next, outside the AAU military proving grounds, Billy Katagiri was trapped. Graham had cornered him in his car, driven to a quiet spot and locked the doors. Graham, can you please just calm down? Don't worry, I'm perfectly calm, Katagiri. I just want to know, do you know something? Gulp. Calm? Have you looked in a mirror lately? You and Calm aren't even on speaking terms. His eyes were burning with a wild fire. A manic grin was stretched across his face, and his hands were trembling on the steering wheel with sheer excitement. His tone was filled with the terrifying subtext of tell me or else, sending a chill down Billy's spine. What? You can't even trust me? Graham's gaze was searing. It's not a question of trust. Right, I understand. Billy was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but his heart jumped back into his throat. Graham had silently pulled out his datapad and was tapping a very familiar number. Wait, changed your mind. A wicked smirk spread across Graham's face. You're not really going to report me, are you? What do you think? I'll think my arse. Just as Graham knew Billy, Billy knew Graham. He could see it in his expression. Graham was intensely interested in the Gundams, not just as high-performance machines but as worthy opponents. And the purpose of their actions was fascinating. On the one hand, they destroyed the AEU's new MS during its debut, forced them to reveal their hidden army, and then wiped it out, all to put the AEU in its place. On the other, they'd stopped a terrorist attack on the HRL's heavenly pillar. Their actions were full of contradictions. It wasn't the style of any of the three great powers, nor was it the work of anti-establishment militants. Their purpose, their organization, all these unknowns were getting Graham's blood pumping. Sigh, just wait, all right, Billy relented, seeing no other way out. You'll find out in a bit, he knew Graham. If he found out about Celestial Being's plan, he'd throw himself into it at any cost. He would never leak the secret, not even if he ended up as one of the final cleaners. Oh, interesting. If you say so, then I'll wait, Graham agreed, his interest piqued. Hang on, Graham, Billy said, a sudden thought occurring to him. I thought that datapad of yours didn't have a communications function. It doesn't. Then why were you? Oh, this, Graham grinned. It's just a notepad. You know I'm terrible at remembering numbers, so I save all the important ones on both my comms pad and my storage pad, just in case. Seeing the smug look on Graham's face, Billy gritted his teeth in fury. He desperately wanted to punch that expression right off his face. But alas, he couldn't win in a fight against him. Suddenly, every television, every LED billboard, every datapad and computer screen in the world fizzled with static. Then they all switched to the same image. A serious-looking old man sitting in a chair facing the audience. The time has come. Chapter 14, I am Gundam, who the hell is that? Is this some surprise for the anniversary due? Don't be an idiot. What's the HRL's anniversary got to do with us in the AEU? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, but everyone was curious to see what the old man who had suddenly appeared on their screens had to say. In a school canteen somewhere, a boy and a girl, completely ordinary for now but destined for an extraordinary future, stared transfixed at the television screen. This is a message for all of humanity born of this earth. We are celestial being. We are a private armed organization in possession of the mobile weapon known as the Gundam. The purpose of our activities is to eradicate all acts of war from this world. We do not act for selfish reasons, but for the grand ideal of eradicating conflict. From this moment, we declare to all humanity that we will intervene with military force in any war, regardless of its cause, be it for territory, religion, or energy. Any nation, organization, or corporation that promotes war will also be subject to our armed intervention. We are Celestial Being, an armed organization established to eradicate war from the world. I repeat, the raw, unedited footage sent a seismic shockwave across the globe. A new type of mobile suit never seen before, a stated goal of ending all war, and the fact that some eagle-eyed viewers recognized the speaker as a man who had been dead for over 200 years. It was a perfect storm of top-secret intel, explosive news, and juicy gossip, and it had everyone hooked. Now that is a masterpiece. Graham roared with laughter, flooring the accelerator before pulling the car over to the side of the road. To use force to eliminate war. Their very existence is a contradiction. He turned to Billy Katagiri, his eyes burning with an even more intense fire. So this is your secret, Katagiri. This is what you're a part of. Interesting, this is so interesting, is it? I don't find it very interesting at all, Billy said, shrinking back slightly. This means making an enemy of the entire world. Yes, to declare war on the whole world as a private organization. To face the planet's malice with just a handful of machines. Could there be anything more thrilling? Graham demanded. Come on, Katagiri, tell me. Is this really all there is to it? To end war with war. No selfish motives. Is that really it? There's nothing more to it, Billy was stunned. Graham couldn't possibly know that there was more to Celestial Being's plan. That this was only the first phase. That was a secret known only to a tiny handful of people within the organization itself. How could an outsider have figured it out? It couldn't be analysis. Billy knew Graham well enough to know he didn't have that kind of mind. That meant it's a gut feeling, Graham said, as if reading his mind. I can feel that this plan isn't this simple. There has to be a bigger move coming. Otherwise, the contradiction at their core is just too strange. You've never considered that they might all just be madmen? Billy asked quietly. Graham looked at Billy as if he were an idiot. For the first time, he felt the smug superiority of having a higher IQ than his friend. Are you mad? No, Katagiri, you're not going to hee-hee. I won't say anything, Graham, Billy said, his voice firm and serious now. As a member of Celestial Being, I made my decision the moment I joined. And you're not afraid that I might. Graham didn't finish the sentence, but he glanced pointedly at a military vehicle that was now approaching them. Would you, and just like that the upper hand was back with Billy. He'd just been a bit nervous at first, lost his footing. But now that he was calm, he knew Graham inside and out. Did he really think he couldn't handle him? All right, fine. Let's try another way then. I want to join, Graham said, a look in his eyes that would not take no for an answer. All I can say is I can pass on your request, but whether they'll accept you or not, I can't guarantee it, Billy replied. But he was lying. He was sure Celestial Being wouldn't refuse a pilot as pure, as passionate, and as skilled as Graham. And besides, there was Huey, wasn't there? Would that black-hearted git really pass up the chance to recruit a top-tier bruiser like this? As nations across the world descended into uproar, their armies scrambling and their intelligence agencies mobilized, Setsuna and the Dailandi brothers were camped out on a remote, deserted island. We've completely taken over the news cycle in every country, Neil said. All this talk of a mysterious armed group declaring they're going to eradicate war. Well, it's not like anyone actually believes it, is it? Lyle shrugged. Setsuna just stared out at the water, ignoring them both. They were used to it by now. Because of his tragic past, the only thing Setsuna cared about was his mission as a Gundam Meister. That and the fact that he was still so young, still a little lost about his path in life. Just then, a new voice joined their conversation. Then we shall force them to believe. Because the ideals of Celestial Being can only be declared through action. Just like in the original story, Wang Liu Mei appeared before them, being carried in someone's arms. Except the person carrying her had changed. I said, can you get off now? You're heavy, Huey grumbled, giving her a look of disgust. Oh my, Mr. Young. It's very rude to comment on a girl's weight, Wang Liu Mei replied, deliberately tightening her arms around his neck. Then get Hong Long to carry you. Unfortunately, Mr. Young, Hong Long has other duties. So I must ask you to fill in. Other duties, my arse. You think I don't know you deliberately left him behind? You think I didn't see the murderous look he gave me when we were leaving? Oi, Mr. Marion. That's a bit enviable, I mean that's a bit scummy, isn't it? Does Miss Sumeragi know about this? The Dailandi brothers asked, looking at Huey with shock. His fiancée was up in orbit, constantly analyzing intel and drawing up battle plans. And here he was on Earthy playing away from home. I'm not. I didn't. Stop talking rubbish, Huey protested on the verge of tears. She's the one who insisted on clinging to me. Come on, you two, help me pull her off. but your actions aren't very convincing, are they? You could tell they were twins. They spoke the same words, made the same gesture. Even their tone, volume, the angle they shook their heads, and the way they held their hands out were identical. To prove his innocence, Huey had no choice but to walk to the shore, put Wang Liu-mei down, and give her a stern glare as a warning. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. "Is there a mission?" Setsuna asked, cutting through the banter. He wasn't interested in gossip. He didn't want trivial matters delaying the mission. "That's right. The second mission is here. The location is Ceylon Island. The three of you will handle it." "Any problems?" Huey asked. "Of course not. The machines you and Mr. Ian built for us. I have complete faith in your craftsmanship. Completing the mission is the duty of a Gundam Meister." The three of them nodded, then began to board their machines and take off. This time was different from the original story. The Kyrios and Virtue hadn't descended from space. The mission was being handled by the three Earth-based units, and they were heading into HRL territory, which Huey had changed. Even with their upgraded Gundams, completing the mission one machine short would be tough. But is the Raciel ready? Huey asked Wang Liu-mei, watching the three Gundams depart. "Ready at a moment's notice. Are you planning on entering the fray yourself, Mr. Young? Isn't it a bit early?" she asked, frowning slightly. "I wouldn't worry if they were going anywhere else. But the HRL, I can't rest easy," Huey said, leading Wang Liu-mei back the way they came. "Is there a problem with the HRL?" As an agent, Wang Liu-mei wasn't considered high-level command. There was a lot of intel she wasn't privy to. "Yeah, I left a fair few things behind before I left. After all these years, I've no idea how many of them they've actually built," Huey said, a note of pride in his voice. His kids were quite brilliant after all. Should we inform Miss Sumeragi about this?" Wang Liu-mei asked, worried. "No need. She knows all about it. Her plans are based on that intelligence," Huey said. For some reason, Wang Liu-mei felt a pang of unhappiness. She knew Sumeragi's position in celestial being was higher than hers, but it still irked her. And if that just irked her, Huey's next words completely ignited her jealousy. "And even if there's a hole in her plan, it's not a problem," Huey said, a soft, happy smile on his face. "Because I'm her patch. I'll fix any holes she has." Ceylon Island, territory of the Human Reform League, but for a long time it had been in a state of anarchy. The cause was the ethnic conflict between the majority Sinhalese and the minority Tamils, a conflict that had simmered on and off since the 20th century. And of course, ethnic strife fell squarely within celestial beings' remit for armed intervention. If the first mission was a magnificent debut, the purpose of this second mission was to show celestial beings' resolve, to prove to the world that they were serious about their armed interventions. "Ethnic conflict," Setsuna muttered to himself. The horrors he had experienced, wasn't that also because of ethnic conflict? As they neared the island, Neil's voice crackled in their cockpits. "Right, everyone split up as per Miss Sumeragi's forecast. I expect some decent results from you too. Good luck. I'm planning on going all out and making a right scene." Lyle's teasing voice came back. "Last mission was way too dull. Try not to get yourself killed while I'm gone, yes, big bro. I'm your older brother, you know." "Is that what you really think of me?" Neil asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Who knows?" They chatted for a few more moments, then realized Setsuna hadn't replied. "Oi, Setsuna, can you hear me?" "Acknowledge if you copy," Neil said, checking the comms. "That kid, what's he playing at now?" Lyle sighed. He respected Setsuna's piloting skill and his dedication to the mission, but every now and then he was prone to pulling a fast one. For example, without answering the Dailandi brothers, Setsuna was staring transfixed at the scene on Ceylon Island below. HRL Tyrans were bullying the local ANF mobile suits. He was remembering the angel that had saved him from the cannon of an ANF all those years ago. "It's Gundam, huh? What did you say?" The Dailandi brothers were confused by Setsuna's reply. "I am Gundam, what are you talking about, oi?" The Dailandi brothers both felt a headache coming on. As expected, he was having another episode. They watched as the Exir broke formation and wandered off. This kid, brother, I'll leave the babysitting to you." "I'm off, oi." Honestly, one after the other, Neil grumbled, but he was already maneuvering the Dynams to follow the Exir, taking on the role of the long-suffering guardian. On the other side of Ceylon Island, Huey's Raciel, shrouded in high-density GN particles, flew undetected towards the island. He hadn't arrived yet, but he'd heard the entire conversation between the three meisters crystal clear. "That kid," Huey sighed. "Right, better get a move on." He slammed the control sticks forward, and the Gundam Raciel accelerated towards Ceylon Island at full throttle. Chapter 15. The signature move. By the time Huey arrived in the airspace above the mission area, the second operation was already drawing to a close. The HRL's forces were in full retreat. Their forward supply base was a burning wreck, and the last of the local AMF mobile suits trying to pursue the HRL troops had just been sliced clean in two by the Gundam Exia. "Phew, phew. Not bad at all," Huey whistled in appreciation. "That voice, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stewart is here too." Since Huey had opened a public channel, the three meisters naturally heard him arrive. "That's right," Huey said jokingly. "You lot were beating up on my old crew, so I had to come and have a look, didn't I?" "Heh, sorry about that," the Dylandy brothers quipped back. "Doesn't matter. From the look of them, they haven't improved much since I left. They deserved the hiding, hee, Mr. Stewart, does your conscience not bother you when you say things like that?" Lyle complained. Setsuna and Neil had had it relatively easy, working as a pair. Their upgraded Gundams were still more than a match for the improved Tyrans and the local AMPs. But the supply base Lyle had been sent to had given him a proper headache. Self-propelled anti-air modules, anti-air Tyran variants. The base's standard defensive facilities had left a dense peppering of small dents all over the Cherudim's armor. They couldn't penetrate it, but they had managed to suppress him with sheer weight of fire. It had been a right pain in the neck to destroy it all. "Serves you right," Huey shot back. "Who told you to get cocky? Right time to pack it in. Let's move." Received. The three Gundams took off, heading for the predetermined evac route. Huey's Raciel, however, turned in the opposite direction. "Hey, Mr. Stewart, you're not coming with us?" Neil asked. "Nope, that's a shame. There'll be other chances. Get back and do a proper debrief." "Neil, you're the older brother. I'm leaving your little brother's discipline to you." "Wait a minute. Mr. Stewart, I just got it. I'll definitely teach him a lesson, hee. Neil." As the distance between them grew, the public channel cut out. Huey set the Raciel's autopilot to return to base and took his hands off the controls. Right, Setsuna left with the Dylandy brothers this time. He shouldn't run into Graham then. Tusk, that battle maniac is probably going to be disappointed. The moment he had the thought, his radar screamed. Enemy machine approaching. Let's see, it's a flag. You're kidding me, why did I have to be the one to run into him? This time, this location, and in a flagger you could guess it was Graham with your arse. But Huey wasn't flustered in the slightest. He could beat Graham without a Gundam. With one, it would be child's play to pin him down and, well, not on the ground, but give him a good rubbing on the sea at least. Hee, Graham, my old mate. I've been waiting to give you a good hiding for a while now. As he spoke, the Raciel locked onto the rapidly approaching flag. Huey yanked back on the controls. Green GN particles scattered through the air like snowflakes, beautiful and deadly. Trailing a dazzling, dreamlike light, the Raciel accelerated into a charge. HM, he's coming straight for me. Good. Let me see your spirit, Gundam. Graham wasn't panicked. On the contrary, he was getting more and more excited. He transformed into MS mode in midair, his linear rifle firing a series of shots, blue high-velocity rounds screaming through the sky. But the next second, Graham completely forgot he was supposed to be piloting his flag, because several pink beams of light sliced through the air, and each one hit a bullet from his linear rifle, vaporizing it on the spot. That level of marksmanship. Not bad, Gundams. But how about this? The flag transformed again in midair. In MA mode, it spun, zipping around to get behind the Raciel. Graham aimed the linear rifle at the Gundam's back, while simultaneously swinging his plasma sword down for the kill. But against the Raciel, no, against Huey, it was useless. The Raciel suddenly performed a backflip in midair, narrowly dodging both the bullets and the plasma sword. Their positions were reversed. The Raciel was now behind the flag. What? Graham was stunned by the extreme maneuver. But before he could even turn, two beams shot out and pierced both of the flag's arms. The forearms detached from the main body, and the flag was rendered combat ineffective. That move, Graham stared at the racial hovering in front of him. There was a vague, blurry sense of familiarity about it, but he couldn't quite place it. The next second he knew, and he became incandescent with rage. He watched as the racial tucked its right-hand GN submachine gun away at its waist, raised its hand, clenched it into a fist, and then extended its longest finger. The Gundam's face, which should have been impassive, seemed to twist in Graham's eyes into a taunting, mocking smirk. "You bastard!" The roar was subconscious, a pure, unthinking explosion of recognition and fury. The pinpoint shooting, the extreme flipping maneuver, and the final middle finger. It couldn't be anyone else but young Huey. Huey had no intention of chatting. He wiggled the finger, then shot off at high speed, leaving the disabled flag to rage impotently over the ocean. "That bastard! So you joined them too?" "No, it would be strange if you hadn't joined them, wouldn't it?" "Hey, interesting. This is getting more and more interesting." Graham gently brought the flag down to land on the sea, waiting for rescue. A wide, excited grin spread across his face, with not a hint of disappointment at his defeat. "That should let him know it was me," Huey thought, feeling rather smug. "Don't be too jealous now, Graham." He flew back towards Wang Liu Mei's private island and was soon back in the hangar. "Welcome back, Mr. Yang," Wang Liu Mei said. She had been waiting for him. "Was the mission a success? Perfectly completed." "My old teacher's lot aren't up to much, though. The HRL's mobile suits have barely changed since I left," Huey said, a look of disappointment on his face, like a father whose kids weren't living up to their potential. "And it's because of that our mission went so smoothly, isn't it?" Wang Liu Mei said, covering her mouth with her hand as she laughed. "I know that, but hang on. That's not right either. Knowing those old geezers at the academy, it shouldn't be like this." A thought suddenly struck Huey, and his expression grew serious. "You mean, can I contact the Ptolemy from here?" Huey asked. "You can. Get me a line to the Ptolemy immediately. I need to speak to Sumeragi." "Yes, right away." A private comms room was quickly arranged. Huey, naturally, didn't exclude Wang Liu Mei and began the call. The moment the connection was established, Huey knew something was wrong. Sumeragi's smile was far too sweet. Well, look what the cat dragged in. What made a busy man like you think of me?" I just got back from supervising the mission. I called you the second I got back. Look, I haven't even had time to change out of my pilot's suit. That's how much I was thinking of you." Huey's survival instinct was screaming at him. "Start groveling now or you're in for it." "Is that so? Are you sure you haven't just been shacking up with a little girl and forgotten all about poor old me?" "PFFFT cough. Huey almost choked. He turned to look at Wang Liu Mei, who just gave him a sunny, innocent smile in return. He'd found the source of the problem. After giving her a sharp glare, Huey quickly tried to explain himself. "You've always known I'm not interested in little undeveloped schoolgirls, haven't you?" Crack. Behind him, Wang Liu Mei was still smiling, but a vein was now throbbing on her forehead, and a new crack had appeared on the surface of her datapad. "Really?" Sumeragi asked from the screen. "Yes, HMPH. I'll take your word for it for now." "Right, what is it? What do you want?" Sumeragi would never believe he'd initiated a long-range communication, with all its energy costs, just because he missed her. They weren't a pair of teenagers blinded by love. They knew when it was time for business. This had to be serious. Huey immediately told her what he had encountered on the mission. Sumeragi listened, thought for a moment, then asked, "So you think this mission was just bait thrown out by the HRL, and that we'll face serious resistance on the next one?" "It might not be a huge problem, but it definitely won't be as easy as it was today," Huey said, nodding seriously. He knew what the old men at the academy were capable of. Of the files he'd left them, it was absolutely possible they'd have completed 60 or 70% of them by now. He'd heard from Sergei that the prototype for the Vanguard had already been completed when he left. If there weren't any major problems, it should have been in mass production and deployment by now. So why, 4 years later, were they still using Terrans? And why had neither Veda nor Celestial Beings Intelligence Network picked up any information about new HRL mobile suits? There were only two possibilities. One, the Vanguard project was a failure and was still stuck in R&D. Or two, those sly old foxes were deliberately hiding it for a specific purpose. Right, I understand. It looks like I need to reformulate the plan for the third mission. I'll start running the simulations with Veda right away. You be careful down there. You too. Just as he was about to end the call, Wang Liu Mei took his place in front of the camera. Mr. Yang, could you please give us a moment? I have some special intelligence I need to share with Miss Sumeragi. Huey and Sumeragi both looked confused. What kind of special intelligence was so secret that even celestial beings second in command had to be excluded? But Sumeragi quickly understood. You can go, she said to Huey. Wang Liu Mei and I have things to discuss, but get out. Do you think these resources are free? Since when do you listen in on girls' private chats? Although he had no idea why Sumeragi had suddenly snapped at him, Huey decided it was best to obey and scarper. It didn't seem to be related to the plan, so it was better for him to leave. The moment they were sure Huey was gone, the smiles vanished from both women's faces. Though separated by a vast distance, their eyes met through the screen and sparks flew. Miss Huang, Wang Liu Mei began, striking first. I want to have a good chat with you about Mr. Yang. Yes, Sumeragi replied, her voice dangerously calm. We certainly do need to have a talk. Chapter 16. The Whetstone Graham Acre, bored out of his skull, finally saw his rescue team arrive. After his machine was recovered, he immediately cornered Billy Katagiri. It had to be him. It just had to be. Calm down, Graham, will you? Billy held his hands up in a placating gesture, his eyes darting around the room. Even though it was their private rest area, it was better to be careful. Graham took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. But his eyes were still burning with an intense fire as he stared at Billy, demanding an answer. Billy didn't speak. He just gave a slow, deliberate nod. That bastard, Graham glowered at Billy. The lot of you, and I'm the only one who's an outsider. The person he really wanted to throttle was Huey, but since Huey wasn't here, Billy would have to do. Sigh. That bloke really didn't pull his punches, Graham lamented, finally slumping into a chair. Lost my linear rifle, lost my plasma sword, lost both my arms. The paperwork for this is going to be a nightmare. Feeling a bit knocked back, Billy asked, handing him a coffee. Of course not, Graham sat bolt upright, taking the cup. Billy couldn't see a single trace of despair in his eyes. On the contrary, they were blazing with fighting spirit. I'm more interested in your plan than ever now. If even he's involved, how could I possibly be left out? Is that so? Graham's sudden, fiery enthusiasm was so intense that Billy instinctively took a few steps back. Is there any way to contact him? Graham asked. There is, but it has to go through an intermediary, Billy explained. We're just observers after all. Our job is to monitor the Gundam Meister's missions and evaluate their performance. Marion, he's our superior, is that right? Well, I'll have to trouble you then, Katagiri. Right, beep. Beep. Beep tilde just as Billy opened his mouth to continue. His datapad started ringing. He pulled it out and saw it was an encrypted comms request. He had a pretty good idea who it was. Not bothering to hide it from Graham, he answered the call, just gesturing for him to keep quiet. Mr. Katagiri, long time no see. It is Wang Liu Mei, Miss Wang, long time no see. Are there any instructions, Mr. Stewart would like to meet with you. The time is 2100 hours, the day after tomorrow. The location is the bar where you first got blackout drunk. PFFT cough cough, he said what? Billy's face flushed with a mixture of shame and fury. The memory of that night was something he desperately wanted to forget forever, let alone have it brought up like this. Yes, okay. Understood. The communication ended. The expression on Billy's face was now identical to the one Graham had worn when he was shot down by Huey. Twisted and terrifying. That bastard, even a mad dog like Graham knew not to poke the bear right now. Billy might look mild-mannered and easy to bully most of the time, but there was one switch you absolutely never, ever flipped. And that was the memory of that night. If you did, whoever was responsible would. After a long while, Billy finally calmed down, forcing his attention elsewhere. What was it like fighting it directly? That Gundam, he asked. It's a monster, Graham said, his tone turning analytical. Its power output is several times that of the flag, and it has its own beam weapons. Yeah, I was blown away just looking at the data. But that's not even the most important part, Graham continued. The most important part is that it has a monster of a pilot. He's the ultimate insurance policy for your plan's success, isn't he? You're not wrong. He was already one of the best aces in the world. Give him a super generation machine like that, what's left in this world that can stop him? True. But I'm not just going to admit defeat, Graham declared. Katagiri, once we get back, you're going to be very busy. Billy met Graham's intense gaze, blinked, and then understood. Best not get your hopes up too high with me, he said with a sigh. Ha ha ha, I have complete faith in you. 2 days passed quickly. The very night of their encounter with the Raciel, Graham and Billy was summoned and ordered to form a special task force to investigate the Gundams. Graham was appointed captain, Billy the technical advisor. They submitted the combat data from the fight as a cover, which conveniently balanced things out, meaning Graham wouldn't be held responsible for the loss of 2 weapons and the damage to his flag. After accepting the appointment, Billy took Graham to the designated location. Yo, you made it, Huey said from his seat at the bar, greeting them as they walked in. You bastard. The moment they saw him, both men saw red. Don't be so stingy, Huey chuckled, gesturing to the seats next to him. Come on, sit down. I've already ordered for you. Your favorites. 2 glasses sat waiting on the bar, ready to be tasted. HMPH. The 2 men grunted in unison, sitting down and picking up their glasses, but they didn't drink immediately. Doing this, isn't it a bit unfriendly? Graham asked, glancing over his shoulder. The moment they had arrived, every other customer, the bartender and the waiters had frozen, their eyes fixed on his back. The low murmur of the bar had been cut to dead silence. Mr. Young, I'm afraid this is against the rules, Wang Lume said, stepping forward. Although she had a soft spot for Huey, she was still an agent of celestial being. Billy Kadajiri was one thing, but meeting with a complete outsider like this was a clear violation of their confidentiality protocols. Are you questioning my orders? Huey asked, a half-smile playing on his lips. I wouldn't dare, Wang Lume replied. Even if she was questioning him, she wouldn't dare say it out loud. In the end, Huey was the second in command of celestial being. Unless Eolia himself reappeared, his word was law. Everyone in the organization had to obey, unless they were planning to commit treason. Graham is an old friend. He's trustworthy. Don't worry, I know my limits. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Wang Lume said no more. She signaled for the agents in the bar to resume their disguises, then retreated with Hong Long. Looks like your status is pretty high, Graham teased. What jealous? Huey teased back. Not a chance. Right now, the only thing I'm interested in is beating you. You might not get the chance for that, Huey said, shrugging with an obvious meaning. TCH. Then get me one too. We'll have a fair fight. In your dreams, mate, Huey rolled his eyes. Get you one. These 6 Gundams are the culmination of all of celestial beings' blood, sweat, and tears. We barely have enough resources left for ourselves. Whatever it takes. Count me in. A crazy plan like this, pioneers of a new world, how could it possibly happen without Graham Acre? Of course, Huey said, the corner of his mouth tipping up into a grin. Why else do you think I deliberately revealed my identity to you? Ha ha ha. I knew you wouldn't forget about me. All right, what do you need me to do? That direct. You'd do it even if I told you to go and die. Could you? Someone else maybe not. But you, get on with it and get down to business. All right, can't take a joke. I want you to continue playing the role of celestial being's enemy. I want you to go after the Gundam Meisters without holding back. Are you serious? Not just Graham, but Billy and even Wang Lume, who was lingering nearby, was stunned. The Gundam Meisters have improved a lot under my training, but they're still too green, Huey explained. They can't bear the weight of being the world's reformers yet, especially not mentally. Some of them don't even know their own path. They're just mechanically, numbly following the plan. So you want me to be their whetstone, Graham finished for him. To sharpen them up fast, exactly, Huey nodded. And you're not afraid you'll break the blade? Graham asked, intrigued. If it breaks, it means they weren't worthy. And besides, I'm still here, aren't I? TCH. Just one whetstone probably isn't enough, is it? Who else? Graham fancied he knew Huey well. He wasn't the type to put all his eggs in one basket. My brother. And Kari. It's not just you. It's the entire HRL, the Union, and the AEU. It's that big a deal. We are testing the world, but is the world not also testing us? This is the first phase of the plan. Seeing the look of complete control on Huey's face, Graham was taken aback for a moment, then he relaxed. This was the young Huey he knew. Always confident, always as if he'd already planned for everything. Except, of course, when he was in front of Sumeragi. All right, if you're that confident, I'll take the job. Let's see if your Gundam Meisters are worthy of such fine machines and worthy of the name Pioneer. To you lot, then. The three of them raised their glasses and clinked them together. At the same time, Huey passed a small data drive to Billy. "What's this? You'll know when you see it. Only for you two and the professor to see." Billy nodded seriously and pocketed the drive carefully. After the two of them left, the crowded bar gradually emptied out as the disguised agents departed, leaving only Huey, Wang Liu Mei, and Hong Long, who had taken over as bartender. Huey continued to sip his drink, Wang Liu Mei her juice. Hong Long polished glasses, refilling their cups when they became empty, and so a mysterious silence fell over the bar. Whether she couldn't hold it in any longer, or just couldn't drink any more, after an hour of silence, Wang Liu Mei finally spoke. "Mr. Young, do you have an explanation for me? I thought you were going to keep quiet, then go and snitch on me to the other observers." "That will depend on your explanation." Wang Liu Mei didn't deny her feelings for Huey, but her ultimate wish was to change this world she hated. The foundation for that was the successful execution of the celestial being plan. In the face of the plan, personal feelings had to take a backseat. "What do you want to ask?" "Go on. If I can answer it, I will," Huey said, still staring into his glass, not even looking at her. Chapter 17, The Cruel Truth. "What did you mean?" Wang Liu Mei began, her voice sharp. "When you said this is only the first phase of the plan." Huey didn't answer directly. Instead, he swirled the amber liquid in his glass and asked a question of his own. "What do you think of the celestial being forces as they are now?" "Unstoppable," she replied without hesitation, her voice firm with conviction. "They will definitely succeed in changing the world." Huey just smiled and shook his head. As a young girl, Wang Liu Mei was an excellent agent for celestial being. Her intelligence delivery, her stealth, her arrangement of secret meetings, her handling of outsiders, it was all down to a T. But she was still just a girl. Her vision was still a bit short-sighted. Or perhaps she only saw what she wanted to see and deliberately ignored the rest. "What? Am I wrong?" she asked, a slight frown creasing her brow. In truth, the main reason she was so confident in the plan was because of him. And now, the very person she had the most faith in was disagreeing with her. "As I see it," Huey said, his eyes on the swirling drink, "the celestial being forces, myself included, are on a path to self-destruction." "What are you talking about?" Wang Liu Mei's face darkened. "You don't seriously believe that one battleship and a handful of super-advanced mobile suits can take on the entire world, do you?" Huey asked, a teasing note in his voice. "Why not? Then why do we have to retreat immediately after every mission? Why don't we just steamroll the three great powers?" Huey cut her off, his questions sharp and relentless. It's because we can't. The Gundams are certainly ahead of their time performance-wise, but so what? There are only a few of them. Right now, the three powers aren't taking us seriously, so it's not obvious. But once they do, shooting us down, capturing us, it's all possible. What do you think has kept those three blocks stable for so long? It's their foundations. Celestial being might have been around for over 200 years, but compared to a nation, the gap is still immense. Never mind anything else, just look at the families and corporations behind it all. The organizational structure of celestial being is a shambles. Everything is done through secret contacts. Many members' identities are completely classified. They have no interaction with each other, no process for getting familiar. They've never even seen each other's faces. Naturally, there's no trust or rapport between them. The top brass of an organization that's planning to declare war on the world, with no rapport and no trust, what's the difference between that and a disorganized rabble? And a rabble, how can they ever achieve anything great? And another thing, he continued, his voice dropping slightly. The higher-ups in celestial being, when they first joined, it's possible they had other motives. Technology, for example, the most cutting-edge tech, developed by the world's top scientists who have been poached over the last 2 centuries. If the celestial being forces were wiped out and the plan failed, who do you think all that technology would fall to? The higher-ups. A cold sweat broke out on Wang Liu Mei's brow. She was only just now realizing that celestial being wasn't the pure organization she had imagined. A doubt about the plan began to bloom in her mind. Could an organization like this really change the world? Did that mean all her efforts were just a joke? And Huey pressed on. If people from the same country, the same ethnic group, even blood brothers can turn on each other, then in an organization as loose as this one, don't you think there might be traitors? Clatter smash. In her agitation, Wang Liu Mei shot to her feet, knocking her glass to the floor where it shattered, spilling bright red juice across the polished wood. Easy now. Come on, sit down, Huey said gently. Hong Long, get her a glass of milk. Helps you relax and it's good for a growing girl. Don't joke about this, she screamed, her voice cracking with emotion. It's really like that. Then everything I've done, what was it all for? Everything she had done was to change this twisted world, a world she hated so much she sometimes wished she could just burn it all down. She wanted to be the master of her own fate. That was why, with her small, young, delicate body, she had thrown herself so decisively into celestial being. But now she felt as if everything she believed in had been denied. Her beautiful dream shattered into a million pieces. To change the world, Huey said, downing his drink in one. He gestured to Hong Long to refill his glass. What are you saying? Wang Liumei felt like her brain couldn't keep up. He was the one who denied the plan, and now he was the one confirming it. What did he mean? What was he trying to do? The goal of the celestial being plan, of course. Just the goals of the first and second phases. But, look at you, you're terrified. Relax, Wang Liumei. You're a smart girl. You can figure this out. Here, have some milk to calm your nerves. Huey gently pulled her back down into her seat and pushed a glass of milk into her hands, not caring whether she wanted it or not. Wang Liumei stared at Huey, then at the glass in her hand. She took a deep breath and then drank the entire glass of milk in one go. Gurgle tilde cough cough, slow down, no one's trying to nick it from you. Thump. She slammed the empty glass down on the table, her face flushed with a mixture of shame and anger as she glared at Huey. Don't say it, but you look kind of cute like that, Huey said awkwardly, realizing he was the one who'd caused this whole situation. Taking another deep breath, Wang Liumei forced herself to calm down and started to think about what Huey had said. You already knew it, she accused. Half right, half wrong. We already knew it. Me, Sumeragi, and the old man Eolia. What? Wang Liumei was horrified. Was Huey saying that the founder of celestial being, the legendary inventor Eolia Shenberg, was still alive? Don't look so surprised. A sly old fox who could draw up a plan to be executed over 200 years later. You didn't really think he'd just die, did you? Huey sneered. If he hadn't joined, the entire celestial being plan would have been Eolia's personal playground, and every member, even Ribbons and his lot, would have been nothing more than pawns on his board. Then why, first, a magnificent debut, a high-profile declaration of our existence to focus the entire world's attention on us. Then we carry out increasingly difficult missions to make the three great powers take us seriously, to make them understand that unless they cooperate, they can't stand against us. At that point, we use the trader to deliver solar furnaces into their hands, boosting their combat strength. Finally, the combined armies of the three powers defeat the source of all conflict, the amalgamation of all hatred, celestial being and the Gundams. The world moves towards peace, and the three powers merge into a unified government. Now tell me, hasn't the world changed? That's your plan, Wang Liumei was aghast. The plan sounded terrifying. Not only were they acting as the enemy to push the three powers towards unification, but they had calculated everything, including the trader and their own destruction, as a catalyst to achieve their final goal. Well, that's more or less the gist of Phase 1. Phase 1, then what's Phase 2, she pressed. That's a story for another time. There's no point discussing Phase 2 when Phase 1 has only just begun. But Wang Liumei wasn't satisfied with that answer. She stared at him, her gaze unwavering, with a look that clearly said, if you don't tell me, I'll stare a hole through you. All right, you'll find out when the time comes. Hong Long, another glass of milk for your lady, please. Young Huey. Perhaps it was his condescending, there's a good girl tone that finally flipped the switch. Wang Liumei launched herself at him and, without a shred of mercy, bit down hard on his arm. Oh, are you a dog? Let go, MMMPH, make you. The scuffle lasted for a few minutes before they finally separated and sat back down. Huey was on the verge of tears, blowing on the teeth marks on his arm and cursing under his breath that the girl was definitely part dog. She'd almost drawn blood. HMPH, Wang Liumei snorted, turning her head away haughtily, though she kept sneaking little glances at Huey, a faint, triumphant smile on her lips. After the brawl, her pent-up emotions had finally been vented. She was once again calm and composed, a state that was completely at odds with her age. If the end of Phase 1 is the certain defeat of the celestial being forces, she said, her voice now full of genuine concern, then are you really going to your deaths? Of course not. I value my life very much. Then, why do you think I've been pulling all those people into our organization? Huey asked, a half-smile playing on his lips again. The escape route, exactly. They are the backup plan I prepared. We'll need their help at the end of Phase 1. After that, Celestial Being will go from being a public entity to a covert one, waiting for the arrival of Phase 2. And during that time, we will naturally need new identities. Right. I think I understand what you're planning now. Hearing that the plan was proceeding as she had hoped, and that Huey wasn't going to die, Wang Liu may finally relaxed. That's why I said you don't need to worry about us failing. For now, everything is under control. Your wish will be granted, Huey assured her. Is that so? Then I shall look forward to seeing your results. Wang Liu may prepared to leave, but she stopped at the door to the bar and turned back to look at Huey. By the way, I spoke with Sister Sumeragi. She's already agreed, you know. She just said I have to wait until I'm an adult. And with that, completely ignoring the look of utter devastation on Huey's face, she skipped away, looking every bit the cute, youthful girl she was supposed to be. And Huey, he was completely and utterly dumbfounded. What in the world did you two talk about? What did she agree to? How come you're calling her sister now? Why am I the last to know anything? Do I have any human rights? No, this won't do. The next time I see her, I have to ask Sumeragi what's going on. And while I'm at it, I need to make her understand the proper family hierarchy. Huey's face fell. Oh, so I really am at the bottom of the family pecking order. Chapter 18. There goes my reputation due to Celestial Being's armed intervention on Ceylon Island. Sergei Smirnov was recalled to Earth. As the Human Reform League's top active ace pilot, his involvement in the Gundam investigation was non-negotiable. We've been waiting for you, Lieutenant Colonels. How was space? His adjutant asked, leading the welcoming party. It's still better on Earth, Sergei replied, taking a deep breath of terrestrial air. The gravity is refreshing, you're not wrong there. If you'll come with me, sir, the commander is waiting for you. The adjutant reached for Sergei's briefcase, but Sergei waved him off. Before that, I want to take a trip to Ceylon Island first. But sir, in that case, I'm the kind of man who only trusts what he sees with his own eyes. The commander will understand. Yes, sir. I'll accompany you. And as expected, after a quick report up the chain of command, Sergei's little solo mission was approved. The group headed straight for Ceylon. A Gundam, eh? Sergei thought to himself, staring out of the transport's window. Let's see this determination of yours for myself. This was just the kind of man Sergei was. He'd take first-hand experience over a mountain of reports any day. He had agreed to join Huey's plan, to become an observer and a whetstone for the Meisters. Not because he'd been swayed by some grand speech about justice, but because he trusted Huey. The countless times in the past, when Huey's jokes had turned out to be reality, had slapped the doubt right off the faces of anyone who questioned him. He had watched that boy grow up. He knew his little brother wouldn't be joking about something like this. And as the older brother, it was only right that he support such a worthy cause. But that was as far as it went. He trusted Huey. He even trusted his future sister-in-law, Sumeragi, and the others he'd had some dealings with, like Professor Eichmann. But the rest of Celestial Being, he didn't trust a single one of them, the Gundam Meisters included. He had to see for himself. He had to confirm whether these Meisters had the will to be hated by the world, to bear the weight of a planet's scorn and still push forward with their reforms. He had to confirm if they had the ability to carry such a heavy burden. On the other side of the planet, in the dead of a pitch-black night, Wang Liu Mei was waiting for someone in a high-class private club. And now he had arrived. A soft drink. The house specialty here is a custom cocktail, you know. The man was dressed in a sharp, orange-red suit, his long hair of the same color casually draped over his shoulders. He gave off an air of lounge indulgence, but with a prim, elegant core. But I don't like to drink, Wang Liu Mei replied, her expression one of pure innocence. Oh, my apologies. The man gave a slight bow, his hand to his chest. After the waiter had left, Wang Liu Mei spoke. The third mission is about to begin. If you wish to watch, I suggest you prepare 3 screens. Ho, how exciting. I shall be sure to watch with great interest. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then the man, Alessandro Corner, left with his attendant. As they departed, the attendant gave Wang Liu Mei a look pregnant with meaning. and she returned it in kind. Miss Hong Long said, appearing at her side. What a fake, Wang Liu Mei said, the manufactured smile finally dropping from her face. That man with Mr. Corner Hong Long's. Do we have any information on him? She asked. Perhaps it was Huey's influence, but the fake smile she used to wear so often was appearing less and less. She only ever showed her true, girlish nature around Huey. In front of outsiders, her expression was now more often one of stern seriousness. No, look into it. That man gives me a very dangerous feeling. Yes, miss. With that they two departed. Of course she was going to watch the third mission. Huey had already set out. He always went to provide backup for any mission inside HRL territory, and she wouldn't miss his appearance for the world. Alessandro Corner, she sneered in the back of the car watching the nightscape slide by. What a pitiable man. Sergei arrived at the HRL's garrison base on Ceylon Island and began his assessment of the situation. As he'd expected, there was no useful intelligence to be found. The Gundams had run roughshod over the entire battle, leaving not so much as a single piece of wreckage behind. This is truly tragic. My deepest apologies, sir, the adjutant said awkwardly. It's not your fault. I'm just curious. Are the Gundams really that powerful? Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. From the data we collected during the intervention, our Tyrans are completely outmatched. The Academy's analysis suggests that one Gundam is equal to an entire battalion of Tyrans. Is that your personal opinion? No, sir, that's... Next time you have the chance, confirm it with your own eyes, Sergei instructed him. Blindly trusting data and intelligence will get you killed early. I understand, Lieutenant Colonel. Just then, the base's alarms began to shriek once more. What is it? Sergei demanded. Lieutenant Colonel, the Gundams have reappeared. One of them is heading this way. A Gundam, sir, what are our orders? The adjutant asked. The highest-ranking officer on this base was only a major, one rank below Sergei. That, combined with Sergei's reputation in the HRL military, meant everyone instinctively deferred to his command. Order all base personnel to begin evacuation. With our current military strength, trying to fight it will only result in losses. Yes, sir. Wait, do you have other instructions, sir? Are there any spare Tyrans? Yes, sir, there are. Good. Leave one Tyran behind. The rest of you retreat. The third mission began. Neil, in the Dynams, headed for South Africa to intervene in a civil war that had erupted over mining rights. But to call it an armed intervention was generous. It was more like bullying nursery kids. The enemy forces weren't even in mobile suits, just a bunch of armed, industrial-use mobile workers. Neil piloted the Dynams to a standstill, bored out of his mind. He didn't even bother with his sniper rifle, just used his GN pistols to pick them off one by one, not even needing to aim properly. It was enough to send them scattering in terror, dropping their tools and running for their lives. How this is so unsatisfying. Bullying the weak like this, Neil complained to himself. Well, I suppose Lyle's mission is much the same. I'm actually jealous of Setsuna. He gets to raid an HRL garrison base. The Cherudim, meanwhile, was heading for Taribia in South America, home to one of the world's only large-scale coca plantations. To cut the conflict off at the source, the entire area was to be destroyed. This really is simple work, Lyle muttered, feeling just as bored as his brother. But while Neil disliked bullying the weak, Lyle was just itching for a proper fight. This was their third mission, and only the second one had provided a decent warm-up, and even that was over before he could really get into it. The HRL's mobile suits were rubbish. This mission was even simpler. He just had to fly over the fields with a payload of incendiary bombs and drop them. There weren't even any mobile workers to shoot at. Best get this over with and head back. According to Miss Sumeraga's forecast, we won't have time for easy missions like this for much longer. But that suits me just fine. Finally, there was the Exir, tasked with continuing the destruction of the HRL garrison bases on Ceylon Island. But what confused Setsuna was that by the time he arrived, the enemy had already completely evacuated. All that was left was a single high-mobility Tyran, standing there waiting for him, armed with nothing but an E-carbon blade. No firearms, only a blade. Are they trying to test me? Setsuna frowned, but he still landed in front of the Tyran. As if in a formal duel, the Tyran waited until the Exir had settled into its stance before it charged. But in the instant they crossed paths, the Exir's GN sword flashed, and the hand holding the Tyran's blade was severed. What surprised Setsuna, however, was that the Tyran didn't give up just because it had lost its arm and only weapon. Instead, it took advantage of the moment the Exia was turning and lunged forward, its remaining left hand grabbing for the Gundam's head. The pilot's decisiveness was surprising, but after Huey's training, Setsuna was no longer the pilot from the original story. With a slight pull back on the control stick and a slight lift upwards, swish tilde the Exia tilted back just enough to dodge the Tyran's grasp. The GN sword on its left arm sprang out, and in a rapid dance with the right, it sliced the Tyran into a limbless torso. "Don't touch me," Setsuna muttered to himself. After confirming there were no other enemies at the garrison, he departed. Lieutenant Colonel, after the Exia had left, the evacuated troops returned to rescue Sergei. But when they arrived, they were greeted by an awkward scene. Sergei was sitting on the torso of his Tyran, smoking a cigarette, a habit he'd given up after getting married, and staring up at the sky. The whole picture was filled with an air of utter dejection. 5.87 seconds. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. It only took 5.87 seconds. A huge success. There goes my reputation. Hearing this, the soldiers either stood by quietly or began to clean up the mess. No one dared to disturb him. But Sergei wasn't as dejected as they thought. In his mind, he was replaying the Exia's movements over and over, especially that final, exquisite dodge. The smallest possible movement to evade an enemy's attack. That was you, wasn't it, you little sod? As Sergei suspected, Setsuna had indeed learned that maneuver from Huey. And the perpetrator himself was at that very moment high above, admiring Sergei's masterpiece of a scene. Tusk. You had it coming, big bro. Losing to me is one thing, but losing to my student. Hoist by your own petard. I'm never going to let you live this down. But admiring the view was one thing, he couldn't stay here forever. He'd just shoot a video for his private collection. His mission was only to provide support in case the Exia ran into trouble. And now that it was over, it was time to head back. And after he got back, he needed to rest and save his strength. Because the next mission, he was going to be the one and only star. Chapter 19, Raising the Stakes. The third mission was a resounding success. And now, the three great powers were finally starting to take the threat of the Gundams seriously. The moment Sergei set foot back in Command HQ, he was summoned by the commander. So, the commander began getting straight to the point. Your first-hand experience of the Gundam. What's the verdict? It's strong, Sergei answered truthfully. At this stage, there isn't a single mobile suit that can match it. Not even the Vanguard, the commander pressed. The Vanguard? Sergei blinked, surprised. Isn't that still in the testing phase? He knew the first prototype had rolled off the line, but there had been no news since. Mass production and deployment to regular troops seemed a long way off. He'd assumed there had been a problem with the trials, but now the commander was bringing it up. The testing phase is over, the commander informed him. The old boys at the academy say there are still a few minor flaws, but the data we've collected is more than sufficient for mass production. The production lines are running overtime as we speak. It should be ready for deployment in the next operation, though don't expect large numbers. This level of classified information, is it all right to be telling me this? Sergei asked. He knew his place. He had a good reputation in the military, but he was only a lieutenant colonel. He shouldn't be privy to intelligence of this level. That's the next thing I wanted to talk about. Congratulations, you're a colonel now. Sergei was floored. He hadn't done anything to earn a commendation recently. If anything, he'd wrecked a Tyran and been soundly beaten by a Gundam. He'd have been lucky not to be disciplined, let alone promoted. The commander slid a classified file across the desk. The top brass have ordered the formation of a special task force dedicated to investigating the Gundams. It's called Top Tusk, and it will report directly to Command HQ. You are to be its commanding officer. Although you lost a Tyran, your performance was given full recognition. The consensus is that besides you, no one is qualified to lead this unit, the commander said with a smile. Is that so? Sergei scanned the file briefly, then accepted the order. The higher-ups are placing great importance on this unit. The first batch of vanguards produced will be assigned to you. You can pick your own people. Your mission is singular: capture a Gundam. Before the Union or the AEU do. Yes, sir. There is one person, however, that I need you to take good care of. Come in. The door behind the commander opened, and a young, silver-haired girl in a green military uniform walked in. A child, Sergei frowned. "Reporting, sir. I am Super Soldier number 1 from the Super Soldier Special Research Institute. Second Lieutenant Soma Puris." The girl introduced herself, her voice clipped and formal. "The Super Soldier Institute," Sergei's expression soured. "Commander, surely that program hasn't. It seems it's been proceeding in secret all this time. The higher-ups believe this is our ace in the hole against the Gundams," the commander said, though his tone made it clear he'd known about it all along. "As of today, I am assigned to the Colonel's special unit." "Awaiting your orders, sir," Soma Puris said, taking a step forward. Sergei looked her over and sighed internally. "So young." He turned back to the commander. "Sir, do you remember why the young tiger left the military?" "Ah, that was a most regrettable affair. But it was an order from on high. My hands were tied." TCH, Sergei cursed the sly old fox inwardly. The commander's words and his expression were two completely different things. The reason Huey had requested a discharge and a transfer to the Science Academy right after the Battle of the Heavenly Pillar was because he couldn't stomach some of the things the top brass were doing. The final straw had been discovering that a soldier he had saved was a child from the Super Soldier Institute. "Speaking of which," the commander said casually, "the young tiger has resigned from the academy as well, hasn't he? I heard Director Wang pulled a lot of strings over that one. Are you still in contact with him?" "No. I've seen the lad a couple of times, but he always contacted me. I have no way of reaching him. He must be disappointed with the top brass, I suppose. Probably off living the high life with his girlfriend somewhere." "Is that so? A real shame." The commander genuinely felt it was a loss. He wasn't opposed to some of the top brass's orders. If it strengthened the nation and helped win wars, he didn't mind bending his own moral code. But with Huey, it was a true regret. The boy was still too young, he thought, with a naive streak he shouldn't have. "Then I'll take my leave," Sergei said with a salute and left without another word. Soma Puris saluted and followed him out. "Colonel," she said, falling into step behind him. "The young tiger you and the commander were talking about, is that the one? You've heard of him?" "Yes, sir. In the Institute, all my adjustments were based on the young tiger's combat data. All my training was designed to meet the targets set by his data." "Is that so?" Sergei's fists clenched at his sides. "Yes, sir. And from what the commander said just now, he's your brother, MMM. Not by blood, but I watched him grow up." Whenever he spoke of Huey, Sergei felt a surge of genuine pride. His little brother was just that brilliant. "Is that so? I look forward to meeting him," Soma Puris said, a hint of hero worship in her eyes. Is that so?" A muscle twitched in Sergei's jaw. He never thought that even in the institution Huey despised the most, he'd have a little fangirl. And what would this girl do if she found out her idol was now her enemy? Would her world come crashing down? Thinking about this, Sergei felt the weight of his new mission settle heavily on his shoulders. He was finally going to face the Gundams head-on. And Huey, though he didn't know his exact position in celestial being, this time, they would surely meet on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Union had also established its own Gundam investigation team. It didn't have an official name yet, but the basic framework was in place. Graham Aker was the captain, Billy Katagiri the technical advisor, and they had even managed to bring in Professor Eichmann as the technical director. The current members included Daryl Dodge and Howard Mason, both elite pilots Graham had brought with him from the M-SWAD unit. The moment they welcomed Professor Eichmann, Graham immediately presented him with some tuning requests for his custom flag. "Disregard the strain on the pilot. Can your body handle that? No matter. If I don't do this, I'll never be able to catch up to him. It seems you two have already met." "You could say that. I was taught a rather harsh lesson, is that so?" That certainly sounds like his style. I'd love to get my hands on that machine, that Gundam. That little sod, he promised he'd send something back for me, but I've got nothing so far. I taught him for nothing." Graham and Billy both took several steps back from THE Chinese letter-filled aura, now emanating from the disgruntled Professor Eichmann. But Eichmann's tone suddenly shifted. His gaze bored into the flag before him. No, it went through the flag, through the hangar walls, to some unknown point far away. "The nations are finally starting to take notice. It seems the plan is proceeding rather smoothly. Yes, Professor. The three men stood in silence, all looking in the same direction. Perhaps they were all dreaming of the future, described in the celestial being plan. After a long moment, they all brought their focus back to the present. Any other requests? Eifman asked Graham. I need it done within a week, Professor. You really are asking the impossible, boy. Katajiri, time to get busy. Yes, Professor. With the AEU's attitude still unclear, news of the HRL and Union new special forces was collected by Wang Liu Mei and immediately relayed to Huey. That's the situation. There's also one piece of unconfirmed intelligence. It's suspected that the HRL's top Tusk unit has been equipped with new model mobile suits. We are still investigating the details. Heh. They're really splashing the cash now, aren't they? Huey remarked after hearing her report. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the Vanguard. And with Sergei as the commander, I just wonder if they've managed to build the Praetorian yet. And the Union, they even managed to get Professor Eifman on board. It seems our activities have been very successful. Vanguard. Praetorian. The HRL's new mobile suits. Do you need me to assign more people to investigate? They're my own designs. Why would I need to investigate them? It's all up here, Huey said, tapping his head. Since you designed them, does that mean the next phase of the plan will be? Don't worry, it's not a problem. Although the Vanguard and Praetorian are next-generation machines, with the HRL's current level of technology, a small number of them won't pose a major threat to the Gundams. A large force, on the other hand, what about a large force? Heh. With or without new mobile suits, a large force is always a threat to a Gundam. Saturation bombardment, wave after wave, for 10-odd hours. Once the Gundam Meisters are exhausted, you can deal with them however you like, Huey said. True, but they have you, don't they? Wang Liumei smiled, looking at Huey's unconcerned expression. Since learning the truth, her understanding of him had deepened. Except when it came to matters of the heart, whether it was piloting, MS design, or commanding from the shadows, he always radiated an aura of complete, unshakable confidence. Don't treat me like I'm omnipotent, all right. I'm only human. I have my limits. Really? Isn't that right? Of course not. Well, whatever makes you happy. By the way, Huey, Wang Liu Mei said, her voice turning playful. Sister Sumeragi has already sent over the details for the 4th mission. It's your solo show, you know. Huey had given up trying to correct the girl's form of address for him. He had no idea what she and Sumeragi had talked about, but ever since then, she had become more and more flirtatious. But still a girl with no chest and no arse, she didn't pose much of a temptation. But the thought of the next mission made a thrill of anticipation run through him. He had finally been given the chance to make his official debut. It was time for him and the Raciel to make a magnificent, chaotic scene. Chapter 20, Funeral Requiem. A week later, the Republic of Taribia in South America issued its Declaration of Independence, and the world exploded. So it's finally here. I was getting impatient, young Huey said, a half-smile playing on his lips as he sat in front of the television, watching a politician on a stage spouting a load of old cobblers. He's blatantly using celestial being, Wang Liu Mei complained from beside him. But we have to intervene regardless. It's a right stitch-up. What he doesn't know, Huey sneered, is that in trying to use us, he's the one who's actually being used. Heavens. Wants to play us for fools, let's see if he can afford the price. Exactly. But Huey, are you ready? She asked, a note of worry in her voice. On this mission, you won't just be facing Taribia's mobile suit forces. The Union will definitely get involved. She'd never seen him fight in person, so she had no real sense of his capabilities. Don't you worry about me, Huey said with a careless wave of his hand. Even if I can't win, getting away safely is no problem at all. Well, if you say so, Wang Liumei smiled. Good hunting then, watch closely, Huey grinned back. You're about to see my grand debut. Beep, beep, beep. Tilde. Just then Wang Liumei's datapad rang. She glanced at it and then looked at Huey. It's a call from Sister Sumeragi. It must be time for the mission briefing. Ah, she worries for nothing, Huey grumbled. But as he headed for the comms room, Wang Liumei could hear the unmistakable warmth and affection beneath his words. She didn't feel a pang of jealousy this time, She and Sumeragi had already come to an agreement. She couldn't buy him out, but she'd managed to buy some shares. The connection was established, and the faces of the entire Tolmi crew appeared on the screen. "Long time no see, everyone," Huey said, greeting them first. "Long time no see, Mr. Stewart. We saw your amazing performance, by the way. I expect Mr. Stewart is planning on making a right scene this time, eh? To undertake such a large-scale mission alone, it's reckless." Ahaha, what Tyria means to say is, "Be careful, Mr. Stewart." The crew all chimed in, some wishing him well, some teasing him. Only Sumeragi's face was etched with worry. "Marion," she began, but trailed off. She knew what he was capable of, but she couldn't help the instinctual fear that gripped her. "Relax," Huey said, his voice soft and reassuring. "You know my piloting skills better than anyone, don't you?" "All right, everyone," he said, his voice full of confidence again. "Enjoy my magnificent performance from up there in space. Haha, we'll definitely have to watch this. Be careful, Mr. Stewart. We wouldn't want Miss Sumeragi to be a lonely widow before you're even married." That's the saying in the HRL, isn't it, Christina? Ah. Miss Sumeragi's blushing. "Oi, be serious, all of you. We're in the middle of a mission. Oh, what's the harm? Mr. Stewart will be fine. It's all right to relax a little." The long overdue call ended in a cheerful, lively atmosphere. Besides Sumeragi, no one, not even the permanently scowling Tyria, was worried about Huey's ability to complete the mission and return safely. The 5 Gundam Meisters, especially, had felt firsthand just how terrifyingly skilled he was. After cutting the connection, Marion headed for the underground hangar and powered up the Gundam Raciel. "I'll be watching you, Huey," Wang Lume thought, silently seeing him off as the Raciel launched towards the battlefield. "Watching you shine." She didn't move until he had completely vanished from sight. Then she returned inside and switched on the observation screen, unwilling to miss a single detail of the performance to come. The Union suppression operation against Taribia had already begun. With lightning speed, their air force had seized control of the skies over the main cities. The Union fleet was closing in on the Taribian mainland, its mobile suit forces waiting in the air for the order to begin their final assault. Taribia, for its part, had put all its eggs in one basket, concentrating all its military forces in 3 major cities. But neither side had fired the first shot. They were both waiting for celestial being. And then, high in the sky not far away, the Gundam Raciel shot through the Union fleet formation like a falling star. "What? A single machine?" "Yes, sir. And it's a Gundam that's never appeared in our data before. Is it another faction?" "Data comparison confirms it is a celestial being Gundam, sir." "Damn it, so they were holding one back." "Order all forces to stand by." "Yes, sir." The same intelligence was relayed to the other nations of the world, and they were all stunned. A 6th Gundam. Did that mean there were even more hidden away? And to send only a single machine to a battle of this scale, was it boldness, recklessness, or pure, unadulterated confidence? The questions swirled in their minds, but soon they would have their answer. Few. That's a fair few of them, isn't it? Right then, let's have a proper tear-up. Huey whistled, seeing the mass of enemy markers on his sensors, a broad, excited grin on his face. In an instant, his hands became a blur, dancing over the control panel like a maestro playing a beautiful piece of music. Yes, a piece of music. A funeral requiem for his enemies. Here we go. GN bits deploy. As everyone watched in stunned silence, 16 feathers detached from the Raciel's wings, scattering and flying like attendant spirits in a deadly dance. In time with the notes of his requiem, a rain of pink beams fell from the sky. Every single shot struck a Taribian mobile suit with unerring accuracy. The first volley and 16 enemy machines were destroyed. The Taribian forces hadn't even had time to react. They hadn't done anything yet. Why was the Gundam attacking them? The old fox was very clear about this. Huey muttered to himself as the Raciel sowed a pink rain of death upon the ground below. Nations that promote war are also subject to armed intervention. As a wave of explosions blossomed across the city, Huey's face in the cockpit was a mask of cold fury. This is the price you pay for trying to use us. You wanted to see our resolve. Then watch closely. After a brief pause, the Symphony of Death began its second movement. Damn it. I can't get away, devils. He's the devil. Don't come over here, ah. Despair, fear, anger, resentment, begging, fleeing, fighting, dodging. No matter what they felt, no matter what they did, they couldn't escape the Reaper's pursuit. The moment they saw a friendly unit explode beside them, they knew they were next. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions were continuous, a string of brilliant fireworks celebrating the city's noisy demise. It wasn't until the last mobile suit in the city had exploded that this magnificent feast reached its first climax. Is that it? Hardly broke a sweat, Huey grumbled, recalling his GN bits. He pulled back on the controls and shot off towards the next city. Everyone who had witnessed it, the Union forces on the ground, the world leaders and ordinary citizens watching on televisions and datapads, was still reeling from that first crescendo. They could only stare, mouths agape, as the Racial flew on. How is that possible? How did he even do that? Is this celestial being's hidden ace? This is on a completely different level to the other Gundams. No matter who they were, everyone was terrified by the Racial's performance. From the moment it fired its first shot to the end of the battle, only 2 minutes had passed. 35 Taribian mobile suits were completely annihilated. The Gundam! Where did the Gundam go? The fleet commander demanded frantically. Heading for the next city, sir. It has already engaged the enemy. Order the Air Force to keep their eyes on that Gundam no matter what. Do not lose it, but sir, the comms interference. Find a way to solve it. That order must be relayed. And contact HQ immediately. Request military support for Taribia. This isn't a war. This is a massacre. Yes, sir. While the fleet commander was issuing his orders, the Racial had already arrived at the second city and begun the second movement of its requiem. Boring. This is so boring, Huey sighed. Oi, isn't there a single one of you who can put up a decent fight? This was just bullying kids. The Taribian mobile suits were all obsolete Realdo types, not a single flag among them, and the quality of their army was shockingly low. They couldn't even mount an effective counterattack. There was no basic coordination, not even between squads, and the pilots were all amateurs. Their evasive maneuvers clumsy and predictable. Their attacks fired from a standstill like they were posing for target practice. At this level, I should have just let Setsuna and the others handle it. I'm so bored. By the time he'd finished that thought, the Taribian forces in the second city had also been annihilated. Another 2 minutes. 37 mobile suits all gone. But as he flew towards the third and final city, the corner of his mouth finally curled into an interested smile. Finally, something a bit more interesting. I hope you don't disappoint me. Through his camera, he could see not only the Taribian army but also Union air units. And behind the Racial, a squadron of flags that had been tailing him had entered a combat stance. And at their head was a custom black flag. Huey licked his lips, his excitement bubbling over. Hey, that's you, isn't it, Graham? He muttered to himself, ready to be humiliated again. He slammed the control sticks forward and charged, without slowing down, straight into the enemy formation. So you've come, Graham said, his voice ecstatic and feverish as he watched the familiar shape of the Racial approach. We finally get to fight a Gundam. This is exciting, Lieutenant, Howard Mason said from his own cockpit. It is, Graham replied. But this one is no pushover. Be careful you don't get yourselves killed. Ending the communication, Graham made the same choice as Huey. He broke from his own formation and charged forward to meet his rival head-on. Chapter 21, Dance of Death. Huey knew he couldn't mess about anymore. He deployed all 32 GN bits at once. The 16 shield bits snapped into formation, creating a fortress wall that encircled the Racial, while from the gaps between each shield, the 16 gun bits bared their deadly fangs. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened fire, blasting a corridor through the closing net of enemy machines. All units scatter, Graham yelled, seeing the lances of pink light screaming towards them. He and his direct subordinates were elite pilots. Their reaction times were sharp, and having served together for so long, their coordination was second nature. They yanked their control sticks instinctively at his command. The other squadrons weren't so lucky. The rain of death fell upon them once more. In the blink of an eye, their cockpit screens were filled with a blinding pink glare. The next second, it was their heads or their limbs that vanished. The sky filled with Union flags dropping like stones. On the ground, the Taribian Realdos collapsed one by one, their wreckage littering the earth, never to rise again. Damn it! Gundam, one of Graham's wingmen, Howard Mason, roared in fury, charging straight for the Raciel with his linear rifle blazing. "Howard, look out for the team," he never finished the sentence. A beam of light found him. His flag's cockpit flickered as his comms cut out, the machine now a dead weight, tumbling towards the ground. Howard, Graham's face was grim, watching his subordinate get taken out in the blink of an eye. He sighed. Huey really wasn't pulling any punches. "Captain," his other surviving wingman, Daryl Dodge, called out in a panic. "Don't lose your head. I'll tie up the Gundam. Use the time to regroup the surviving forces." "Yes, sir." Daryl's flag peeled away, leaving only the Raciel and Graham's custom flag in the immediate combat zone. "Come on, then. Let me challenge you again with this custom flag." His fighting spirit soaring, Graham slammed the control stick forward, his foot flooring the pedal. The thrusters on his machine flared to life, and he shot towards the Raciel at an unbelievable speed, transforming into mobile suit mode in mid-air, rifle firing, his plasma sword primed and ready. This guy really has a death wish," Huey smirked. The shield bits effortlessly blocked the rifle shots. He holstered his 2 GN submachine guns at his waist and drew his twin GN swords. "Got you." Graham saw the Raciel's view completely blocked by its own shields, and the surrounding gun bits weren't firing. He was right on top of it. He thrust his plasma sword through a gap in the shield wall, slicing open the defensive circle. At the same time, he raised his linear rifle, aiming at the angle where he predicted the cockpit would be. But just at that moment, alarm bells screamed in his head. Graham subconsciously eased his foot off the pedal, and the custom flag's speed dropped by a fraction. It was that tiny fraction of a second that saved his arm. A cold light flashed, and the linear rifle he had just raised was sliced clean in two. Though he'd slowed, inertia still carried the custom flag hurtling towards the Raciel. Graham ignored his shattered rifle, swinging his left-hand plasma sword in a wide arc. It was met with a clash of metal and light as the other GN beam saber blocked it. The powerful impact sent the Raciel skidding back a considerable distance before it stabilized. TCH. The force of that impact, how many GS was that? This guy really is a madman, Huey cursed internally. "Wake up." Gundam having pushed the Raciel back, Graham's spirit soared. He drew his other plasma sword and once again floored the pedal, pushing his thrusters to their absolute limit. "This lunatic, well, I suppose this is saving his life." As he muttered the words to himself, Huey's eyes changed. A rainbow-colored light flowed within them, and the world seemed to slow down. His own fiery battle lust was extinguished, replaced by an absolute chilling rationality. With a slight pull on the control stick, the Raciel shifted its body to the side, just enough to let the charging custom flag pass. In that moment, time seemed to stretch. As they shot past each other, Graham turned his head in disbelief, his movements feeling like they were stuck in treacle. But the only thing that greeted him was the sight of 2 GN swords scything towards him. A beast's intuition, a primal instinct for danger. It was as if Graham broke through the constraints of time itself. He yanked back on both control sticks. Swish, both of the flag's arms flew off into the void. The machine lost its balance, tumbling uncontrollably through the sky, sparks and arcs of electricity jumping from the severed stumps. He actually dodged it. Huey deactivated his innovator state, surprised. According to his calculations, Graham's custom flag should have been carved into a limbless torso. Whatever. That guy's out of the fight now. Better to get this over with quickly. It's dragged on long enough, Huey thought, turning to look at the enemy forces that were slowly beginning to surround him, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Captain Daryl Dodge had arrived with the regrouped Air Force. They opened fire on the Raciel, trying to create a covering barrage for Graham's retreat. "I'm fine, but the machine is finished." "Be careful, Daryl. This Gundam is different from the others." "It's strong, Captain. I'll get revenge for you and for Howard." He didn't finish his sentence. A single beam pierced his flag, and it fell from the sky, trailing a plume of fire. Daryl, Graham only had time to shout his name before he clamped his mouth shut, staring, dumbfounded, at the performance the Raciel was now putting on in the sky. A constant stream of reinforcements had surrounded the Raciel, trying to compress the encirclement while maintaining a curtain of fire, hoping for a chance to capture it. But no matter how many reinforcements arrived, no matter how hard they tried, the circle wouldn't tighten. In fact, it was slowly beginning to collapse. The Raciel was like a god of death, seated on a throne in the high heavens, looking down with indifference at the mortals who dared to challenge it. With a mere wave of its hand, the challengers fell from the sky. The encirclement finally broke under the pressure. The Racial reholstered its GN swords and drew its submachine guns. Then, leading its swarm of GN bits, it plunged directly into the Union aerial formation. It moved like an elegant dancer, weaving through the enemy lines. Each step of its dance was marked by the explosion of several enemy machines, the dense barrage of enemy fire serving only as festive lights for its performance. Before long, apart from 2 or 3 stragglers whose will to fight had been completely shattered, the only intact mobile suit left in the airspace was the Racial. It hovered there, looking down on the field of wreckage, as if marking the foolishness of mortals. The next second, its gaze turned to the fleeing flags. Graham saw it and knew what was coming. He instinctively yanked at his controls, trying to stop him, but he'd forgotten that his own machine's internal systems had been crippled. He was dead in the water. Running? Do you really think you can run? Huey watched the fleeing flags on his screen. He recalled all his GN bits, holstered his guns, and once again took his GN swords in hand. Pushing his thrusters to full, he shot after the deserters. Stop! They can't fight anymore. Graham roared at the sky, hoping Huey could hear his plea. But it was a vain hope. It only took a few seconds for the Racial to close in on the back of the first fleeing pilot. Don't come over here, no one was listening to his pleas. A cross slash and the flag was cut into 4 pieces, exploding in midair. The Racial didn't pause. It chose its next target. Pursue. Kill. Select target. Repeat. Not a single one of the deserters escaped his hunt. If you don't have the conviction, you shouldn't be on a battlefield, Huey thought, his eyes cold as ice. Deserters are executed on the spot. He piloted the Racial away, following his designated retreat path. Marion, why would you do that? Graham clenched his fists, turning the question over and over in his mind, but he couldn't find an answer. This was their first real fight, but Huey had never seemed like a cruel person. If he was really that ruthless, why had he spared the others? Why had he only executed the soldiers who had started to run? That was it. From the start of the Taribian campaign, besides the first city, no one had actually died when their machine was destroyed. Most had just been disabled, the pilots wounded. The only real Union casualties were those few flags and their pilots who had tried to flee. Captain, are you all right? Just then a voice called out. It was Howard Mason, his suit damaged but his cockpit intact. He'd managed to eject and make his way over. I'm fine, Graham said, his thoughts interrupted. But that was terrifying, Howard said, turning to look at the hellish scene of wrecked machines. The Gundam, yes, Graham said thoughtfully, surveying the carnage. Like a monster, Captain, we've lost track of the Gundam. Orders from HQ are to wait for rescue and return to base. Right. Let's go see if anyone needs help. Yes, sir. Howard saluted and followed Graham as they ran towards the other wrecks. Not far from the battle area, the hidden Exia, Dynams, and Cherudim began their own withdrawal. This had been Sumaraga's insurance policy, ready to provide cover for Huey's retreat if he ran into trouble. Though they had only been spectators, the hearts of the 3 Gundam Meisters were anything but calm. Oi, 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 mister. Stuart is just too good, Neil marveled. He reached the first city, suppressed it in 2 minutes, and wiped out their entire MS force. The second city was even scarier, less than 2 minutes. And then, against the combined forces of Taribia and the Union, it only took him 10 minutes. Lyle said with a grim smile. Looks like he was really holding back on us. Gundam, huh? Setsuna, the Dailandi brothers paused, not understanding what he meant. That is Gundam, Setsuna said, his voice quiet but full of a strange, burning intensity. That is a Gundam Meister. Hearing this, the Dailandi brothers fell silent. They knew Setsuna was having one of his episodes, but they had to admit one thing. Compared to Huey, they, as Gundam Meisters, were indeed somewhat unqualified. Chapter 22. Backed into a corner, the Gundam Racial returned safely to the hangar. Huey, climbing out of the cockpit, didn't say a word. He went straight to his room, and without even changing out of his pilot suit, collapsed onto the bed. He needed to rest. Properly rest. The mission itself had been easy. Even the combined forces of Taribia and the Union at the end hadn't posed a real threat. But his brain needed a break. In those few short seconds, he'd been in his innovator mode. A torrent of quantum brainwaves from the battlefield had flooded his mind. There were the challenging roars of brave warriors, the agonized screams of wounded soldiers, the frantic anxiety of rescue teams unable to reach the injured, and the raw, undiluted terror and despair of those whose nerve had broken. Huey was thankful he'd only opened that door for a moment before slamming it shut. Any longer, and he feared the chaotic storm of emotions would have shattered his mind, turned him into a proper dribbling idiot. Even now, he felt like his brain was about to split in two. But as for his final act of executing the deserters, he felt no remorse. The battlefield was never an easy word. For a soldier to step onto it, they had to be prepared for the consequences. To turn and run just because the enemy was too strong, you might as well go home to mummy for a feed. People like that didn't belong on a battlefield. Better for him to solve the problem now than let them get their comrades killed in the future. The world's reformation required the stimulus of sacrifice, so let them be a part of it, a way to wipe the slate clean of the shame of their cowardice. When you think about it like that, the Union should probably be thanking me, Huey muttered to himself before sinking into a deep, exhausted sleep. Huey slept soundly, but across the world, countless people lay awake. Civilians who supported Celestial being cheered as they watched broadcasts of the Racial's combat footage on every news channel. In the news agencies themselves, phones rang off the hook, reporters and staff running back and forth with no chance to rest, all scrambling to get the story first. And in the intelligence agencies and research departments of every nation, teams worked frantically, gathering and analyzing every scrap of data from the Taribian campaign. Are you being serious? The question was asked by the highest levels of government in every country as they stared down at the reports in their hands. The reports they received were all startlingly consistent, and their reactions were, with an unspoken consensus, almost identical. They felt like the reports were some kind of cosmic joke, a single machine possessing the power to suppress an entire, fully organized fleet. But unfortunately for them, it wasn't a joke. Every conclusion in those reports was the result of exhaustive analysis, simulation, and calculation. The world's leaders stared at the reports in silence, their brows furrowing deeper, the anxiety in their hearts growing heavier. If the first two appearances of celestial being had seemed like minor skirmishes to them, child's play at best, the third had changed everything. They could no longer deny the excellence of the Gundam's performance, but they'd assumed that if they got serious, there was little the Gundams could do. Now, they were forced to reevaluate the organization known as Celestial Being. The appearance of the Gundam Racial had shown them that it truly did have the power to rival any one of the three great blocks. The Union, having had the most direct and brutal experience of the Racial's power, immediately sent out invitations to the other two powers, hoping to form an alliance against Celestial Being. There were 6 Gundams after all, they could split them evenly. They had come to the stark realization that they couldn't handle the Gundams alone. The other two powers had come to a similar conclusion, but they each had their own plans. They still wanted to try their luck. Humans are creatures that thrive on wishful thinking. Without having personally felt the oppressive power of the Racial, they still wanted to have a go. What if they got lucky? The Union didn't object to this. In fact, they were quietly reveling in a bit of schadenfreude. They had taken a hit, and while it wasn't a crippling blow, their losses had not been insignificant. They were quite happy to see the HRL and the AEU get a pasting at the hands of Celestial Being. Why should they be the only ones to suffer? Misery loves company. The whole family should be in it together. And the man who had caused all this sleeplessness, the architect of this global panic, finally stirred after more than 10 hours of deep sleep. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he peeled off his pilot's suit, took a long shower, and dressed in clean clothes, finally emerged from his room. It was night time locally. The air was still and quiet. Huey found something to eat, then went up to the roof, stretched out on a lounger, and admired the starry sky. "Sigh, this is rubbish. It's nothing compared to the stars in space," he grumbled. "Of course it isn't," a voice said from behind him. "Since the industrial age began, the Earth has been aggressively developed. With the veil of pollution, it can't possibly compare to the pristine night sky." Wang Liu Mei came and sat down right next to him. Huey glanced over at her, then narrowed his eyes. "What? Is there something wrong with me?" she asked, noticing his strange look. "It's late. If you don't get enough sleep, you'll be a pipsqueak forever," he said, looking away as he spoke. Wang Liu-mei's choice of attire tonight was, to put it mildly, jarring. Her petite frame, all angles and no curves, was draped in a sexy lace nightgown, and black silk stockings, the most seductive kind. If Sumeragi had been wearing this, Huey would have turned into a werewolf and devoured her on the spot. But on Wang Liu-mei, he felt absolutely nothing. The contrast was so huge it wasn't even cute. Wang Liu-mei looked down at herself, then back at him, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster's. Regardless of her position, she leaned over and bit down hard on his shoulder. Oh, let go. You little dog, let go. He didn't know how long it lasted, but by the time she finally let go, she'd drawn blood. She didn't change her position, though, just lay sprawled unceremoniously on his chest. Oi, little miss, this isn't on, you know. I'm not that kind of bloke. Huey tried to push her off, using just enough force not to hurt her, but she clung on tight, refusing to move. Is it very hard? The question was asked so softly, so simply that it stunned Huey into silence. He stopped struggling, letting her lie there. It has to be, he finally said, his voice heavy. It was the second time he'd said it, and it felt just as grim. There isn't much time left for humanity. This wasn't an anime. The protagonist wasn't guaranteed to be the protagonist forever. Who could guarantee that the ending would be the same? That Setsuna would be able to make contact with the ELS, and who could guarantee that the ELS would even be willing to communicate with him? Faced with a crisis that was both imminent and unknown, Huey didn't dare stop for a second. It might look like he was swanning about when there were no missions, but in reality, he never stopped working. He was constantly in the simulator, honing his piloting skills, training his innovator abilities, designing the fourth-generation Gundams, drawing up plans for the next generation of MS for after the world was unified, refining and simplifying the second phase of the plan. Wang Liu-mei had once watched one of his self-training sessions. Just that one time was enough to make her never want to watch another. It was brutal. The standards Huey set for himself were nothing short of cruel. She didn't understand why someone already so powerful would train himself with such relentless, almost self-destructive rigor. Every time she saw him crawl out of the simulator, exhausted, only to disappear into his room to work on something else. It was because of this that she felt her own suffering wasn't so painful anymore. Her hatred for the world had lessened. A man who was infinitely more brilliant than her was pushing himself to the absolute limit, never slacking off even for an inch of progress. What right did she have to complain about her lot in life? Huey felt a wave of emotion himself, a self-deprecating smile on his face. He never thought the second person to ask him that question would be this little girl, who was old before her time. Sumeragi had asked him once too. She hadn't sought an answer, perhaps she already knew it. She hadn't tried to stop him, hadn't tried to persuade him to give up. She just stood silently behind him, supporting him. Is it because of the second and third phases of the plan? Wang Liu-mei asked. Yes, but you're not alone, she said softly, and Huey could hear the hint of a sob in her voice. You have sisters, Sumeragi. You have the Gundam Meisters. You have everyone on the Ptolemy. And you have me. You can rely on us. You don't have to push yourself so hard all by yourself. Some things only I can do. I'm a coward. I'm scared of dying. Rather than leave my fate in someone else's hands, I prefer to hold it tightly in my own. As he spoke, Huey reached his hand up to the night sky and clenched it into a fist, as if he were holding not just the air but his entire world. Is there anything I can do? She asked, looking up at him. Just carry out the missions Veda gives you and oomph. The next second, Huey's eyes went wide. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Liu-mei had kissed him. They broke apart just as quickly. Wang Liu-mei's face was flushed, but she looked him straight in the eye. I wasn't asking what I could do for celestial being. I was asking what I could do for you. I'm sorry, I've already got Sumeragi, so the Emperor has agreed. Oh, she agreed. Wait, what did you say? Huey was stunned. His brain felt like it had just blue-screened. Sister Sumeragi agreed, she said, lowering her head shyly before she could finish the sentence. She just asked me to wait until. Huey knew exactly what she was trying to say, but was this appropriate? Was she sure it wasn't April Fool's Day? His mind completely unable to process the situation, Huey gave up. He covered his face with his hands and flopped back onto the lounger, throwing in the towel. He was a decent man. All he wanted was to make sure the people he cared about survived. and then live a comfortable, happy life with a wife and kids. He'd never wanted to be the king of the world or build a massive harem. But sometimes fate is a mischievous bastard. The more you try to go left, the more it guides you to the right. Arg. Forget it, I can't think about this. Huey jumped up from the lounger so abruptly he almost sent Wang Liu-mei tumbling to the ground. Where are you going? She asked, puzzled. To the training room. I need to cool down. Watching his panicked retreat, Wang Liu-mei covered her mouth and giggled. Hee. I've given you my first kiss now, you know. You can't escape. And I bet you have no idea that Sister Sumeragi has already made a special plan just for you. Hee, I can't wait to see the look on your face then. Chapter 23. The honey trap. Today was the day Huey had been desperately waiting for. After a whole month apart, he would finally be reunited with Sumeragi. Watching him constantly checking the time and the arrivals board, Wang Liu-mei covered her mouth to hide a secret little smile. What are you laughing at? You look very cute right now. That's a word you use for women, isn't it? Dashingly handsome is the term you're looking for to describe me. Hee, is that so? Yes. And what? Can you let go of me? I'd rather not draw so much attention to myself. Huey had a massive headache. Ever since that night, this little madam had become completely shameless. He'd woken up one morning, for instance, to find a human limpet attached to him, and no amount of peeling could get her off. In fact, he'd been told off for making a fuss and disturbing her sleep. If he wasn't absolutely certain that nothing had actually happened between them, he probably would have topped himself out of sheer shame. He understood her feelings for him, and he had no intention of being an irresponsible cad. But at least wait until the mission is over. I don't want to get locked up. And what's the problem with that? I'm yours now, aren't I? It's perfectly normal for us to be close. Or is it that? All right, fine. If you want to hold on, Huey surrendered, cutting her off. He didn't know what she was about to say, but seeing the sly little grin on her face, he knew it was trouble, and he decided to nip it in the bud. Hee, Wang Liu-mei laughed, a sound full of genuine amusement, but also a sweet private happiness. She had never experienced a life like this before. Born into a great family, her life had never been her own. From a young age, she had been taught to maintain perfect etiquette in front of everyone, which had led to her ever-present fake smile. She was expected to bear the heavy burden of her family on her small, young shoulders, a puppet dancing to the tune of her elders. What to do, what not to do, what she was allowed, what was forbidden, it was all arranged for her. Even her marriage, that was why she had yearned for the world to change, why she had even come to hate it. She joined Celestial Being, and was even prepared to betray it later, all for one simple reason: to take control of her own destiny. A simple wish, but an incredibly difficult one to achieve. In Huey's memory, the character of Wang Liu-mei had never been well regarded. But now, having heard her story firsthand, his initial prejudice had vanished. That wasn't to say he accepted her feelings out of pity. Living in this twisted world, who hadn't suffered, whose life was easy. But there were still some lines that had to be drawn. He had to wait until she was an adult. Ding dong! The shuttle has now arrived. Would all passengers please collect their luggage? Come on, they're here. Wang Liu-mei obediently let go of Huey's arm and followed him to meet Sumeragi as she descended to Earth, deliberately falling half a step behind him to show deference to his status. Standing at the arrival gate, he saw 3 figures walking out in the distance, and among them the person he had missed the most. The love and excitement in his eyes were about to spill over, and it was the same for her. The moment she saw Huey, she started running, throwing herself into his arms and holding him tight. I missed you so much, I missed you too, is that so? For some reason, I don't quite believe you, Sumeragi said, pulling her head back and looking past him with a teasing smile at Wang Liu-mei. A waterfall of cold sweat trickled down Huey's back. He didn't dare answer. He knew the two of them had already come to some sort of consensus, but at a time like this, whatever he said would be wrong. It was best to just keep his mouth shut and let her have her way with him, which she was now doing, her fingers finding that soft spot on his waist and performing another 360-degree rotational pinch. HMPH. Sumeragi gave a little snort, then took Wang Liu-mei's arm and started walking towards the exit, completely ignoring Huey, the two of them whispering and laughing together. Huey stretched his hands out towards their retreating backs, as if trying to keep them there. Just then, the other 2 members of their party, Christina and Felt, walked past him. felt not one for words, just gave him a little nod of acknowledgement. Christina's comment, however, was what really broke him. "This is what happens to love rats, you know, Mr. Stuart Crack." "What do you mean, a love rat? I'm the victim in all this, aren't I? These two had sorted me out between themselves without me even knowing. And I'm the one who gets the blame when I find out." Huey, the group went directly to Wang Liu Mei's private island. There was no time for sentimental reunions, they got straight to work. This time, the mission was an armed intervention against the Republic of Moralia. Moralia was a special case. It was a small country, but none of the three great powers dared to underestimate it. With a population of only 180,000, it was home to over 3 million foreign workers. And of the roughly 4,000 private companies based there, 20% were PMCs, which formed the main pillar of the country's economy. A PMC, a private military company, could be understood simply as a mercenary corporation. Mercenary deployment, soldier training, arms transport, weapons R&D, army maintenance, it was all within their scope of business. Of course, that wasn't the reason Celestial Being had decided to intervene. The real reason was that, because of Celestial Being's activities, global conflicts had decreased, causing Moralia's economy to shrink. In order to receive aid and revitalize their economy, they had contacted the AEU and entered into a deep partnership, even going so far as to agree to turn their own country into a battlefield. In the end, Celestial Being was being used by the AEU this time. If Celestial Being's mission succeeded, Moralia's strength would be further weakened, and the AEU could finally pull the country, a prize they had been trying to win for years, into their own block. If the mission failed, that was even better. Capturing a single Gundam was worth more than the entire country of Moralia. So this was it, a Gundam capture operation that the AEU had been planning for a long time. But Huey wasn't worried. He knew that after his own grand debut, the AEU had deployed far more troops than in the original story, dispatching more ace pilots to support Moralia, and even bringing Caddy Manhwaquin onto the stage ahead of schedule. But his side also had an extra Gundam participating in this mission, and both the performance of their machines and the skill of their pilots were on a completely different level to their original counterparts. And although he wouldn't be entering the fray directly this time, he would be on standby not far away, an insurance policy for the mission's success. That's right, just like in the original story, the Kyrios and Virtue had already descended to Earth, leaving only Lichty and Lass on the Ptolemy. For such a small country to warrant the deployment of 5 Gundams at once, it was a kind of honor, he supposed. The only real variable is him, Huey thought. Should I just deal with him directly? But if I do, what about Setsuna's growth? After much consideration, Huey decided to leave his life in the hands of Setsuna and the Dailandi brothers. He could train their piloting skills, but he couldn't help with the growth of their character. Setsuna was the only true pioneer for the coming dialogue, the best candidate. If he missed out on these experiences that were meant to shape him, if it prevented him from achieving that state of purity, then they'd be in real trouble. But just because he wouldn't touch the man himself, that didn't mean he couldn't deal with his underlings. They were all a bunch of crazed warmongers. Wiping them out early would make the world a cleaner place. The Kyrios and the Virtue successfully rendezvoused with the other 3 Gundams, enjoying a final moment of rest before the mission. "Finally our turn to get a look in," Alaluja said, stretching lazily. "If we'd stayed on standby any longer, my body would have seized up." "I'm going all out this time," Tyria said. He too had been waiting impatiently. As the most fervent believer in the plan, he'd been stuck in space since the first mission, watching his comrades complete mission after mission. Even his perpetually calm heart was beginning to feel a flicker of impatience and frustration. "Knock yourself out," Neil laughed. "Mr. Stewart said you have permission to act as recklessly as you like, as long as you don't compromise the overall plan." HMPH, it was better not to mention him. The moment he thought of Huey, Tyria's gut filled with fire. The training sessions had been torturous, but they were at least within an acceptable range. But the power Huey had displayed in the Taribian campaign, the gap between them was so vast he could barely even see it anymore. While it was undoubtedly a good thing for the plan, he couldn't shake the feeling that Huey looked down on them. "But he really is amazing, isn't he? I suppose you'd expect nothing less from the former young tiger of the HRL," Alleluia said in admiration. You lot only watched it from space, so you didn't get the full effect, Lyle said. We were right there. It was nearly enough to scare us to death, honestly. The pincer movement formed by the combined forces of Taribia and the Union, it was useless. Mr. Stewart just tore it apart. I put myself in his shoes, forget completing the mission. I'd have been lucky to get away safely. Marion is very skilled. Even the usually taciturn Setsuna offered rare praise. Some of the operational techniques he taught me are very useful. Then let's prove it to him, Tyria said, addressing all four of them. Let's prove that we are Gundam Meisters too, that we can complete the mission perfectly, and that he doesn't need to use himself as a trump card. Of course, I didn't agree to join just to be a spectator. Let's show Mr. Stewart how much we've grown. I am a Gundam Meister too. The five of them shared a smile of mutual encouragement. They checked the time. The mission was about to begin. They each boarded their machines for a final check. Setsuna, after checking his own Gundam status, Neil opened a channel to Setsuna. Larkin, don't do anything too reckless this time. I won't be near you, I won't. I am a Gundam Meister. Completing the mission is my duty, really. That's good to hear. Although they had built a decent bond, Neil still felt like he was a parent, taking four younger brothers out on a mission. Lyle was his actual brother, so that was one thing. Setsuna was prone to doing baffling things at the drop of a hat. Alleluia had a dual personality, and his inner Hallelujah was impulsive, warlike, and easily lost control. And Tyria was constantly on the verge of eliminating any factor that might affect the plan, including his own comrades. Sigh, it's a tough gig, Neil lamented. Just then, Christina's face appeared on their respective screens. The current time is 0930 hours. All Gundam units are to arrive in Taribia at 1000 hours, then proceed to your designated locations. Got it. Chapter 24. No room for luck. Long before Sumeragi and her team had descended to Earth, a temporary command information center had been set up in the underground hangar. Now, Sumeragi slid a quantum storage device into the main console, and the system booted up. A real-time holographic map bloomed in the air before them, displaying the complete disposition of all Moralian, EU, and PMC trust forces. When did you hack into their systems? Felt asked, her quiet voice full of amazement. Before breakfast, Christina replied with a playful wink. Hacking was her bread and butter. Before joining Celestial Being, she was already one of the world's best and youngest super hackers. As per the schedule, the mission begins at 0000 hours, Sumeragi commanded, her voice crisp and clear. Everyone hostile to us is a target. Understood. Though the mission had yet to begin, real-time intelligence on the Gundam's movements was already being fed to the desks of the world's leaders. On every major military base, screens were broadcasting Celestial Being's actions live. They noted the absence of the Gundam Raciel, the machine that had caused such widespread panic, but the simultaneous deployment of 5 other Gundams sent a clear message. This time, Celestial Being was serious. The moment the 5 Gundams crossed the Moralian border, they were spotted by local reconnaissance planes. They didn't bother shooting them down. The mission had begun. They each broke off, heading for their designated target areas. Locked on to enemy air squadron from sector E332. Commencing armed intervention. Miss Sumeragi is incredible. This forecast is pinpoint accurate. Even as Alleluia was speaking, the 2 GN submachine guns on the underside of his Kyrios were already firing. Lances of light shot out, instantly destroying 2 AAU Hellions. He then shot through the gap in the scattered enemy formation. As they tried to turn on him, he seized the opportunity. The GN missile pod on his tail opened up, and a volley of missiles, trailing fire, blanketed the entire air squadron, turning them into a sudden, violent downpour of sparks and shrapnel. Enemy formation destroyed. Kyrio's mission plan remains unchanged. Roger that. Continuing intervention. Dynams and Cherudum commencing armed intervention in Sector D-833. Virtue has reached C-154 and is beginning destruction of enemy military facilities. In the center of a large military base, the Gundam Cherudum stood its ground, right in the middle of an encirclement. A squadron of Hellions was constantly firing on it, but their shells only splashed harmlessly against its shield bits, not even leaving a scratch. Cherudum beginning target destruction. As Lyle's words faded, the two GN beam rifles poked through the gaps in his shield-bit fortress and began to fire. Every shot was a perfect headshot on an enemy Hellion. Just as Lyle was starting to enjoy himself, his harrow chirped a warning. "Watch your back. Watch your back." But the warning had barely registered when several pink beams shot out from the dense forest in the distance, piercing straight through the ambushers who had been sneaking up behind the cherubim. Where did that attack come from? Recon planes. Where's the real-time footage? Nothing detected. How is that possible? As everyone watched, dumbfounded, the Gundam Dynams shimmered into existence where there had been nothing before. Neil raised his GN sniper rifle, aimed at the reconnaissance plane circling high above, and fired. A beam of pink light lanced upwards. The plane's wing melted away in the glare, and it tumbled towards the ground. Optical camouflage. Ignoring the enemy's reaction to his sudden appearance, Neil was busy giving his brother an earful over their private comm. "Be more careful, Lyles. Stop standing still like a target. Didn't Mr. Stewart teach you anything? That's what you're here for, isn't it, big bro?" Lyle replied cheekily. "I feel perfectly safe leaving my back to you." "Oh, you little git." Amidst their bickering, the Hellions at the base were quickly and brutally dispatched. The cherubim, no longer playing like a stationary turret, was now weaving through the enemy MS units. With every few meters it advanced, several more Hellions would fall, and any that it accidentally missed were picked off one by the hidden Dynams. Elsewhere, Tyria had learned his lesson. There was no repeat of the original story, where he had landed right in front of the enemy and tried to tank their barrage. This time, he cleared a safe landing zone from the air with his two GN cannons before descending to the ground. He combined the two cannons into one. A vast, powerful energy began to build. The GN cannons on his waist unfolded, a pinkish light glowing in their barrels. Gundam Virtue, clearing out the Hellion troops. As he spoke, the GN bazooka and the two waist cannons fired as one. 3 thick beams of light merged into a single, apocalyptic torrent that not only engulfed the Hellions in front of it, but tore straight through the entire base. He then began to rotate the Virtue, sweeping the beam in a wide arc that scoured the base clean. Warehouses, mobile suits, anti-air emplacements, nothing was spared. High above, an AEU Enact squadron was arriving as reinforcements. "Found you. It's a different model from last time, but you're a Gundam, right? That means you're my enemy. Remember this. The one who defeats you will be the great Patrick Carlasser." Patrick was as arrogant and clueless as ever. Even when every nation on Earth was treating the Gundams with the utmost seriousness, he charged straight for the Virtue, his comms open and broadcasting his taunts. But this time he was facing Tyria and the Gundam Virtue. Tyria wasn't like Setsuna, he showed his enemies no mercy. And the Virtue's sheer firepower didn't allow for it. The main bazooka and waist cannons were recharging and couldn't be used. But the Virtue still had the rapid-fire GN cannons mounted on its shoulders, specifically designed for anti-air and dealing with high-mobility targets. Enemy approaching fast from G653. Understood. Annihilate target. At Felt's alert, the Virtue's shoulder cannons rotated, locking onto the approaching Enact squadron. With a dense roar, a stream of beams shot out, so fast they almost merged into a single line, reaching Patrick's machine in the blink of an eye. "I'm going to die," that was Patrick's last thought, the image in his eyes frozen on his screen being consumed by pink light. Under the saturation fire from the rapid-fire cannons, the entire Enact squadron was blown to smithereens in under a minute, their wreckage raining down on the ground below. The ace of the AEU, the famous 2,000-swordie man, the so-called immortal Patrick Carlasser, was killed in action on his second appearance. This was the reality of the battlefield. There were no second chances, no lucky escapes like in the cartoons. Enemy reinforcements annihilated. Continuing mission, Virtue has completed Phase 1. Now entering Phase 2. Kyrios has eliminated enemy air power. Now entering Phase 2. After hearing the reports from Christina and Felt, Sumeragi immediately issued a new directive. Dynams and Cherubim switched to Mission Plan C5. Understood. What's the status of the Exir? Sumeragi asked. According to the plan, all units should have completed Phase 1 by now, but she hadn't received a report from the Exir. Exir has completed Phase 1 and is preparing to, Miss Sumeragi. The Exir is surrounded by enemy forces. Christina reported, her voice suddenly tense. How could that be? The situation had gone off script. Sumeragi looked at the sector where the Exir was located. Dozens of new enemy markers were suddenly appearing on the real-time map, completely encircling it. An ambush. In this situation, could it be Caddy? Sumeragi analyzed the situation, and in an instant she understood why her forecast had been wrong. Marian, Raciel on standby high above. Has someone run into trouble? The Exir is surrounded. The enemy mobile suits appeared out of nowhere. It must be a secret AAU unit that's been running silent. You are to take over Setsuna's Phase 1 objective for now. Exir is to proceed directly to Phase 2. Understood. Miss Sumeragi, what's happened? Wang Liu may had been watching from the side, but now that there was a change in the plan, she had to ask. It seems we've run into a worthy opponent, Sumeragi said, biting her thumbnail. An opponent, yes. And if I'm not mistaken, the commander on the other side is Caddy. Caddy Manhwatycoon, Wang Liu may gasped. Chapter 25. Caddy's Gambit. In the joint Moralian AU military exercise, there was officially only one command center, the main headquarters of the PMC Trust. But in reality, the AAU had secretly established a second one. This command post had authority over a single secret unit, an MS Corps assembled in the shadows from the AAU's most elite pilots. And their mission was singular: to capture a Gundam. The other AAU forces were just a smokescreen, a feint to cover this unit's existence. Their existence was unknown not only to Moralia and the PMC Trust, but also to their own brother units in the AEU, which was why Celestial Beings' temporary CIC hadn't spotted them at the start. Colonel, we've lost Lieutenant Carlasser's signal. The support squadron has been wiped out. Understood, Caddy Manhwatycoon replied, her voice completely flat, her expression unwavering as she continued to orchestrate the battle. The Special Task Force is to maintain the original plan. Activate mobile suits in 5 minutes. Commence capture operation against the sword-bearing unit. The news of Patrick's death didn't cause so much as a ripple in her composure. She hadn't known him personally, only heard the name, the test pilot who had supposedly run 2,000 simulated battles. If it weren't for the research department's strong recommendation, she wouldn't have even considered transferring him to her task force in the first place. Even then, she hadn't put him in the main unit, instead assigning him to the support squadron to observe his abilities. In Caddy's mind, a pilot with 2,000 perfect simulations under his belt was worth far less than a veteran who had survived a single real battle. The result was unsurprising. He'd been killed the moment he made his debut. Simulations, she thought, were nothing compared to a real battlefield. A man who had gotten this far on luck alone couldn't expect Lady Luck to keep looking after him forever. So that was all he amounted to. Colonel, it's time. Begin the operation. Yes, ma'am. Right then, Kyujo, Caddy thought, her eyes fixed on the real-time battle map. Our first proper showdown. I won't be holding back. The Gundam Exir reached its designated location and began its rampage amidst the encirclement of Hellion mobile suits. Perhaps because they saw that most of the Gundam's weapons were for close combat, and that its initial gunmanship had been amateurish at best, the PMC pilots got bold. Under the cover of their teammates' fire, they charged straight for the Exir, hoping to overwhelm it with sheer numbers and capture it. The price the company was offering for a Gundam was not small. Even bringing back a single part of it would be enough for them to live the rest of their lives in luxury. But to their horror, the pilot on the other side, seemingly aware of his own poor marksmanship, holstered his rifle and drew the 6 GN daggers from his waist. With a flick of his machine's wrist, he sent them hurtling towards the Hellions that were providing covering fire from a distance. The Hellion pilots, unimpressed, were caught completely off guard. The daggers pierced their cockpits with ease. Against the energy of the GN particles, their armor might as well have been made of paper. As the daggers were rapidly retrieved by their wires, the sudden change in tactics caught the attention of the other Hellions, causing them to hesitate in their charge. That hesitation, even for a single second on the battlefield, was a fatal mistake. With a sword in each hand, the Exir went to full power, weaving through the Hellions like a phantom. Every time it passed an enemy machine, it would be sliced clean in two, the cuts so smooth you could use them as a mirror. After dispatching the enemy in a few swift moves, Setsuna was about to proceed to the second phase of his mission. but his sensors immediately shrieked a warning. He instinctively yanked the control stick and the Exia jumped backwards. A volley of bullets tore through the space where it had just been standing, and as the alarms continued to blare, more and more enemy units appeared on his screen. Reinforcements. Was Miss Sumeragi's forecast wrong? Setsuna frowned, watching as the growing number of enemy machines surrounded him. Setsuna, can you hear me? Sumeragi's voice crackled through the comms. Miss Sumeragi switched to mission plan G1. Skip all plans up to phase 5 and begin with phase 6. Marion will take over your current objectives. Understood. Setsuna would never question an order from Sumeragi. He immediately turned the Exia and charged, intending to tear an escape route through the enemy lines. But the moment he turned, the units behind him opened fire, forcing him to spin back around and defend. The Exia wasn't a heavily armored machine, and no matter how much armor it had, the area around the solar furnace on its back was completely exposed. A direct hit there and it would be game over. But after he turned back, the enemy in front of him stopped firing, and the Anax behind him opened up again. Back and forth, they relentlessly targeted the Exia's weak spot. And Setsuna realized with a dawning horror that the encirclement was slowly, steadily tightening. I can't let them tie me down, otherwise I am Gundam. Trapped and at an absolute disadvantage, Setsuna finally snapped. With a roar, the Exia skimmed across the ground in a graceful S-curve, closing rapidly on two Anax. With a spin and a flash of its swords, it cut them both in two. At the same time, it quickly holstered its swords and threw its 6 GN daggers, piercing 2 more Anax. As the daggers were retrieved, the Exia tried to widen the breach and continue its mission. But to Setsuna's astonishment, the small gap he had just torn open was immediately filled. The enemy machines that were close to him rapidly pulled back, reforming the encirclement. The Exia was like a cornered animal, surrounded by patient hunters who were content to just wear down its strength, waiting for it to become exhausted before they delivered the fatal blow. Damn it, Setsuna could only seethe in his cockpit, completely helpless. Just then, dozens of beams of light rained down from the heavens. With every beam that fell, another enemy machine was destroyed. In an instant, a huge hole was torn in the encirclement. Setsuna, continue with your mission. Leave the rest to me. Right. With a quick glance at the Gundam Racial descending from the sky, Setsuna yanked his control stick and sped towards the rendezvous point. Colonel, it's the Feather unit. The sword unit has successfully broken through, TCH. So he was here after all. Caddy Mannequin gritted her teeth, muttering to herself. It wasn't that she hadn't considered the possibility of the Racial appearing, but unless she had a large force pre-positioned for long-range suppressive fire, there was simply no way to counter it. And she had watched the combat recording of the Racial in Taribia over and over again, countless times. In the end, she had come to one certain conclusion. The pilot of the Racial was Yang Hui. So now, as she watched the Racial on her screen, her feelings were a complicated mess. On the one hand, she didn't want to fight Hui. On the other, although she was now one of Celestial Being's new observers, she still had to give it her all, to confirm whether Celestial Being truly had the ability and the resolve to carry out their reformation. Colonel, what are your orders? The question broke her from her thoughts. Caddy immediately abandoned the capture plan and ordered all forces to retreat. Yes, ma'am, her AAU pilots breathed a collective sigh of relief. If they were facing the other Gundams under Caddy Mannequin's command, they would still have had some confidence. But against the Racial, they honestly didn't have the courage to even engage it. They are retreating. It really is you, Caddy, Huey said to himself, watching the enemy forces depart. He didn't pursue. Calm and steady in your command, a precise grasp of every change on the battlefield, and always making the most accurate judgment. He turned his attention in another direction. Right then, time to go and clean up their mess. And I might as well deal with those other rats while I'm at it. I won't touch Sashay, but it's probably for the best if I clean out his subordinates first. Chapter 26. A fateful reunion in a hidden corner of the battlefield, completely untouched by the fighting. A squadron of mobile suits lay in wait. That's a proper scrap out there. Makes you want to jump in and have a go, doesn't it? Forget about it. With your skills, you'd be dead before you even got there. Yeah, ha. The captain's the smart one. He saw how this would play out from the start, told us to pull out of the line of battle early and hide out here. You reckon the captain can actually capture one of them Gundams? Even if he is the captain, it's a long shot in it. But what if he pulls it off? Then we'll be living the high life with him. Ha ha ha. It's a Gundam. We hand that over, maybe we'll even get a brand new motor out of the reverse-engineered tech. A new machine, eh? Now that's something to dream about. These men were the subordinates of Ali al-Sashay. As the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. These men were all war junkies. Some of them might have started out in it for the money, but after following Sashay for so long, his influence had rubbed off on them. Kidnapping, poisoning, assassinations. There was nothing they wouldn't do to stir up a conflict. They told themselves it was all about the money, no war, no pay. But the truth was, they just enjoyed the thrill of it all. So beep beep, what's that? Where's that alarm coming from? A Gundam. It's a Gundam. It's coming straight for us. How is that possible? We're miles away from the main battle zone. Never mind that. Get to your machines, quick. Maybe we can still. It's too late. As the last word was spoken, all movement ceased. They looked to the horizon. A single blue and white machine was speeding towards them. Oi, 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 boss, what who have you gone and pissed off? It's that Gundam. Ha ha ha, it's over, we're done for. Recognizing the Gundam Raciel, Sashay's men couldn't even muster the will to fight back. With desperate smiles on their faces, they watched the machine in the sky, waiting for the end to come. It hadn't even reached the airspace directly above them before its GN bits deployed. In concert with the GN submachine guns in its hands, they began to fire relentlessly. Mobile suits exploded. The Earth was scarred with countless craters. Did you ever think this day would come after all the evil you've done? Huey said to himself, his face a mask of ice as he looked down at the sea of fire below. After confirming there were no survivors, the Raciel turned and flew back towards the main combat zone. At the same time, he reported back to Sumeragi. The rats have been cleared out. Now returning to my scheduled mission. Understood. Raciel is to continue to hold its position at high altitude and monitor the Gundam Meisters as they complete the final phase of their mission. You don't sound too happy. Who's wound you up now? Huey asked, noticing that Sumeraga's face on his screen was as black as thunder. Setsuna, she spat. That little brat got out of his cockpit in the middle of a battle. If Larkin hadn't gotten there in time, we'd be one Gundam Meister short. Huey was speechless. He'd assumed that with Caddy Manhwatycoon appearing on the battlefield ahead of schedule, the butterfly effect would have prevented the fated reunion between Setsuna and Sashay. He never thought that the moment he'd left, the two of them would still run into each other. If that was the case, then you couldn't really blame Setsuna. After all, Sashay was the man who had brainwashed him into murdering his own parents. Even now, Setsuna was still searching for his guard. The impact Sashay had on him was immeasurable. It was only after Larkin's sacrifice in the original story that he had his great awakening and found his own path. With Huey around, there was no way Larkin was going to die. But for Setsuna to fully mature, to find the path beneath his feet, Ali al-Sashay was a hurdle he absolutely had to overcome. In Huey's opinion, Setsuna's reaction was actually quite restrained. If he were to tell the Dailandi brothers right now that Sashay was the man responsible for the deaths of their parents and sister, he was sure they wouldn't give a damn about the mission. They'd chase him to the ends of the earth. They are proceeding with Phase 5 now and will begin Phase 6 shortly. You'd better get over there. Who knows what other variables might pop up, Sumeragi said. All right, I'm on my way. But don't you worry too much. Caddy's confirmed she's retreating, and she must have been the AEU's last trump card. I can't imagine what else they could have prepared. Let's hope so. The communication ended. Huey shrugged. Looked like he'd have to do some serious consoling when he got back. If he hadn't been there, Setsuna and the Exir would have been in real trouble. Which meant that, in a way, Sumeragi had lost to Caddy Manhwatycoon once again. The rest of the mission proceeded exactly as Huey had predicted, with no further complications. The 5 Gundams flew through a canyon, evading all enemy detection, and directly destroyed Moralia's command base. The commander, not wanting to die, surrendered, signaling the completion of the mission. But after the mission was over, Huey didn't return directly to Wang Liu Mei's private island. Instead, he followed the 5 Gundams to their temporary base. Smack! After disembarking, the Gundam Meisters gathered together. Neil, without any hesitation, punched Setsuna square in the face. No one else showed a shred of sympathy. You know why you got that, don't you? Neil demanded, his head throbbing. A Gundam Meister's identity, just like a solar furnace, is a Class S secret. Why did you show your face to the enemy? He knew Setsuna wouldn't do something so reckless without a reason, but as the de facto leader, the dad of the group, he had to make a point. But Setsuna said nothing in response to Neil's question, which only made his head hurt more. Making a mistake is one thing. You take your lumps, you explain yourself, and maybe we can move on. But you're not saying anything. You're making this very difficult for me. At this, Tyria lost his patience. He drew his pistol and aimed it at Setsuna. If you don't want to talk, then don't. For the security of the plan, I can execute you right here. Although he no longer felt the cold detachment he once had for the other Meisters, the plan was still the most important thing in his heart. Any factor that could threaten it had to be eliminated. Even a comrade. Seeing this, Neil and Lyle immediately grabbed Tyria's gun. Stop it, Tyria. If we tolerate his foolish actions, it could affect all of us. The plan has only just begun. We can't afford a setback here. I won't leave. I won't leave the Exir. I am a Gundam Meister, Setsuna said, drawing his own pistol and aiming it at Tyria. The air was thick with tension, both sides ready to fire. It was only Huey's arrival that slightly eased the atmosphere. I say, what's all this then? If you've got a problem, have a proper scrap like men, fist to flesh. Get it over with. What's with all the knives and guns? Setsuna, put your gun away. Oi, mister. Stuart, what are you talking about? The three who had been trying to break up the fight now turned on Huey. This was just pouring oil on the fire. Was he trying to make things worse? But halfway through their complaints, their mouths fell open as they stared at Setsuna, because he had actually obediently put his gun away. Huey then snatched the pistol out of Lyle's hand and tossed it back to Tyria. You too. You're a grown man picking on a kid. Have you no shame? What? All right, Setsuna. Let's have it. Why did you get out of the cockpit during the mission? Huey said, ignoring the half-dead look of fury on Tyria's face and turning his attention to Setsuna. Setsuna's expression was a complicated mess. He still said nothing. You don't talk, but you think I don't know. You innocent child. The pilot of that enact, it was Ali Al-Sashe, wasn't it? Huey asked. What? Everyone was stunned. Setsuna looked at Huey with an expression of utter disbelief. The Dailandi brothers' eyes filled with a deep, burning hatred. The only person who could make you lose your composure like that in battle, I couldn't think of anyone else. Huey explained, tossing a data drive to Setsuna. After he abandoned Ulat, Sashe joined a PMC and has been operating as one of the world's top mercenaries, even instigating numerous wars himself. His file is in there. Have a good look. I deliberately left him for you lot. You can decide amongst yourselves who gets to deal with him. This, Mr. Stuart, the three of them didn't know what to say. The Dailandi brothers gave Huey a deep bow of thanks. Setsuna just nodded in acknowledgement. But let me make one thing clear first, Huey warned them. If any of you three lose control because of this man again, then don't blame me for dealing with him myself. Honestly, you Burks, do you have any idea how much effort I have to put in to calm her down? Ahoha. The others shuffled their feet and backed away with nervous laughter. They knew better than to provoke Huey when he was in this state. Any resentment he'd copped from Sumeragi would be vented on them. But inwardly, they were all relieved. The tense, hostile relationship had been smoothed over by Huey's one, half-joking, half-serious remark. Chapter 27. The executioners burden the end of the Moralia mission should have been a moment for celebration. But just as they were about to breathe, a major incident unfolded that snuffed out any joy. Across the world, 7 major cities were hit by simultaneous terrorist attacks. The attackers had specifically targeted crowded locations, shopping centers, train stations, causing massive civilian casualties. Soon after, a statement of responsibility appeared online. So long as Celestial Being refused to halt its armed interventions and disarm, they would continue their indiscriminate retaliation across the globe. The attacks had come so suddenly that even Celestial Being's extensive intelligence network couldn't identify which organization was responsible. Whoever did this, it's a bloody vicious move, Neil said through gritted teeth. Damn terrorists, Lyle spat, his voice full of hatred. Sooner or later, we'll wipe every last one of them out. The Dailandi brothers' hatred for terrorists was the deepest. Their own family had been killed in a terrorist attack. The main reason they had joined Celestial Being was to use its power to get revenge, to completely eradicate all terrorists from the world. Do they really think this will stop our armed interventions? Tyria sneered. It was a perfectly normal statement, but at that moment, coming from Tyria's mouth, It immediately lit a fuse in several people. What did you say? Tyria, what do you mean by that? Innocent civilians have been murdered and you don't feel anything at all. First were the Dylandi brothers. They were already seeing red, and Tyria's comment was like pouring petrol on the fire. They exploded with rage. Next was Ian, who also voiced his displeasure at Tyria's cold indifference. Setsuna and Alleluja said nothing, but their glares spoke volumes. Tyria, however, was completely unfazed. No, he replied coldly. An event like this should have been predicted in the plan from the start. You bastard. Seeing the Dylandi brothers start to advance on him, Tyria asked calmly, what is it? You two are normally so flippant. I wouldn't have thought you'd care about something like this. It's not your usual style, is it? Shut up. You bastard. Just as the brothers were about to lay hands on him, Huey's sharp voice cut through the tension. Stop it, Mr. Stewart, this is exactly the time when you need to keep a cool head, Huey said sternly. Neil Lyle, I know you hate terrorism, but you can't take your anger out on our own side. These terrorists have launched an armed attack, which means they are now a target for our intervention. We are Gundam Meisters. The crimes they have committed will be judged by us and by our Gundams. Is that not right, TCH? I understand, Mr. Stewart. I'm not happy about it, then bottle it up. Wait until we've found out where they are, and then you can unleash it all on them. Annihilate them completely. After saying this, Huey turned to Tyria. And you, he lectured. Don't you forget that in the eyes of the world we are also terrorists. We are also murderers. No matter how noble our reasons, that fact will never change. Once your hands are stained with blood, you lose the right to argue. You can be indifferent to how many people die for the sake of the plan, but you must remember that for the world to be reformed, countless people will give their lives. Soldiers, civilians, even us. But we cannot, because of our status as Gundam Meisters, place ourselves on a pedestal as saviors. We must remember every single life that is lost because of us. That is our responsibility and our duty. Tyria turned his head away annoyed, but he took Huey's words to heart. Huey looked around at everyone. You all need to remember this, he said, his voice ringing with authority. A Gundam Meister is an executioner. We use violence to stop violence, war to end war. Our hands are stained with the blood of countless people. But no matter what happens, we must bear that weight and move forward. Because we are the pioneers of this reformation, and we must be prepared to give our own lives for it without hesitation. The 5 Meisters listened, then nodded with grim seriousness. What do we do now? Setsuna asked. For now, you're on standby. I'm heading back immediately to help Wang Liu may find out who's behind this. Until then, you will all stay put and behave yourselves. Especially you two, he said, pointing at the Dylandi brothers. Understood, hey. Do you really have that little faith in us? The brothers grumbled resentfully. After Huey had left in the Raciel, the 5 Gundam Meisters and Ian, who was in charge of their maintenance, gathered together again. You know, Mr. Stewart's leadership skills are off the charts, eh? He diffused that whole crisis with just a few words again. Didn't he, Tyria? HMPH. Ahaha, come on now, you lot. You don't want Mr. Stewart to have to turn back halfway here, do you? If Marion really did turn back because of this, he'd probably put us on extra training. At that remark, everyone, including Setsuna who had said it, couldn't help but shudder. I'm going to get some rest. Who knows when we'll have to move out, rest up. I'm knackered after today. Everyone disperse and get ready to go. After Marion returned to Wang Liu Mei's private island, he didn't even stop to rest. He went straight to find her and Sumeragi. Any news? Not yet, Wang Liu Mei reported. It happened too suddenly and their methods were very professional. They vanished the moment the attacks were successful. We found a few of their temporary hideouts, but they were all empty. Sumeragi, what's the forecast? Nothing yet. There are too many possibilities. With our current manpower, we can't possibly formulate a concrete battle plan. So far, only cities in the Union and the AEU have been attacked, so we can't confirm the accuracy of their threat of indiscriminate attacks, she said, biting her fingernail. Is that so, Wang Liu Mei? Order your agents in the major cities of the HRL to be on standby immediately. You think their next target is the HRL? She asked. It's highly likely. An organization that would publicly declare their crimes online is not likely to go against their own statement. Otherwise, all their actions would lose their credibility. Their reason for targeting celestial being would fall apart, and they might even have infighting within their own ranks. So their next target is very likely within HRL territory. But don't completely give up on the major cities in the Union and AEU either. Of course, Huey knew the true identity of this mysterious organization. He even knew where their next target would be. But he couldn't just say it out loud. It would be impossible to explain how he knew. He could only hope that Celestial Beings' agents were good enough to stop the next attack before it happened, to minimize the casualties. I understand. I'll concentrate the majority of our resources within HRL territory. Given the tip, Wang Liu Mei immediately began to redeploy her personnel. The preparations were made. All that was left now was to wait. Chapter 28. I am a Gundam Meister even though they had made specific arrangements, deploying a large number of agents to the HRL's major cities. What was bound to happen happened. The attack went ahead as scheduled. Now everyone was a target. The people who carried out the attack were caught immediately, but they weren't of much value. They were low-level grunts, family members of those who had died at the hands of Celestial Being, duped into becoming martyrs. They had no idea who their handlers were, or which organization was behind it all. The crew hated the feeling of waiting, but there was nothing they could do. They had to wait. Their agents' tireless efforts weren't entirely fruitless, however. They had ruled out the backing of any third-party nation, and had determined that the organization behind the attacks had multiple active bases. This was why they couldn't act recklessly. Without a state sponsor, they couldn't just intervene against a single country as a show of force. And with multiple bases, they couldn't get them all in one go until every last one had been located. To act prematurely would be to leave a snake hiding in the grass, ready to strike again at any moment. Sumeragi had used the available intelligence to predict the general vicinity of several of these bases. She ordered the Gundams to deploy to these designated locations and lie in wait, ensuring they could strike the moment the terrorists showed themselves. The Virtue went to lie dormant in the mountains of Australia. The Kyrios buried itself in a desert in HRL territory. The Dynams found a hiding spot in a southern Union forest. The Cherudim went to the northern ice fields. And the last one, the Exir, was the only Gundam deployed within AEU territory. Not long after arriving, Setsuna saw a heat signature appear on the Exir's detection radar, very close to one of Sumeragi's predicted attack sites. At the same time, a communication request came through from Wang Liu Mei. She ordered him to assist in the capture of a suspicious individual fleeing the scene of an explosion. Although he suspected this person would be another low-value pawn, just like the others, they couldn't afford to ignore a single lead right now. During the pursuit, Setsuna put the combat skills he'd honed on the battlefields of his youth to good use. But his target was more cunning and better prepared. The getaway car was bulletproof and it sped away right in front of him. To make matters worse, just as he was about to give chase again, he was cut off by the local police. Setsuna was getting impatient. The problem now wasn't whether he could catch the attacker, but whether he could get away himself. He was about to just knock out the approaching officer and leg it, but just then, a car pulled up beside them. A woman got out and, to his surprise, vouched for him. He was baffled. Who was this person? Was she help sent by Wang Liu Mei? He didn't know it yet, but this was a meeting that would change the course of his life. An encounter with the person who would one day become the most important to him. In a quiet park, the sweet sound of birds and insects chirping filled the air. Bodyguards had cleared the area of all passers-by, leaving only the elegant woman and Setsuna alone. Was I sticking my nose in where it wasn't wanted? The woman asked, a hint of concern in her voice. No, Setsuna replied to her back, his face expressionless. I didn't expect to meet a fellow countryman here. You're from Azadistan too, aren't you? No. I'm from Krugiz. Krugiz? I'm so sorry. The woman, thinking of the history between Azadistan and Krugiz, felt a wave of embarrassment and sadness. But her fine education and the recent training she'd undergone helped her to quickly compose herself. I haven't even introduced myself. I am Marina Ismail. Camel Majarif, Setsuna replied, using the fake identity he'd been given. Are you here in this country as a tourist? Marina asked. In her efforts to develop the economy and energy resources of the Kingdom of Azadistan, she had spent a long time dealing with the higher-ups of various nations, trying to secure their aid. But she had hit a brick wall at every turn. She had no one to talk to, no one to confide in. So when she had seen Setsuna in trouble with the police, she hadn't hesitated to help him, and had brought him here hoping for a chat. She didn't need to say much, she just wanted someone to talk to relax with for a moment. But Setsuna had no interest in her small talk, nor did he have the time to indulge her. Please don't go. Can we just talk for a little while? I'm begging you." Though he was impatient, Setsuna stopped and looked at her, waiting for her to continue. And so, Marina began to talk about her recent work. How she, a princess put on the throne by her people, had personally risked so much, traveling to nation after nation to beg for their help, all so that her country could escape its energy crisis, so that her people could live better lives. She didn't care if some people misunderstood her, or if others slandered her for it. Diplomacy, yes. As you probably know, Azerbaijan is divided between the reformists and the conservatives. The situation at home is chaotic. Now that the oil exports have been banned, we need a solar power generation system to revive our economy. But the people's standard of living fell after the system was built, and the conservatives are very resistant to it. If we don't stop the two sides from opposing each other, they will appear. Celestial being, Setsuna said, subconsciously voicing the answer he'd already guessed. They're just a group of fanatics, delusional enough to think they can stop war with force. War is a terrible thing, of course, but people have already died because of their one-sided interventions. Some countries are facing economic collapse. Do they really think they are gods? If war breaks out, people will die. My point is that their intervention is a one-sided act of violence. There is no dialogue, no attempt to seek a peaceful solution. They use the pressure of violence to control others. It's absurd, people die during dialogue too. But it was Azerbaijan, Setsuna cut in, his voice hard, that destroyed Krugiz. That is true, yes. But both our countries were seeking a peaceful solution until the very end. People had already died before that. Setsuna's patience had run out. In his eyes, Marina was just a naive, romantic girl who knew nothing of the darkness and distortion of the real world. Marina was startled by the look in his eyes, the tone of his voice. She voiced her own suspicion. It's been 6 years since then. You're still so young, don't tell me you used to fight. I am still fighting now. Are you one of the conservatives? Are you here to kill me? Marina misunderstood his identity and stumbled backwards in fear. Killing you would change nothing. The world wouldn't change, camels no. My codename is Setsuna F. Say, a Gundam Meister of Celestial Being. Celestial Being, this answer was even harder for Marina to accept. If the conflict continues, sooner or later, I will go to Azerbaijan. With that final declaration, Setsuna turned and walked away. Marina could only stand there, dumbfounded, watching his retreating back. Finally, her legs gave way and she crumpled to the ground. How can this be? She whispered to the empty park. This joke isn't funny at all. Chapter 29. The world is calling. On the other side of the world, the bomber had been captured by Celestial Being's agents, his biometric data transmitted back to base. With this new piece of the puzzle, Wang Liu Mei was finally able to identify the organization. La Eden, a naturalist group with its center of operations in the AEU. But by the time they investigated La Eden's known bases, the birds had already flown. They'd cleared out completely, not leaving a single useful scrap of data behind. But then, by sheer coincidence, just as Wang Liu Mei thought they were back to square one, the biometric data of other suspected members of the same organization began to leak online. And it was all being leaked using the internal secret codes of the three great powers' intelligence agencies. The world is calling us to action, Wang Liu Mei murmured to herself, staring at the screen. She was overjoyed. For the first time, Celestial Being had the support of the entire world. Even if it was just this once, it was a momentous change. It was like trying to boil an entire lake with a tiny little flame. At first, it only created a single, insignificant bubble that would quickly pop, but what followed was the boiling of the entire world. Once the three secret La Eden bases were confirmed, Sumeragi immediately issued her orders. The Virtue, Dynams, and Exia, being the closest, were to destroy the three sites. The Cherudim and Kyrios were to remain on standby, ready to provide support. And so La Eden, the organization that had tried to use Celestial Being for its own ends, was about to receive a devastating blow. At 1400 hours Greenwich Mean Time, the attacks began simultaneously. The Gundam Virtue arrived in the skies over the Marshall Islands in HRL territory, and seeing the enemy camp below, simply used its GN bazooka to plow the entire area, leaving nothing but a patch of scorched earth where not even a single blade of grass would grow again. In a mountainous region of the Southern Union, the Gundam Dynams didn't even bother with its optical camouflage. Dual-wielding his GN pistols, Nail fired relentlessly into the enemy base below. Any life sign he detected became his target. He even mercilessly shot through the cockpits of the mobile suits that scrambled as reinforcements. This time Neil was truly angry. He hated terrorists with a passion. His own family had been killed in a terrorist attack. The Exia was the only one that ran into any trouble. Its target was a large transport ship. After destroying it, a pair of mechanical claws shot out from the wreckage and dragged the Gundam down into the sea. No one had expected a mere armed group to possess an old-style underwater mobile armor, a Sea Scorpion, but it had only caught the Exia off guard for a moment. In a few swift moves, Setsuna had carved off all its weapons, turning the machine into a pincushion with his GN beam sabers and daggers, leaving it to sink and sleep forever in the deep ocean. The mission was an easy success, and Huey's intervention wasn't needed. He was currently on a beach, enjoying a bit of sunbathing with Sumeragi. I never thought the world's intelligence agencies would actually help us. Isn't that great? Ian said, wandering over to join them. They're just using us, Huey replied lazily. La Eden has been around for a long time. They are a bunch of ambitious nutters who operate on the ridiculous premise that the solar power system and the orbital elevators are a pollution to the Earth. They've been a headache for the great powers for years, especially the AEU. They're just using us as a tool to get rid of La Eden for them. The sad thing is, Sumeragi said with a self-deprecating sigh, even though we know we're being used, we have to go along with it. We knew this sort of thing would happen when we chose this path, Huey said, tightening his arm around her comfortingly. Besides, even if they are using us, the outcome of this incident is still a massive net positive for us. I know that, of course. We've taken a big step forward. We have. Ian watched the two of them, who were now gradually ignoring him, and scratched his head in frustration. Arg. Can't you two young lovebirds pay attention to your surroundings? There's an old man still here, you know, hee. This is karma, Ian, Huey teased, a sly grin on his face. Finally, you understand the resentment I felt on Jupiter. HMMPH. Wait a minute. I even had to help you look after your kid, didn't I? Just you wait. TCH. I shouldn't have even come down here, Ian grumbled, turning and walking away. It looked like he was off to call Linda, who was still up in space, to get a bit of sympathy. Huey and Sumeragi watched his grumpy, retreating back, and then looked at each other and smiled. After spending a while longer with Sumeragi, Huey got up to leave. What? Going to reward your little girlfriend? Sumeragi teased. Thumpy. Hearing that, Huey's foot caught on nothing, and he performed a perfect face-first trip over thin air. It's not like that. And besides, this is all your fault, hee. I was just worried about you, having to manage the whole plan all by yourself down on Earth. I thought you could use someone to comfort you. And now you're blaming me. Ooh, so you've got a new toy to play with and you've forgotten all about your old. Stop. I was wrong, all right. Huey's brain went into overdrive. He knew she was just acting, but to prevent the fake tears from becoming real, he pulled out all the stops. My dearest Miss Sumeragi is #1 in the whole universe. She's the most virtuous, the most gentle, the most beautiful wife a man could ask for. Miss Sumeragi is never wrong. It's always me who's wrong, really. Am I really that good? Sumeragi asked, her eyes wide with expectation. Yes. You really are that good. The absolute best in the world. If anyone disagrees, I'll beat them until they can't look after themselves. Really? Then your new love, Miss Wang, she can't compare to me. Of course not. A little schoolgirl with no chest and no arse, who hasn't even finished growing. How could she possibly compare to my dearest, most beloved Miss Sumeragi? You have the face of an angel, the body of a devil, and the wisdom of a god. The perfect wife in my heart. Was it over the top? Was it fake? Who cared? As long as it made Sumeragi happy, Huey would have danced the seaweed dance in his underpants on the outside of the ship. Otherwise, tusk, things could have gotten a bit messy. Really? But for some reason, I feel like you're lying to me. Oomph. Seeing that she still wasn't letting him off the hook, Huey decided to use his ultimate weapon. He lunged forward and pressed his lips hard against hers. He kissed her until a long while later she was breathless, then he finally let her go. "Do you believe me now?" he asked, looking into her slightly dazed eyes with a loving gaze. Sumeragi buried her head in his chest and gave a tiny nod, her voice smaller than the buzzing of a mosquito's wings. "Right then, I'm off. I'll rendezvous with you all in a few days." After this mission, all 6 Gundams needed to return to space for maintenance and repairs. Although there hadn't been much damage in the previous missions, some worn-out parts still needed to be replaced, and their solid ammunition needed to be resupplied. "What are you going to do?" Sumeragi asked. This wasn't teasing. Every move Huey made was related to the overall plan. If it wasn't in the schedule, she had to know what it was. "I'm going to teach a certain mischievous little brat a lesson," Huey said, the corner of his mouth tipping up into a grin. Chapter 30, give us a reason the mission was done and dusted. Setsuna, all quiet intensity, made his way back to the little gaff he was using as a stopgap, just waiting on the word to get back up to space. But today was different. He stopped dead at his own front door, not moving a muscle. He couldn't see anything out of place, not a scratch, but something deep in his gut, a proper primal instinct, was screaming at him not to go in. "Setsuna, you back then?" The voice cut through the tension. Saji Crossroad, of all the people. It was his neighbor, Saji. The bloke they called the false fool. Funny how life works in Knit. Proper strange. One quick glance from Princess Marina out of a window in the AEU, and her path was tangled up with Setsuna's for good. And now here he is, living next door to the Crossroad family. Little brother Saji, who was gonna lose his bird, Louise, for a long while. And his sister, she'd get herself topped for knowing too much, turning Saji into a bloke twisted with hate for Gundams and celestial being. And then, in the maddest twist of all, he'd end up one of them. A member of the firm. Fate's a right laugh sometimes. "What's up? You feelin' all right?" Saji asked, his face a picture of genuine concern. "No. I mean, yeah, I'm fine," Setsuna clipped back, his words short. "Well, if you need a hand with anything, just give us a shout, yeah." "Don't need it." Saji's friendly interruption had somehow silenced the alarm bells in Setsuna's head. Or maybe he just wanted to get away from the bloke, to cut the chat short before it went any further. He turned the key. The door swung open. All clear. He stepped inside, shut it behind him. Safe. The very next second, just as the tension bled from his shoulders, a hand shot out of the shadows, clamping around his wrist like a steel trap. Before he could even think to fight back, his arm was wrenched behind him, his body slammed face first onto the dusty floorboards. He tried to twist his head to see who'd got the drop on him, but the cold, hard press of a gun barrel against the back of his skull froze him solid. He gave up. Every muscle went slack. "Give me a reason." The voice hit Setsuna like a bucket of ice water. He'd braced himself for some government spook, some intelligence mob who'd finally clocked him. But this was different. He knew that voice inside and out. His eyes went wide. "Merlin, give me one good reason not to kill you right now, Setsuna." Merlin's voice was pure ice, stripped of all warmth. The voice of a killer, plain and simple, the kind that could freeze the blood in your veins. "I'm a Gundam Meister. I won't abandon the Exia." Setsuna choked out, the words tasting like grit and desperation. "That's not good enough, mate." Not by a long shot. Merlin's voice was a low growl right by his ear. "You get one more chance, and you know bloody well why." The weight on his back didn't let up, the gun still digging into his skull. And in that moment, Setsuna understood. He knew exactly why Merlin had snuck into his gaff and put a gun to his head. "Marina Ismail," Setsuna began, forcing himself to choose his words carefully. This wasn't some made-up excuse, it was the truth, something he'd been mulling over. "She's different from everyone else. She's looking for a path, a way to do things that's completely different from ours. Maybe she's another chance." "Another chance, is it?" Merlin murmured, the words barely a whisper. A dry, bitter laugh followed, echoing in the small room. The crushing weight vanished, and a hand pulled Setsuna to his feet, dusting him off with a jarring gentleness. "Does this mean I passed?" Setsuna asked, his eyes locked on Merlin's searching. Near enough, Merlin said, his tone shifting back to the weary commander. But listen to me, Setsuna. This is the last time. The firm's rules aren't there for a laugh. You can't just ignore them cause you feel like it. When you get back upstairs, you can spend a week in the hole as punishment. Sordid truth was, Merlin never had any intention of putting a bullet in Setsuna. He'd known from the get-go that Setsuna had met the princess, that he'd even told her his name. If he'd wanted to stop it, he could have just swapped Setsuna's mission with Tiara's. Easy. But he didn't. In fact, you could say he'd wanted them to meet. On Setsuna's long, hard road to becoming who he needed to be, Ali Alsace was the first big turning point. Princess Marina was the second. This little visit, the gun and the threats, it was all for show. A bit of theater. If Setsuna couldn't give him a decent reason, then the rules meant nothing. And for a top-secret outfit like Celestial Being, that kind of rot could bring the whole thing crashing down. Never mind that, deep down, Merlin already knew the whole organization was leakier than a sieve. Still, the core of it, Setsuna, the Meisters, the Ptolemy crew, the new Professor Eichmann, they were still pure. The rules had to stand. For them. Understood, Setsuna's head was a mess of feelings. He had a strong sense that this was all just a test, that Merlin was never going to pull the trigger. But he couldn't prove it. Still, he wasn't one to overthink it. All that mattered was that he could still pilot the Exir, that he was still a Gundam Meister. That was enough. I'm heading off. Don't be late for the rendezvous, Merlin said, turning to leave. Right, Merlin left him to it. He'd split off from Sumeragi before heading back up to orbit specifically to deal with this Setsuna business. But now he had to go and smooth things over with Wang Liu Mei. It hadn't been long, but women, they were a law unto themselves, weren't they? The moment Merlin stepped out the door, he almost walked straight into Saji, who had his hand raised, ready to knock. Hey, isn't this Setsuna's place? Saji asked, looking confused at the stranger coming out. It is, yeah. I'm his cousin from out of town, Merlin said, his face breaking into a disarmingly warm smile. Just popping in to check on him. You a mate of his? Oh. No, not really. I'm his neighbor. Don't think we're at the mate stage yet. All right, Merlin said, his eyes flicking down to the takeaway box in Saji's hands. And what's that you've got there? Oh, this, Saji said, blushing a bit. My sister, she made too many muffins, so I thought I'd see if Setsuna wanted some. He looked embarrassed, like he was admitting to offloading leftovers. Is that so? Well, that's proper decent of you, looking out for him, Merlin said, taking the box with a grateful nod. His voice was all warmth and charm, the handsome older brother from next door. Saji was won over in an instant. This kid, eh? He's a bit of a lone wolf, always has been. Doesn't have many friends. Oh no, it's nothing. We're neighbors, it's what you do in net. Help each other out, Saji stammered, waving his hands shyly. Merlin turned and pushed the door open again, calling back inside. Oi, Setsuna. Your mate's here to see you. Get yourself out here and be social. No, really, I'm just... Saji started to protest, his face turning beet red, but the stone-faced Setsuna had already appeared at the door. His dark eyes darted from Saji to Merlin to the box of muffins in Merlin's hand. Here, Merlin said, pressing the box into Setsuna's hands with a cheerful grin. Someone went to the trouble of making these for you. You make sure you eat every last one, you hear me? Setsuna still looked completely baffled by the whole situation, but he saw something in Merlin's smile, a glint in his eye that said this wasn't a request. He gave a stiff nod. That's more like it, Merlin said, ruffling Setsuna's already messy hair. You need to get on with your neighbors. You're young, you should be out making friends. He gave Setsuna's head a gentle push downwards towards Saji. You'll look after him for me, won't you? Oh. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Saji Crossroad. Just Saji's fine, Saji is it? I'm Merlin Stewart. Hello, Mr. Stewart. Yeah, you're a good lad, Saji, Merlin beamed. Right, I'll leave our Setsuna in your capable hands then. I've got to dash, of course. We'll look out for each other. Safe journey, Mr. Stewart. Cheers. Laters, the two of them watched Merlin walk away. The second he was gone, a thick, awkward silence fell between them. So, Saji started, scratching the back of his neck, not knowing what to say. Cheers, Setsuna mumbled. Well, as long as you like them, then bang. Just as Saji thought he might be making a breakthrough in neighborly relations, Setsuna shut the door right in his face, shattering the illusion. Miles away, in a sleek motor speeding through the city, Merlin watched the setting sun paint the sky in shades of orange and purple. A slow smile spread across his face. Saji Crossroad, he chuckled to himself. Funny old world. What a way to meet. Chapter 31. Ribbons comes calling. After leaving Setsuna and Saji to their awkward silence, Merlin headed straight back to Wang Liu Mei's private island. He was due back up in the blackness of space soon, and he figured the least he could do was spend some proper time with her before he shot off. His mind, though, was still on the Crossroad family. That Saji kid is one thing, he thought, just a simple, decent lad. But his sister, Kinu, now she's interesting. A proper grafter. No official backing, no inside track, just a sharp mind and hard work. And she'd managed to piece together the truth behind Celestial Being's entire first phase. A talent like that, you couldn't just let a psycho like Sasha snuff her out. What a bloody waste that would be. Lost in thought, he pushed open the grand doors of the island villa. The moment he stepped inside, the hairs on his neck stood up. It was dead quiet. Too quiet. The servants who usually greeted him were nowhere to be seen. Normally, Liu Mei herself would have been there to meet him before he'd even got his shoes off. The entire mansion was wrapped in a silence so thick it was unnerving. Instinct took over. This felt like a trap, an enemy ambush. His hand drifted down, fingers brushing against the cold steel of the gun holstered at his hip. Just as he was about to draw it, a voice slithered out of the quiet. A voice he knew, yet had never heard in person. "We finally meet, Mr. Merlin." Merlin's eyes snapped towards the sound. There, sprawled on the main sofa in the grand hall like he owned the gaff, was a young man with a shock of green hair. He had his legs crossed, casually sipping tea from a delicate cup. And standing beside him, respectfully like staff, were Wang Liu Mei and her bodyguard, Hong Long. "Ribbons Allmark," Merlin said, his voice low and hard. The casual way he held himself didn't fool Merlin for a second. His hand stayed clamped to his weapon as he walked across the marble floor, stepping deliberately between Ribbons and Liu Mei, shielding her with his body before turning to face the intruder. "I'm surprised you know who I am, Mr. Merlin," Ribbons said, a picture of false innocence. "Yeah, you can drop the amateur dramatics, mate," Merlin shot back, his tone pure ice. "Don't play the part of Alejandro's little pet with me. I have clearance for every file in Veda, including the ones you're locked out of." My, so serious," Ribbons tusked, a smug little smile playing on his lips. "Why so tense? Please do sit. Miss Wang's tea is really quite excellent." Bang. The word was barely out of Ribbons's mouth. The gunshot was deafening in the silent hall. The bullet screamed past Ribbons's cheek, close enough to kiss the skin, before exploding through the floor-to-ceiling window behind him in a glittering shower of glass. A single perfect trail of ruby-red blood traced a line down Ribbons's handsome, almost feminine face, adding a wicked, demonic edge to his features. "On account of who you are, I'm letting that slide." This one time, Merlin snarled, the smell of cordite sharp in the air. "But you don't touch my people. Ever?" The cold fury in his voice, the sheer speed of the shot, it was all the proof Liu Mei needed. He wasn't some saint, but he was hers, and he took that seriously. Ribbons treating her like a servant had lit a fuse inside him. This wasn't just a punishment, it was a warning. "So it would seem I was discourteous," Ribbons said, completely unfazed by the wound. He didn't even bother to wipe away the blood. Instead, he inclined his head towards Liu Mei. "Miss Wang, you have my sincerest apologies. You are too kind, Mr. Allmark." "It was only a pot of tea," she replied, her voice as smooth and elegant as ever. But inside, her heart was soaring. Merlin, her Merlin, had just fired a gun at a high-ranking Celestial Being inspector. For her, with him here, the fear she'd felt moments ago evaporated like mist. "Right, you've had your fun. What do you want?" "Spit it out," Merlin said, finally sitting down opposite Ribbons, though the gun in his hand never wavered, its barrel still pointing dead at the green-haired man's chest. With a self-styled guard and a proper lunatic like Ribbons, you couldn't afford to be careless for a second. "Always in such a hurry, Mr. Merlin," Ribbons sighed. His eyes flickered towards Liu Mei and Hong Long. "But are you quite certain they are suitable company for what is to be discussed?" I'll just, Liu Mei, ever perceptive, immediately prepared to leave with Hong Long, but Merlin held up a hand, stopping them. They are people you can trust, he didn't need to explain further. Liu Mei was his woman, even if they hadn't sealed the deal yet. Hong Long wasn't just her bodyguard, he was her older brother. They were family. There were no doubts. Is that so? Very well, Ribbons said, a strange, knowing smile returning. Mr. Merlin, I am here to propose a partnership. Merlin let out a short, sharp laugh. Oh yeah, what's the matter? Finally clocked that your boss, Alejandro, is a complete and utter donut, and you've decided to stop playing his game. The smile vanished from Ribbons's face. You really do know a great deal. He was genuinely serious now. His plan, his real plan, wasn't in any Veda database. His whole purpose was to seize Veda for himself, using the Corner family and its clueless patriarch as pawns. Only he and his own circle knew the truth of it. How could Merlin possibly know? So what's this big partnership idea of yours then? Merlin pressed, ignoring the flicker of shock on the other man's face. You are aware of Eolia Shenberg's entire plan, are you not? Of course. The dialogues to come are fast approaching, and yet humanity remains divided, squabbling amongst itself. It is pathetic, Ribbons declared, his voice rising with theatrical passion. They need one absolute leader, someone to rule them with an iron fist. They need a god to lead them. And, Merlin asked, a cold smirk on his face as he listened to the sermon. Join me, Merlin. Ribbons leaned forward, his eyes alight with zealous fire. Together, we can become the gods of this world. Humanity is too foolish. If they continue on this path, they will be utterly incapable of facing what is to come. Annihilation will be all that awaits them. He held out a hand, a confident, inviting smile plastered back on his face. You're a funny one, you are, Ribbons, Merlin said, just shaking his head with a scornful laugh. The good humor drained from Ribbons's face. What? Am I wrong? You stand there slagging off the whole human race as foolish, but you seem to forget something, mate, Merlin said, leaning back. I'm human. And you were built from a human blueprint. Don't you think your whole speech is a bit of a contradiction? Oh, please, do not lump me in with that inferior species, mister. Merlin, Ribbons hissed, his composure cracking. We are the next stage of evolution. We were born to be rulers. And you, I have seen all your data, mister. Merlin, all of it. Before and after you joined Celestial Being. You are not like them. You are exceptional and equal to Eolia Shenberg himself. I believe you are destined to be a pioneer of the change. You are worthy of becoming one of us. All it would take is… Nah, you're all right, mate, Merlin cut him off flatly. I think being human is just fine. He wasn't interested. Pioneer of the change, artificially made innovator, whatever nonsense Ribbons was spouting. Let some other Muppet turn into a silicon-based lifeform like Setsuna was destined to. Not his problem. As for becoming an artificial innovator, why would he need a cheap knockoff when he was already the real deal? A naturally evolved, purebred innovator. Is that so? Ribbons said, his voice dangerously soft. What a terrible shame. What's next? You gonna try and take me out? Merlin scoffed. Ribbons might be a nutter, but if he wanted to start something, Merlin wasn't about to back down. No. A talent like you should not be wasted so easily, Ribbons said, standing up smoothly. My plan will proceed. After this first phase is complete, I will come and find you again. You will have another chance to join me, assuming, of course, that you're still alive. And with that, he turned and walked out, leaving a trail of shattered glass and thick tension behind him. As he disappeared, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall finally lifted. Merlin, Liu Mei breathed, her composure finally breaking. Who or what is he exactly? An artificial innovator. Something Eolia Shenberg cooked up in a lab, Merlin explained. He's man-made, but he's meant to be the next step in human evolution. Human evolution. When humanity moved into space, we had to start adapting to survive. It leads to changes. The next moment, as Liu Mei and Hong Long watched in stunned silence, Merlin's eyes began to shimmer, filled with a brilliant, flowing light of pure golden particles. Longer lives, stronger bodies, faster minds. It's evolution. It's inevitable, and you, she whispered, mesmerized. Spend enough time soaked in high-purity GN particles, and it's possible you end up like me. The odds are anyone's guess, though. Ian and Linda haven't changed, and little Milena's still too young to tell. I see, then he is. He's a madman who thinks he's God, Merlin said simply, the light in his eyes fading. And sooner or later, he's going to be our enemy. I understand, Liu Mei nodded. She was smart enough to know what to ask and what to leave alone. If she needed to know something, Merlin would tell her. In the next instant, he grabbed her hand, pulling her from her feet and down into his lap. He held her close, his voice low and firm against her ear. Listen to me, Liu Mei. You're with me now. You don't have to scrape and bow for anyone. Not ever, she murmured, melting against him. Meanwhile, in a car speeding away from the island, Ribbons stared out of the window. The driver, however, was giving him grief, with none of the respect you'd expect from a chauffeur. Ha, that was a bit embarrassing, wasn't it, Ribbons? The driver, Regine Regetta, cackled. Got completely pied off. Regine's right, chirped a voice from the back seat. You looked like a right lemon, Ribbons. I can't help you with this one, a third voice added. Heiling and Regine have got a point. A temporary setback is meaningless, Ribbons said with a shrug, utterly indifferent to the teasing from his three comrades. I'm confident he'll see things my way eventually. Besides, today was not a complete loss. Oh, Regine asked from the driver's seat. You found a weakness? I did, Ribbons said, turning his gaze back to the passing scenery. A slow, cryptic and utterly chilling smile spread across his face. A very obvious and very fatal one. At the end of the day, he's still just one of the inferior species, isn't he? Chapter 32. The elite soldier and the Iron General. Once everything was said and done, the crew smuggled themselves and the 6 Gundams back up into the black, using a network of back channels and favors. What our lot didn't know, however, was that they weren't traveling alone. Tailing them on their journey back to orbit was Colonel Sergei Smirnov and his newly kitted out Spearhead Division. Sergei and Soma Puris should have been back in space ages ago, but they'd been kept planetside waiting for the Spearhead's brand new, custom-built mobile suits to finally roll off the production line. Colonel, so, Sergei said, his voice a low rumble. This is the Vanguard. Even a man as steady and unflappable as Sergei Smirnov felt a jolt of raw excitement deep in his gut as he laid eyes on it. It was nothing like the old, clunky Terran. The design philosophy was from another world entirely. It wasn't nearly as bloated, but it still had a solid, mechanical weight to it that screamed power. The lines of its body were sharper, more angular, yet the armor plating offered even more protection than its predecessor. The head unit was completely new, ditching the single Cyclops eye and its protruding sensors for design that looked almost human, like a stoic face hidden behind a sleek, tactical helmet and a wide, dark visor. Not that it was lacking in hardware, the head was still crammed with all the latest sensor tech. Model number MSJ-07A, official designation Vanguard, a technical advisor chirped, practically buzzing with pride. She's built on a whole new movable frame, Colonel. Frame and armor are all E-carbons. She'll run rings around a Tyran in every single category. Based on the data from Major Young's old prototype, we've swapped out the standard arms for miniaturized beam weapons. And using the rest of the data he left us, we've developed 4 tactical backpacks, an assault pack for lightning raids, a breacher pack for smashing through the front line, a heavy fire support pack for long-range bombardment, and a dedicated recon pack. You can swap them out depending on the mission profile. The top brains at the Academy are trying to cook up more, but nothing solid's come of it yet. I see. It's already more than enough, Sergei said, his approval clear. To be honest, Colonel, the science bards are saying she's still only a half-finished job, the technician admitted. The current power systems can't even begin to support the Vanguard's full potential. If you want to see what she can really do, we'd need to invent a whole new generation of power plant. Is that so? Sergei almost choked on his own breath. Of course the power system isn't enough, he thought with a flash of grim humor. He wouldn't have known before, but now, as a clandestine member of Celestial Being, he knew exactly what that madman Merlin had done. The bloody lunatic designed this thing to run on a GN drive. He had no idea how Merlin had managed to design a suit like this before joining Celestial Being. But then again, his little brother's entire life had been one crazy, impossible feat after another. So is this my machine? Sergei asked. He kept his face a mask of calm professionalism, but inside, he was itching to get in the cockpit and take his new toy for a spin. But not this one, no, Colonel, the technician corrected him. This here is Lieutenant Puris's custom job. We've tuned it to her personal combat data and, removed most of the safety limiters. We're confident the lieutenant can squeeze every last drop of performance out of this machine. The safety limiters have been removed. Sergei's brow furrowed. That was a serious risk. Every mobile suit was fitted with limiters for a reason. They stopped the machine from performing at 100% capacity, mainly for two reasons. Firstly, even with a G-dampening pilot suit, the physical shock could pulp the pilot. Secondly, running a machine at full chat constantly would tear the suit itself apart in no time. It's not a problem, sir. According to the data from the Super Soldier Institute, the lieutenant's physical conditioning is light years ahead of most soldiers. She's well within the acceptable tolerance range. Is she? Sergei's tone was laced with doubt. We are scheduled to test the new machines shortly, are we not? Let us get the hard data from that before we jump to any conclusions. Understood, yes, Colonel, very well. In that case, where is my machine? Sergei asked. This way, sir. Oh, this way, the technician said, his own excitement bubbling over again. I have a feeling you're going to like this one. A lot, completely in the dark, Sergei and Soma followed him to another, more private section of the hangar. He took one look, and his feet felt like they'd been nailed to the floor. If the Vanguard was a battle-hardened, heroic soldier, then the machine that stood before him now was a fearsome, iron-willed general. Thick, heavy plates of black armor were layered over its frame, unable to hide the raw, coiled power of the muscle beneath. Two beam sabers hung from its waist like cavalry swords. Hidden beneath the skirt armor were dozens of vernier thrusters for unmatched agility. A pair of beam cannons mounted on the shoulders jutted forward, like the gleaming, ice-cold fangs of a predator. In its right hand it held a powerful rifle, in its left a shield. And even the shield was a weapon, hiding a deadly twin-barreled Gatling Vulcan cannon, while its tip was sharpened into a wicked gleaming point designed for ramming. Model number MSJ-08. Official designation, Praetorian, the technician said, his eyes shining with an almost religious fervor as he stared at the black machine. It was a look of reverence not just for the suit, but for its creator. The Major designed this one specifically for you, Colonel. In the Human Reform League, if you asked any of the younger generation who their benchmark was, who they aspired to be, the answer was always Merlin. The lad had left the academy a legacy of next-generation research projects, single-handedly pushing the HRL's military tech far beyond anything the AEU or the Union could manage. The theories behind next-gen suits, miniaturized beam weaponry, it was impossible not to respect, even worship the man. Her loadout includes one beam rifle, two beam sabers, and two beam cannons. The technician continued, rattling off the specs. The attack shield system houses a twin-barreled 300mm Vulcan cannon, an E-carbon piercing spike, and is, of course, an E-carbon shield. The Praetorian's back has the same universal port as the Vanguard, so it can use all the same tactical packs. Because of the beam weapons, it uses the very latest in power cell technology, but its output is even higher than the Vanguard's, so you'll need to keep a close eye on your energy levels during combat, Colonel. Sergei just nodded, his gaze fixed on the Praetorian. His expression was complicated. This was a gift from Merlin. Apart from saving his wife Harley's life, it was the most important gift he'd ever received. And now he was being asked to pilot this gift into battle against Merlin himself. A gift forged in brotherhood, now destined to be a weapon of betrayal. Colonel Perry's quiet voice cut through his thoughts. Since she'd known him, she'd never seen such a look on his face. It's nothing. I was just remembering something, Sergei said, quickly masking his turmoil. Thinking about the Major, were you, Colonel? The technician said with a friendly wink. I don't mind saying I'm jealous of you, sir. Having a brother that brilliant, he meant it too. Who wouldn't be jealous of a younger brother, who was not only a genius, but clearly thought the world of his older sibling? The technician knew the inside story. When the science division first got their hands on the Praetorian's blueprints, the top brass had gone absolutely spare. They knew it couldn't be mass-produced with current tech, but every general and his dog was scrambling to claim the single prototype. They all had sons or nephews in the army, and a machine like this was a one-way ticket to medals and glory, not to mention a damn good way to stay alive. The political squabbling was vicious. That is, until Old Man Wang and the other senior scientists at the academy basically flipped the table. They put their foot down hard. They announced that Major Yang had specifically designated the Praetorian for Colonel Sergei Smirnov, and that nobody else was getting their hands on it. End of discussion. The generals had to back down. You just didn't mess with those old geezers. Every one of them was a living legend, respected, powerful, with contributions to the state that were off the charts. They were the grandfathers of the nation's military. You simply couldn't win against them. Yes, Sergei said, a rare, genuinely warm smile gracing his features. That boy, he's the best thing that ever happened to me. Purries didn't react. She was used to it by now. Whenever Major Yong's name came up, the colonel's stern mask would soften. It only made her more curious about the man himself. I just never thought they'd actually managed to build it, Sergei mused. It can't have been easy. You're telling me, the technician said with a weary laugh. I don't know why the old-timers were so obsessed, but they were. Worked around the clock, they did, pulling all-nighters to get it finished. Scared the life out of a few people, I can tell you. If any of them had collapsed from exhaustion, it would have been a national crisis. I see. Has it been tested? It has, sir. But the data wasn't great. What? Sergei's brow furrowed again. He refused to believe Merlin would design him a flawed machine. Well, according to the reports, the problem wasn't the suit. It was the test pilots, the technician clarified. They just couldn't handle it. The machine was too much for them. So, right, in that case, Sergei said, his voice firm with decision, I will conduct the next test myself. Understood, Colonel. That's actually part of your mission brief. The Praetorian Systems test is scheduled to run alongside the Lieutenant's test of her custom Vanguard. Chapter 33. The test and the meltdown launch lane is clear. Praetorian, Colonel Sergei, you are green for launch. Acknowledged. Sergei Smirnov, Praetorian, launching. It was the same old launch pattern he'd recited 1,000 times before, but this felt completely different. The G-force wasn't just a push. It was a physical blow, a brutal shove that hit him like a lorry, trying to ram him clean through the back of his pilot's seat. Even with the new flight suit doing its best to soften the impact, the sheer, crushing pressure was agony. His body finally adjusted to the Praetorian's violent inertia. Sergei took a ragged breath, a curse growling in his throat. That little bastard, is he trying to turn my insides into paste with this much thrust? Oh, sorry, Colonel. My bad, the technician's voice crackled over the comms, laced with embarrassment. Forgot to give you the heads up. The Praetorian's launch acceleration is 3 times that of a Tyran, and 1.5 times the Vanguard's. You might want to mention these things a bit sooner, Sergei roared back. If he wasn't built like a brick wall, that initial jolt would have knocked him out cold. Of course, it wasn't really anyone's fault. Just like the Vanguard, the Praetorian was a machine Merlin had designed around the specs of a GN drive. While it was currently running on high-performance solar batteries, its intended power source came with a few unique perks, one of which was a particle effect that actively dampened G-forces. Colonel, over on his wing, Soma Purries had arrived, her custom Vanguard floating silently beside his Praetorian. Right, let's begin the test, Sergei said, switching to his command tone. Advisor Lyo, give me the test parameters. Right you are, Colonel. First up is data testing for high-speed movement and emergency turning. The chorus has been uploaded to your systems. But Colonel, Lieutenant, the true performance of the Praetorian and the custom Vanguard is still an unknown. If you run into any trouble at all, abort the test immediately. The custom Vanguard was one thing. It was just a beefed-up version of the standard model. But the Praetorian was a complete mystery. The technician remembered what his old gaffer, the lead scientist, had said about it. That suit's a monster, the bloke who designed it is a monster, and whoever pilots it has to be a monster too. Sergei's status in the military was just too high. The Praetorian itself had a price tag 5 times that of a production model Vanguard, and 10 times a Tyran, costing nearly as much as a new transport ship. But even that astronomical cost was nothing compared to the Colonel's life. If anything went wrong, the order was clear. Ditch the Praetorian but get Sergei out safe. Understood. Commencing level 1. Lieutenant, let's begin. Understood. As Sergei and Soma gently pushed their control sticks forward, their feet applying light pressure to the pedals, the thrusters on both suits ignited with a soft glow. Following the system's guidance, the 2 machines began to move, heading towards the first waypoint. Looking good, Colonel. All systems stable. Please proceed to level 2. Understood. Following the technician's instruction, they began to slowly ramp up the power. The 2 suits gathered speed, gliding through the black, banking and turning in perfect sync with the flight plan on their screens. Still looking good, systems are green across the board. Okay, proceeding to level 3. Colonel, please be careful. The technician's voice came again, the professional calm now tinged with a distinct nervousness. This was the point where it had all gone wrong in the previous tests. Level 3 demanded a power output that completely eclipsed even a Tyran, with its safety limiters switched off. In that state, the Praetorian's hypersensitive controls required an incredible amount of skill from the pilot. The slightest mistake would send it into an uncontrollable spin. Worse, Level 3 included emergency evasion and combat dodge maneuvers, which put a massive physical strain on the pilot. Understood, hearing the warning, Sergei focused his mind, his hands steady on the controls. He knew testing a prototype was a dangerous game, and he had no intention of becoming a statistic. His wife and son were waiting for him back home. And besides, this suit was a gift from Merlin. If he broke it, he could only imagine the earful he'd get from his little brother. He carefully eased the Praetorian's power output higher. He felt a thrill, a mix of nerves and pure exhilaration, at a sensation of speed he'd never once felt in a Tyran. For a breathtaking second, it felt like the universe outside his cockpit had slowed to a crawl. And then, the control stick started kicking in his hand like a living thing. The next second, the suit's attitude shifted violently, and the view in his cockpit became a nauseating, star-streaked blur as the Praetorian began cartwheeling like a drunk through the black. "Whoa, Colonel," Paris cried out, her voice sharp with alarm. She was desperate to help, but she was helpless. Getting too close to a suit in an uncontrolled spin was just asking for a catastrophic collision. "I'm Alf Wright," Sergei grunted, fighting the waves of dizziness from the violent tumble. He wrestled with the controls, forcing the Praetorian to obey his will. But Sergei Smirnov was no rookie. He was one of the best aces in the world. It took him barely 10 seconds to tame the out-of-control machine, wrestling the wild beast back into a stable flight path. In that brief, violent struggle, he'd felt it, a flicker of understanding, an instinct for the suit's incredible sensitivity. He was starting to find its rhythm. "Colonel, are you all right?" Paris asked, guiding her vanguard closer now that he was stable. "I'm fine," Sergei replied, a grim smile on his face. "I think I'm starting to get the knack for this wild horse." "Colonel, do you need to return for a rest?" the technician asked, his voice tight with concern. "Negative. We continue the test, but your body, I'm not that old yet. Don't worry. It won't happen again." "Understood. Then I'll restart the program from level 1. "No," Sergei interrupted, his voice firm. "Skip level 1 and 2. We're going straight back to level 3. "But sir, that's an order." "Understood, Colonel. But please be careful." The technician had no choice. Rank was rank, and he was just a civilian advisor. Sergei was as good as his word. He now had a feel for the Praetorian. He brought the speed up in seconds, and this time there were no accidents. Following the system's flight path, he and Paris piloted their suits through the vast ocean of space. No longer just machines, but a pair of nimble, flashing fish, soaring and dancing in the endless dark. The test entered its final, most difficult phase: high-speed combat maneuvers, firing on the move, and executing emergency stops and turns. The massive inertia was a killer. Several times, Sergei came close to blacking out, his vision tunneling as he fought to catch his breath. And trying to shoot accurately at these insane speeds, for the first time, was nearly impossible. His performance left a few ugly red marks on the Praetorian's final data sheet. But overall, it was a stunning success. It was the first time any pilot had made it through the entire test program. Though the final numbers weren't perfect, Sergei had shown a remarkable ability to adapt. They were all confident that with a few more training sessions, he would fully master the wild stallion. Paris's test data, on the other hand, was even better. She pushed her custom Vanguard almost to its breaking point, executing every maneuver flawlessly. She herself reported no ill effects. All that was left was some fine-tuning based on her feedback once they returned. And that's when it all went sideways. A raw, agonized shriek tore through the comms. The camera feed from Paris's cockpit showed her face, pale and slick with sweat, her features contorted into a mask of pure, twisted agony. She was completely unresponsive to their frantic calls. And then cut, she began to chant, her voice a hoarse, broken whisper. Triggered by God knows what, she raised the Vanguard's test issue smoothbore cannon and began firing wildly at a nearby orbital station. The low-caliber shells hammered against the station's reinforced armor, failing to punch through, but the relentless, concussive impacts were devastating. With a groan of tortured metal, 5 of the station's huge, cylindrical gravity blocks sheared off from the main structure like rotten fruit, and began their long, fiery fall towards the blue and white marble of the earth below. Chapter 34, A Rescue for All Hands NNGH. This feeling is They just docked at the station. The plan was simple, grab the Gundams and get back to the Ptolemy. But as they stepped into the main concourse, Alleluia suddenly doubled over, a strangled cry ripping from his throat as he clutched his head. Alleluia, what is it? What's wrong? The others rushed towards him, concern etched on their faces. Then they noticed it wasn't just him. Tyria and Merlin were both rigid, a hand pressed to their foreheads, their expressions tight with pain. What's happening to you lot? Sumeragi asked, her voice sharp with worry. Brain quantum waves, Merlin gritted out. What? There's an unfamiliar set of waves nearby, Merlin explained, his voice strained. He'd never felt anything like it. Even with his innovator abilities switched off, he could still passively sense the thoughts of others, like seeing the scenery. It was just there. But this is different. It's an attack. Hostile as hell, trying to drill right into our skulls. An attack. Have we been found out? Sumeragi whispered, her eyes darting nervously around the crowded concourse. No, I don't think so, Merlin managed, shaking his head to clear it. This feels like a meltdown. Someone's completely lost it. A meltdown, yeah, that's it. A quantum brainwave user is going berserk. Somewhere close by, damn it. As he tried to pinpoint the source, a jolt of memory, sharp and familiar, shot through his mind. Soma Puris, the Tyran Tauzi test. Her brainwaves clash with Alleluia's, she goes nuts, she attacks the station. But hang on, he thought, this ain't right. The timing's all wrong. This was supposed to happen a month or two back. None of that mattered now. The only question was whether he was right. The next second, the universe answered him. The entire station gave a violent lurch, like it had been hit by a train. Through the huge viewport windows, they watched in horror as 5 colossal sections of the station's habitat tore away from the main structure, tumbling slowly, inexorably towards the earth below. Was that an accident? What in God's name is going on? No time to figure that out now, a crewmate shouted. Miss Sumeragi, what are our orders? Sumeragi looked at her team. Tyria's face was a mask of cold indifference. Felt stood by, quiet and ready for orders. But everyone else, their eyes were blazing. They wanted to help. We're going in, Merlin said, giving his head one last shake to clear the psychic fog. Sumeragi, you take Christina and Felt and get to the ship. Now, but, Tyria started immediately, his voice sharp with protest. This is a complete deviation from the plan. It could expose our existence. Tyria, Merlin said, his voice low but firm. He caught himself. They were surrounded by civilians, their attention now glued to the unfolding disaster outside. But it was still too risky to say the name aloud. He didn't need to. Everyone knew what he meant. They were celestial being. This is what they did. Mr. Merlin is right, Alleluia said, getting to his feet. When it's time to act, you act. That's how a man does things, Lyle Dylandi added, his twin brother Neil nodding in silent, grim agreement. Go, Neil said simply. You can't just stand about while people are gonna die. Right, Sumeragi agreed, her mind already shifting into tactical mode. We'll get you support as fast as we can. Christina, Felt, and the ever-silent Setsuna hadn't said a word, but the look on their faces was all the agreement she needed. I will report this unsanctioned action to Veda, Tyria stated, his arms crossed. A few of the others couldn't help but crack a small smile. Classic Tyria. The textbook definition of a tsundere. He was in, but he had to make it look like he was being dragged into it, kicking and screaming. With the decision made, Sumeragi and her 2 operators boarded a shuttle, blasting off at top speed towards the Ptolemy, hidden in silent running on the far side of the orbital ring. The 6 Gundam Meisters, meanwhile, turned and ran for the cargo bay. They had a rescue mission to launch. Back in the thick of it, Colonel Sergei had managed to stop Puris's rampage, but the damage was already catastrophic. Control, this is Sergei. Give me a damage report on those gravity blocks. Now he barked into his comms. Colonel, a strained voice replied, according to the emergency beacons, there are 479 souls needing rescue on blocks 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Where are the rescue teams? Ida is 7 minutes, sir. The escort squadron is scrambling too, but the blast impact and air leaks are causing the blocks to lose altitude fast. They'll hit the point of no return and enter the gravity well in 14 minutes. You what? The words hit Sergei like a punch to the gut. The clock was ticking and fast. He made a snap decision. I'm commencing rescue operations. You send a team to recover the lieutenant's unit. But sir, the mass is too great. One suit can't, there are lives at stake, Sergei roared. And besides, this will be a good test of the Praetorian's maximum output. Before Control could argue, Sergei slammed his control stick forward, his foot ramming the throttle to the firewall. The Praetorian rocketed away from the chaos. Whoa! Ugh, this damn G-force. The brutal acceleration slammed him into his seat again, but he gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain. No time for that. Got to save them. He flew towards the tumbling blocks of metal and life. His calculations were grim. He had mere minutes to push the entire massive structure back up into a stable orbit. It was the only way to avert a complete disaster. Come on, you beautiful black beast, he growled. Let's see what you're really made of. He pushed the output to its absolute limit. The engines screamed, the thrusters on the Praetorian's back flaring like captured suns. The incredible force slammed into the falling debris, and in a heartbeat, he'd arrested its descent. Then, inch by agonizing inch, he started to push it back. Sergei felt a surge of triumphant joy. The Praetorian was magnificent. To be able to move a mass this size, it was unbelievable. At this rate, he could have them all safe in 10 minutes. But greater power meant greater consumption. He hadn't even had a full minute to enjoy his victory before the cockpit was filled with the screaming chorus of alarms. He glanced down. The energy gauge was plummeting. At this rate, he had 5 minutes of power left. Tops, damn it. Not enough energy. I can't hold on until the rescue teams get here. What do I do? Thinking fast, Sergei reduced the output, just enough to hold the blocks steady, stopping them from falling any further. It was a desperate gamble to buy time. He got back on the comms to Control, his voice urgent. Control, this is Sergei. Praetorian only has 10 minutes of power at this reduced output. Your rescue teams must begin operations within 10 minutes. Colonel, it's too dangerous. Please withdraw immediately. You're the hope of the army. We can't lose you over. Are you ordering me to stand by and watch them die? Sergei roared, his voice cracking with pure fury. We are soldiers. Protecting civilians is our bloody job. The line went silent, but through the static, Sergei could hear the chaotic, muffled shouts in the background as the entire control room urged the rescue teams to go faster. So now it's all down to fate, is it? He sighed, his shoulders slumping. He'd done all he could. Whatever the outcome, he wouldn't regret it. Even if, just then, 6 high-speed contacts appeared on his radar, closing fast. That kind of speed, it could only be one thing. Gundams, he whispered. Through his main monitor, he saw them. 6 machines, iconic and unmistakable, flying in formation. A weary, exasperated, but deeply proud smile spread across his face. That blasted kid always has to make a grand entrance, doesn't he? Meanwhile, Merlin was already issuing orders. Right, listen up. Kyrios, Dynams, Cherudum, Virtue, you lot assist the HRL suit. Push those blocks back into orbit. Get a message to the civvies inside. Everyone get to the 3 central sections. Exir, you're with me. We're cutting the 2 outer sections loose. It's the only way, understood. The replies came back sharp and in unison. Chapter 35. The model and insufferably smug couple the moment they got their orders. Virtue, Kyrios, Dynams, and Cherudum slid into formation beside the lone black suit. As they moved to help Sergei stabilize the falling gravity blocks, their attention was immediately snagged by the Praetorian itself. The sheer raw power it must have taken to hold 5 of those colossal structures steady, all on its own, before they'd even arrived. It was frankly terrifying. Oi, 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 Lyle breathed over the comms. Is that a new HRL suit? Bleedin' hell, look at the power on that thing. Got the HRL paint job, but it looks nothing like a Tyrann. Alleluia added, his eyes scanning the machine. A whole new series. It's a damn sight better looking than those walking tanks, I'll give him that. A custom job. Or a prototype, Neil wondered aloud. We need to update our intel on the Human Reform League. Immediately, Tyria stated, his voice cold and analytical. All right, less of the chatter, you lot. We're in the middle of a job here, Merlin cut in. He couldn't deny the warm, fuzzy feeling of hearing everyone praise his kid, but he couldn't have them getting distracted. There was work to do. The 4 of them immediately shut their garbs. though not before secretly recording every scrap of data and visual they could on the Praetorian. At the same time, they opened a public channel to the falling blocks, broadcasting a message for all the trapped civilians to make their way to the 3 central sections. Once they had confirmation that the 2 outermost sections were empty and their internal bulkheads sealed, Merlin gave the final order. Setsuna, use the JN sword. Cut the connecting passages. Understood. The blade of the GN sword snapped into place, green particles immediately clinging to its edge. Vibrating at a micro-frequency, the sword sliced through the thick metal struts of the connecting passage, as if it were cutting through tofu. The 2 outer blocks were severed, drifting away into the black. The 4 Gundams and the Praetorian instantly felt the strain on their machines lighten. Good. Now push the output to maximum. Get those blocks back where they belong, Merlin commanded. Exir, you're with me. We'll deal with the other 2. They might be empty, but we can't just let them fall to Earth. Understood. The 5 Gundam solar furnaces roared to life, running at full power. The concentration of green GN particles in this small patch of space grew thicker and thicker, painting the silent, cruel darkness with the colors of life, creating a breathtaking vista of salvation. With everyone working together, the rescue was over in a flash. Just as the HRL's official rescue teams were arriving on the scene, Merlin gave the order to pull out. This was way too close to the HRL's main orbital base for comfort, and with refugees needing help, now was not the time for a fight. Watching the Gundams shrink into points of light, a small smile touched Sergei's lips. That little brat, he murmured, runs off so fast it had been a long time. He'd have liked a proper chat with Merlin, to talk about this monster of a machine he'd been given. But he knew it wasn't the right time. He let the thought go with a quiet sigh. Colonel, a voice from the arriving rescue team called out. Begin rescue operations immediately, Sergei ordered. But the Gundams focus on the rescue. Don't worry about them. Understood. After clearing HRL space at top speed, the 5 Gundams returned to the Ptolemy. Kyrios, with its special components and need for a GN bit overhaul, would have to head back to Celestial Palace for a proper tune-up later. But before that, Merlin was called into the briefing room to analyze the HRL's new mobile suit. We need to contact Wang Lu-mei at once, Tyria began, taking charge. She needs to begin an investigation into this new HRL machine. Based on the data we've gathered, its performance is not far off a Gundam's. This represents a massive threat to future missions. The main question is, what is it? Christina asked. A mass production model, a custom unit, or just a prototype? It won't be mass production, Neil mused, but it's probably the direction they are heading in. Has anyone else noticed, Alleluja said slowly, that its shape it's very similar to a Gundam, isn't it? Everyone paused. Now that he'd said it, they all saw it. Apart from the head unit looking like it was wearing a massive pair of sunglasses instead of having 2 eyes. The body, the limbs, it was practically a Gundam clone. Could there be a traitor within the organization? Tyria's mind immediately jumped to the most alarming conclusion. Surely not, Christina countered, trying to be the voice of reason. Couldn't they just be copying us? The Gundams have been seen all over the world. They look way cooler than any other suit out there. It's only natural people would try to mimic the design, right? She thought Tyria was being paranoid. If Celestial Being really had a leak, their situation would be beyond dangerous. No, Tyria said, dismissing her theory flatly. Veda comparative analysis shows this new MS's external frame and internal skeleton have a 90% similarity to a Gundam's. The difference between it and a Tyran is enormous. A new machine like this couldn't possibly have been developed in the short time since our debut. There simply hasn't been enough time. Merlin and Sumeragi, who had been standing to one side, listening, just exchanged a look. Merlin gave a little shrug. Model number MSJ08, he said calmly into the stunned silence. Official name Praetorian. Every head in the room whipped around to stare at him, faces a mask of confusion. She's one of mine, Merlin explained, as if he were talking about the weather. I designed her for the HRL before I signed on here. And her pilot is my older brother, Sergei Smirnov. She's a high-mobility, all-environment suit designed for the best of the best. To be honest, he said with another nonchalant shrug, I'm a bit chuffed the old geezers actually managed to build her this quick. Wah! The collective gobsmack in the room was almost comical. As if he hadn't noticed their dumbfounded expressions, Merlin tapped a few commands into his datapad, projecting 2 files from Veda onto the main screen. And since those old boys managed to knock out the Praetorian, they must have this one done and dusted too. Model number MSJ07. Official name, Vanguard. The crew numbly turned their heads to the screen, staring at the detailed specs for both the Vanguard and the Praetorian. Not sure how close the real things are to my ideal specs, Merlin went on, a smug, proud dad look creeping onto his face. But those old boys at the academy are really something, eh? The Vanguard's one thing, but I only handed them the final plans for the Praetorian a few days before I joined up here. Could you please try and wipe that my kid's the best look off your face? The thought echoed in perfect unison inside everyone's head. At the same time, a cold dread washed over them. If they had to go up against enemies like this in the future, how were they supposed to complete their missions? You probably should have shown us this a bit sooner, Merlin, Neil grumbled, scratching his head. Wouldn't have made a blind bit of difference, would it? Merlin shot back with a lazy shrug. How was I to know they'd build them this fast? When I first joined Celestial Being, the very first Vanguard prototype had only just come off the line. That was barely any time ago at all. Everyone in the room collectively put a hand to their forehead. They couldn't argue with his logic, but that smug, self-satisfied grin on his face, it made them want to punch something. Preferably him. So what's the plan now? Lyle asked, cutting to the chase. Don't worry, Sumeragi answered, stepping forward. We already have a contingency plan ready. You knew? All eyes snapped to her. Yes. I've known from the very beginning. Then why didn't the rest of us know? Sumeragi copied Merlin's casual shrug, then leaned back against his side, a picture of smug satisfaction. Because, she said with a sweet little smile, your security clearance isn't high enough, loves. Everyone in the room collectively felt their fists clench. Again? What a pair. The absolute perfect, smug, insufferable couple. You just wanted to punch them. Both of them. Chapter 36, The Audacity of Shamelessness. Once the meeting was wrapped up, Merlin took his Gundam Raciel and hightailed it over to Celestial Palace. The HRL building the Vanguard and the Praetorian was a game-changer. It made him wonder just how much of the other tech he'd left behind had those old boys already cracked. It was something he needed to know, and fast. The moment he docked at the high-tech sanctuary of Celestial Palace, he told the techs to get on with the standard repairs and a basic tune-up. Then he immediately put in a secure call to Wang Liu Mei. Well now, her voice purred through the speaker, playful and teasing. Miss me already? Merlin felt a muscle in his jaw twitch. Let's be serious, Liu Mei. I'm calling about business, he said, trying his best to sound composed. He had to admit, the girl was getting dangerously good at this flirting game. She was even starting to leave Sumeragi in the dust. Still so much fun to wind up, she giggled, her voice like tinkling bells. Her tone shifted in a heartbeat, becoming crisp and professional. Mr. Merlin, what are your instructions? I need you to get in touch with old man Wang at the HRL. Find out what else they've been cooking up in their labs. We need to be ready for it on our end. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. There was no time for long, sweet goodbyes. They both knew the clock was ticking faster and faster. There was no time to waste on personal feelings now. This short, sharp separation was a small price to pay for a better future together. The call ended, and Merlin immediately got to work, stripping down the Raciel's GN bits for a much-needed upgrade. In his last few missions, he'd noticed a critical flaw. The bits recharged their GN particles plenty fast, but the beam convergence was rubbish. The beams were too wide, too diffuse, and had all the penetrating power of a wet noodle. It wasn't just his bits, either. Apart from the Dynam's monster of a sniper rifle, pretty much all their ranged beam weapons had the same problem. They couldn't even reliably punch through the poxy defensive rods that suits like the Flag and the Enact spun around. The Virtue was the exception, of course, but that was just pure, unadulterated brute force. So that was Merlin's main job here at Celestial Palace: fix the convergence. Make the beams tighter, harder, and deadlier. Down on Earth, the space station incident had blown the lid off the HRL's new project. The Vanguard and the Praetorian were now public knowledge. While the average civvy on the street didn't care much, in the halls of power around the globe, the news of the HRL's new mobile suits had completely overshadowed the disaster itself. At the Union over Flag's base, Graham Aker was pacing like a caged tiger, his eyes burning holes in the data on the Praetorian that Billy Katagiri had painstakingly compiled. Damn it, he snarled. This has got his grubby fingerprints all over it, hasn't it? It has to be him. The design is very much his style, Professor Eifman agreed with a thoughtful nod. And from what we've seen of its performance, it's several times more powerful than a Tyran. It's a custom machine for an ace pilot. Only he could design something like this. Professor, Billy groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Now is really not the time to be winding him up, he thought. Graham was already practically plastered to the monitor, looking like he wanted to phase through the glass, hijack the Praetorian and fly it home himself. Billy, do you have a clearer three-dimensional model? The professor asked suddenly, a new urgency in his voice. He'd spotted something. I do, sir. One moment. Billy tapped away at his datapad, and a full holographic image of the Praetorian shimmered into existence above the console. I've simulated this by comparing dozens of different data sources, but without the actual specs, there could be some inaccuracies. What have you found, Professor? With Billy and Graham now watching him intently, Professor Eifman zoomed the hologram in on the Praetorian's back, pointing a finger at the engine block. Doesn't it strike you that the engine and the thruster nozzles are completely out of proportion? Now that you mention it, you're right, Billy said, frowning. That's not a mistake he would make. Exactly, Graham growled. That man cares more about a suit looking cool than its actual performance. He'd never design something with such a clumsy, mismatched backpack. Billy and Graham both nodded grimly. They'd both heard Merlin's personal motto more than once. Performance is temporary, tech gets old and gets replaced. But being cool is forever. The three of them stared at the hologram, stumped. They knew Merlin wouldn't make a mistake like this. It had to be deliberate. There had to be a reason. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of insight lit up Professor Eifman's eyes. He'd guessed the answer, and it was almost too incredible to believe. Karajiri. Bring up the hologram of the sword-wielding Gundam. Now, Billy's eyes widened. He'd seen it too, the same wild possibility. He quickly pulled up the hologram of the Gundam Exir. With a few deft movements, the professor began to overlay the two images. The hologram of the Exir slid over the Praetorian. The two images snapped together, and suddenly it all made sense. The ugly, bulky backpack on the Praetorian was gone, replaced by the elegant, conical shape of the Gundam's heart. A perfect fit. Ha 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 ha, Professor Eifman roared with laughter. That's our boy. Always thinking 10 steps ahead. Ha ha ha, even Graham, who wasn't a tech head, could see it clear as day. The Praetorian had been designed to house a solar furnace from the very beginning. The reason it looked so awkward was because the HRL didn't have a GN drive to give it. The current engine was just a temporary off-the-shelf substitute. Damn it all, Graham exploded. No. That's it, I have to go and find him. What? Where are you going? Billy yelped, grabbing Graham's arm in a panic. Thank God it was just the three of them in the room. If anyone else heard this, there'd be hell to pay for all the secrets being spilled. I'm going to find that bastard, Graham raged. He turned me down, and then he turns around and designs a top-of-the-line suit for his brother. That is blatant favoritism. Sergei is his brother, Graham, Billy said, exasperated. Proper family grew up together. What are you, his brother in arms? Graham declared, puffing out his chest with righteous pride. You know, Billy said, tapping his chin thoughtfully. He's actually got a point, crack. Professor Eifman slammed his hand down on the console, making both of them jump out of their skin. Aker is right, he boomed, his voice filled with righteous indignation. We are all his comrades in arms. That brat can't be playing favorites like this. For a second, Billy and Graham were genuinely impressed. They were about to applaud his stirring speech. But then he opened his mouth again, and the whole grand, solemn atmosphere shattered into a million pieces. And besides, the professor grumbled, that little sod promised to send me something valuable, and he still hasn't delivered. But he sends a brand new suit to that old fossil Wang first. What kind of respect is that to show your old teacher, eh? Billy and Graham. Degrees, they both thought the professor's reasoning was utterly, shamelessly self-serving. And they both agreed with it 200%. For Billy, as a top MS engineer, the chance to get his hands on a next-generation suit and help build it would be the honor of a lifetime. For Graham, a certified mobile suit fanatic, getting a custom wife like that, it was the kind of thing he'd wake up laughing from his dreams about. I wonder if I could put in a few requests, Graham thought, already lost in a daydream. If he could base it on the flag, that would be just perfect. HU, Far away in the sterile workshops of Celestial Palace, Merlin sneezed. Someone's plotting against me, he thought with a shiver. Some rotten villain is out to get me. He just had no proof who it was. Whatever, he sighed, turning back to his work. Better get this design sorted and sent over to them, or I'll have the whole mob banging on my door, demanding answers. Chapter 37. The HRL's grand dragnet. The days bled into weeks, the weeks into months. 4 whole months had slipped by since the first armed intervention. The Gundams had been repaired and patched up ages ago, but Merlin hadn't gone back down to Earth. He'd hit a serious bottleneck with the GN-bit upgrades, and it was only now, after all this time, that he was finally nearing the end of it. Setsuna and the Dailandi brothers had gone back down to the planet ages ago, picking up the slack and getting back to the business of armed interventions. Alleluja and Tyria would drop in from time to time as well, providing support and filling the gap Merlin had left. Merlin let out a groan that was part relief, part agony. He finally finished analyzing the last of the experimental data for the GN bits, stretched until his back cracked and collapsed into his chair. Finally, it's done. To be honest, he'd never thought the upgrade work would take this long. He'd hit a massive wall with the particle convergence issue, a problem that had eaten up 2 solid months of his time just to design a workable solution, let alone build and test the damn thing. You've worked hard, Mr. Merlin, Linda Vashti said, handing him a steaming mug of coffee. That's one job off the list, at least. I should be thanking you, Linda, Merlin said, downing the coffee in one go. If it was just me on my own, God knows how long this would have taken. If Ian was here, we'd have probably been done in half the time. Well, that can't be helped, she said with a soft smile. My dear husband is the only senior engineer on the Ptolemy. Even with the Harrows helping out, there's still so much fine-tuning and maintenance that only he can do. I know. Just having a little grumble, Merlin said with a shrug. You just leave the manufacturing to us now. You take a couple of days and get some proper rest. You're a lifesaver. Oh, by the way, Linda, he said, handing her a datapad. This is the list of bit types and quantities for my Racial. Don't worry about the others for now. We'll decide on theirs after we've tested for compatibility. Linda took the pad and her eyes widened. 20 sets of shield-type and gun-type GN bits, and 8 sword-type bits on top of that. Are you sure you need this many? I do, Merlin said, a haunted look in his eyes. Liu Mei sent over some fresh intel. Turns out the success of the Vanguard and the Praetorian has properly lit a fire under those old geezers at the Science Academy. They're churning out the tech I left behind like they're on steroids. They've even got a prototype white Tiger-class light cruiser, ready for its shakedown cruise. I'm not going out there again without packing some serious extra firepower. Gives me the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it. Oh my, Linda said, touching her cheek and trying to hide a smile. Does this mean you've ended up shooting yourself in the foot? Don't even start, Merlin groaned, covering his face with his hands. I regret it so much. I dug my own grave with all that work, and now I've got to blooming well jump into it, haven't I? Uncle. Just then, the door to the workshop slid open and a tiny girl, no older than 3 or 4, came barreling in like a giggling cannonball, launching herself straight into Merlin's arms. Milena, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in lessons? It was Ian and Linda's daughter. While she had no memory of her time as a baby, Merlin had been the one to look after her for that whole year they were all stuck on Jupiter. Because of that, Milena was unusually attached to him. In her little world, Merlin came first, her mum Linda came second, and her dad Ian, well, he was somewhere near the bottom of the list. Hey, I finished all my work, so I got to leave early, she chirped. Is your work all done, Uncle? Can you come and play with me? Merlin looked down at the little girl cuddling up to him, his expression a strange mix of adoration and weary resentment. He absolutely doted on this kid. He'd practically raised her for a year, and he loved her like she was his own niece. As the youngest of their little makeshift family, who else was he going to spoil? But at the same time, her genius was just exhausting. Was it all in the genes? With 2 genius-level scientists for parents, Milena had shown an incredible aptitude for learning from the moment she could walk. She was talking at 1, and now, at nearly 4, she could hold a proper conversation with an adult, and had already skipped the nursery stage to start on primary school level work. Merlin was jealous. Why couldn't he have been born with that kind of natural talent? If he had, he'd have chucked his useless system in the bin years ago. Every time he thought about the system, he got annoyed. Other blokes in stories got these all singing, all dancing supercomputers for a special power. He got the digital equivalent of an abacus, something that could barely do long division. It gave him a quest, offered up some vague, unexplained reward, and then went completely silent. It was a joke, a proper wind-up. "Milena, darling," Linda said, gently lifting her daughter out of Merlin's lap. "Mr. Merlin has been working for a very long time. We shouldn't bother him while he's trying to rest." "Oh, but," Milena's face fell. She was a good kid, but she was still a kid, and all she wanted was for someone to play with her. "How about this, Milena?" Merlin offered. "Tomorrow I'll play with you. All day." "How does that sound?" "Really?" Her eyes lit up like a pair of tiny stars. "Yep, really. But you've got to let your old uncle off the hook for today, okay?" "Okay. Promise." "Pinky promise." "All right, pinky promise." With the deal sealed, Milena scampered off happily, deciding to make do with her harrow for today. She had a whole day with her uncle to plan for. Merlin left too. For the past 4 months, he'd been averaging less than 2 hours of sleep a night, practically living in the lab. Even an innovator's body had its limits. He desperately needed to crash. Left alone, Linda's smile finally faded. She pulled up the current production schedule, her mind racing as she factored in the intel Merlin had just given her. Time was tight, incredibly tight. On top of the GN bits, some of their other long-term plans would have to be moved up. GN bit production, the GN armor modules, there's not enough time, she murmured to herself. Right, we'll get all the bits built first. Get Mr. Merlin back in the field. That's the priority. The scene shifted. An HRL high-orbit station, bristling with antennae and weapon emplacements. The Spearhead Special Forces unit was gathered in full. After weeks of intensive training, every member was now familiar with their brand-new machine. And Colonel Sergei Smirnov had finally, completely, mastered the wild stallion that was the Praetorian. "Men of the Spearhead," an officer's voice boomed across the hangar. "You are the representatives of your nations, the finest soldiers of the Human Reform League. Your mission is to destroy the armed organization known as Celestial Being, and to capture their mobile suits. Complete this task, and the HRL, already the world's leader, will secure humanity's future for good. I expect you to fight with valor." "Sir, yes, sir." Later, after the rousing speech had ended, Sergei stood in the quiet of the command center, reviewing the final deployment plans with his aide. "How is the deployment of the two-way communication system progressing?" he asked. 80% of our synchronous satellite orbit is covered, sir," the aide, Lieutenant Ming, replied. The Gundam's special particles have the unique property of jamming communications within their sphere of influence," Ming continued, a hint of admiration in his voice. "So we are turning that very property against them. We have deployed hundreds of thousands of tiny, two-way communication probes throughout our entire orbital path. If a section of that network suddenly goes dark, it will be like a massive, flashing arrow pointing directly at a Gundam. It's a brilliant strategy, Colonel. A proper dragnet. The only question is, will the fish swim into it?" "Let's hope so, Lieutenant," Sergei said quietly. "An operation of this scale, using this much manpower and material, it is not something we can afford to repeat." "Understood, sir," Ming nodded. Sergei stared out at the star-dusted blackness, a tiny, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. "Right then, little Huey," he thought. "I won't be pulling any punches. So how will you and your friends break through this crisis? I have to say, I'm looking forward to finding out." Chapter 38. The fish in the net. Far away in the sterile, high-tech sanctuary of Celestial Palace, Merlin was finally having a good day. After a long, blissful sleep, he was in the middle of a delightful game with Milena when Linda burst into the room, her face a mask of grim urgency. The good day was officially over. "What?" Merlin asked, his brow furrowing as he shot to his feet. "The Ptolemy's been found by the HRL." "Yes," Linda confirmed, her voice serious. "We estimate they'll be in combat in less than half an hour." She had faith in the Gundams, of course, but the Ptolemy itself, despite its heavy armament, had never seen a real fight. Its combat effectiveness was a total unknown. And according to the flash report from Veda, the HRL had thrown a massive force at them, a whole battalion of the new Vanguard suits. To make matters worse, Exia, Dynams, and Cherudim were all still down on Earth. Only Virtue and Kyrios were in space to defend the ship. Sorry, little one, Merlin said, turning to Lave and giving Milena an apologetic look. Uncle's got to go. Can't play anymore. It's okay, Uncle, she chirped, her little face full of encouragement. You have to go and save Auntie Sumeragi and the others. And beat up all the bad guys. I will, Munchkin. Promise, Merlin said with a quick fond smile. Then he was gone, sprinting for the Raciel's hangar. Linda, what's the Raciel's status? He called out. Maintenance is complete. She's ready to launch whenever you are, Linda replied, keeping pace with him. All the other weapon systems have been swapped out, but we only managed to finish 10 sets of the new shield and gun bits, and only 2 of the sword bits. The rest aren't done yet. Stick 'em on anyway, Merlin ordered as he vaulted into the Raciel's cockpit and began firing up the OS. And get the auxiliary booster pack fitted. I have to be at the Ptolemy's location in 30 minutes. No later, it'll take 5 minutes to prep the booster. Just get it done. As fast as you can. As Merlin's fingers flew across the console, a look of raw anxiety, a rare sight for him, was stark on his face. A whole battalion of vanguards, the Praetorian piloted by Sergei himself, and the entire operation under his brother's personal command. He had every right to be anxious. Sergei, you absolute bastard. He thought, his knuckles white on the controls. Your sister-in-law is on that ship. If Sumeragi gets so much as a scratch, I don't give a damn if you're my own brother. I'll make Harley a widow and Andre an orphan. Aboard the Ptolemy, the trap had been sprung. Christina had just got back to her console after grabbing a bite to eat, only to find that her relief, Lichtendahl, had completely failed to notice the E-probe's screaming bloody murder about an anomaly. What's this? Enemy communication devices, she yelled, her eyes wide. Lichty, you idiot. The enemy has found our position. Without a second's hesitation, she slammed her hand down on the ship-wide alarm. All over the vessel, resting crew members scrambled from their bunks and raced to their battle stations. Ptolemy, change orbit. Sumeragi's voice cut through the rising panic, calm and authoritative. Head for the orbital rings. Shortest possible route. Understood. Alleluia, get to the hangar. Launch Virtue and Kyrios immediately. You'll cover our flanks. Understood. The moment she'd been told the area was seeded with hundreds of thousands of communication devices, Sumeragi knew it was the HRL. No other power had the resources for an operation on this scale. It was one of the hypothetical crisis scenarios Merlin had outlined before the plan began, so they had a basic contingency for it. But this wasn't a drill. They only had 2 Gundams in space. Their heaviest hitter, Merlin, was a whole world away at Celestial Palace, and the simulations had never included the new Vanguard or Praetorian suits. This was bad. This was really bad. Christina, what's the situation? Can we break out of their comms net? No, ma'am. It's too dense. We can't get out, right? New heading. Steer for the power-generating satellite on the orbital ring, Sumeragi ordered. The electromagnetic field around it creates a total communications dead zone. That will put us on an equal footing. Understood. Kyrios and Virtue have launched. On station, port and starboard. Lass Lichty, prepare for combat firing, Sumeragi said, her voice steady. Our first real battle. You 2 think you can handle it? No problem, ma'am, Lass replied, his voice a low growl. This is the moment all that training was for. Every possible preparation had been made. The courses of the 2 fleets were now locked. There was no escape. Even turning tail and running would just mean getting chased down. They had only one option left. Punch a hole straight through the HRL fleet or die trying. From the bridge of the HRL's lead Tiger-class transport, Sergei could now clearly see the Ptolemy and its 2 Guardian Gundams on his main view screen. As an observer, he'd seen the basic files on the Gundams, but their mothership was a complete unknown. He'd expected a transport barge, some repurposed freighter. What he was looking at now was a thoroughbred light cruiser, bristling with gun barrels and dotted with anti-air defense modules. A dull throb started behind his eyes. This has your handiwork all over it, doesn't it, you little brat? He thought with a grimace. Still as shameless as ever, Colonel, his XO reported, his voice tight with shock. The Celestial Being transport has been reclassified as a light cruiser-class warship. What are your orders? Don't panic, Sergei snapped, his mind racing to adapt. They still only have 2 Gundams. We have overwhelming numerical superiority. All mobile suit units will launch immediately. Once we are away, the entire fleet is to pull back to a safe distance. Don't just sit there and get yourselves killed. With the new orders issued, Sergei headed for the hangar. He climbed into the cockpit of the Praetorian and prepared to lead the charge. His only option was to press the attack, to try and overwhelm them and find an opportunity to capture the two Gundams during the breakthrough. In a way, he was lucky. He was only facing two Gundams, and most importantly, Merlin wasn't among them. That fact alone massively increased his chances of success. But he was also unlucky. He knew there were 6 Gundams in total, but he had no idea their bloody transport ship was a monster in its own right. No, that was my mistake, he corrected himself. I should have known. I should have remembered our own new experimental cruiser. Of course, that little sod wouldn't leave his own home base completely defenseless. Colonel Soma Puri's voice came over the comms, her custom vanguard pulling up alongside his Praetorian, ready for orders. All units maintain former shit. All units break formation. Scatter. Now, without a flicker of hesitation, the elite spearhead pilots executed the order. Their discipline was absolute, ingrained in their very bones. It also helped that they could all clearly see with their own eyes a dozen thick, incandescent pink lances of pure energy screaming towards them. Back on the Ptolemy's bridge, Sumeragi saw the enemy fleet begin to fall back and immediately guessed Sergei's plan. She decided to strike first. Last, target their rear fleet with the main cannon. Tyria, get the GN bazooka ready to coordinate. We're hitting them first and blasting a path straight through. Ma'am, the fleet is almost out of the main cannon's effective range, Lass reported. It doesn't matter. As long as we can break their formation. Understood. Virtue GN bazooka charging complete. Fire. With a blinding flash, the Ptolemy showed its teeth for the very first time. The great beams of light lanced across the void, and a moment later, the crew confirmed their hits. 4 enemy mobile suits destroyed, Christina yelled. Maximum speed, Sumeragi roared, a triumphant fire in her eyes. Punch straight through them. Virtue Kyrios, stay on our flanks and do not fall behind. Got it. Chapter 39. Celestial being in the crosshairs, a brilliant spray of green GN particles painted the black canvas of space with vibrant color. Wrapped in a shimmering particle shield, the Ptolemy charged forward, a charging bull flanked by the guardian angels of Kyrios and Virtue, plunging headlong into the enemy's main force. The ship's main cannon was still recycling, but its secondary guns and missile launchers hadn't stopped for a second, spewing a relentless torrent of fire into the HRL's mobile suit battalion. The enemy formation, already in disarray, was torn further to shreds. The few, ragged volleys they managed to fire back splashed harmlessly against the Ptolemy's GN field. But the weapons they were using gave everyone on the bridge a nasty shock. TCH. So they've managed it after all, Sumeragi muttered to herself. She'd half expected it. If the HRL Barfins could build the Praetorian, a suit designed to go toe-to-toe with a Gundam, then why not beam rifles? Miss Sumeragi, Christina cried out, her voice tight with panic. This was her first real battle, and the fear of dying out here, cold and alone, was a bitter taste in her mouth. Felt what's the status of the GN field? Sumeragi asked, her voice a mask of calm. Operating normally. Power output has dropped by 1%, Felt replied, her own voice steady and methodical. Right. Their energy supply must still be a major problem. The output is too low, Sumeragi assessed. Not a major threat. Plan B. Kyrios Virtue, I want you to drive straight into the enemy formation. Do not give them a chance to regroup. Understood. The replies were instant. Breaking away from the Ptolemy's flanks, Kyrios and Virtue shot forward like a pair of avenging angels, smashing into the HRL's vanguard formation. As it coasted on its own inertia, Virtue's GN bazooka charged and fired, and another brilliant pink beam tore through the night, engulfing several more enemy suits in blossoming fireballs. Kyrios, meanwhile, used its blinding speed to weave and dart through the enemy ranks, the twin GN submachine guns slung under its belly spitting a constant stream of fire. Alleluia wasn't trying to score kills. His job was to sow chaos, to keep them scattered and broken, to stop them from ever pulling their formation back together. As long as the Ptolemy could punch through the line, he could use his speed to disengage and escape. But the HRL's spearhead unit were elites for a reason. They'd been caught on the back foot, thrown into chaos by the sudden, ferocious assault. But under the cool, clear command of Colonel Sergei Smirnov, they were already starting to stabilize. Do not panic, Sergei's voice boomed across their comms. Reform your squads. Do not give the enemy an opportunity to pick us off one by one. "Colonel, the Gundam's harassment is preventing us from reforming the line," one of his pilots reported. "Then form up in your squads. Squads 1, 2, and 3, you are with me. We are engaging the heavy set 1. Squads 4, 5, and 6, your target is the transforming unit. Capture it. Squads 7 and 8, you will harass the enemy transport. Our objective is to capture the Gundams. Let the transport ship go if you must." "Sir," Lieutenant Purries, Sergei said on a private channel, "the transforming machine is yours. Can you handle it?" He knew the Kairyos pilot, Alleluia, was another of the super soldiers. This was a test for them both. Super soldier against super soldier. Who was stronger? Who could overcome the other's quantum brainwave interference and win the day? He'd already told his brother he wouldn't hold back. This attack was just a minor hurdle in Celestial Being's grand plan. If they couldn't even overcome this, then they had no right to carry the burden of changing the world. They should just hand over their Gundams and solar furnaces and be done with it. Just as he'd planned, with his calm commands cutting through the chaos, the HRL's panicked forces began to rally. The shattered formation was slowly, painstakingly being stitched back together. "Miss Sumeragi, the enemy MS formation is recovering," Christina reported, her voice panicked again. "What do we do, TCH? Sergei, you really are a tough opponent. Not pulling any punches, are you?" Sumeragi murmured, her eyes glued to the tactical display as her mind raced for a counter move. "Virtue, pull back to the Ptolemy's upper deck and move with us. Kairyos, tighten your patrol pattern, stay close to the ship. Tyria, Lichti, prepare for fire support." "Understood." Sergei, watching the Gundam's movements, immediately knew she'd seen through his initial plan. "Not good," he thought. "Lieutenant," he barked, "restrict the transforming unit's movements. Isolate it from the transport ship. All other units, you're with me. We're feinting an attack on the transport and the heavy Gundam." "Sir." As he banked the Praetorian and began his attack run on the Ptolemy, Sergei contacted his rear fleet. "Colonel, deploy the small-scale naval mines. Now, directly in the path of the Celestial Being transport." "But Colonel, according to our calculations, their projected path is too close to the main orbital ring. If we deploy mines there, we could risk damaging the ring itself. Then lay the minefield in the designated safe zone," Sergei ordered, his voice hard as iron. "I will find a way to force them into it." "Understood." He cut the connection and issued a new order to his attack group. "All units follow my lead. We are going to force the enemy transport's trajectory upwards." "Sir." Led by the Black Praetorian, a dozen Vanguard suits dove towards the Ptolemy's belly, their guns blazing, herding the massive ship, forcing its course higher and higher, straight towards the newly laid minefield. Sumeragi saw it all. The move didn't escape her notice, but it puzzled her. Attacking the ship's underside was a logical move. It was where the defenses were weakest. But this felt too deliberate, too focused. And it was dangerously close to the orbital ring. Weren't they afraid of a stray shot causing a catastrophe? Never miss a single detail in your enemy's actions. The words of her first instructor at the Command Academy echoed in her mind. She had a gut feeling, a cold certainty that they were walking into a trap. She had to stop it. "Tyria, drive them upwards. Push all enemy suits above us," she ordered. "Understood." Virtue immediately moved to the Ptolemy's belly to drive off the spearhead units. But Tyria was in trouble. He was too close to the orbital ring. He couldn't risk firing his main GN bazooka. He was forced to rely on his shoulder-mounted, rapid-fire GN cannons. Stripped of his usual overwhelming, wide-arc firepower, he was suddenly on the back foot, suppressed by the swarming vanguards. A perfect opportunity. Sergei's voice was a predator's snarl. "All units, change targets. Capture the heavy Gundam." Now he'd seen the fleeting chance and seized it without hesitation. The dozen vanguards abandoned their attack on the Ptolemy and descended on the now vulnerable Virtue like a pack of hyenas. "Damn it." To make a move like that now, Tyria cursed, wrestling with his controls as he tried to escape the encirclement. He silently cursed Sumeragi for giving him a flawed order, for putting him in a situation that had completely neutered his combat ability, and given the enemy the opening they needed. "Miss Sumeragi, Virtue is in a losing battle," Felt reported, her voice flat. "The enemy appears to have begun capture operations." "I know," Sumeragi snapped, biting her thumbnail down to the quick. The wild bear, she thought, her mind reeling. He really is the wild bear of Russia. One tiny mistake, one small miscalculation, and he had turned it into a fatal weakness. Christina, what about Kyrios? Engaged and at a disadvantage. So that front is failing too, Sumeragi whispered, her composure finally cracking. What do I do? What do I do now? Merlin, if you were here, what would you do? In that moment of pure desperation, she wished for nothing more than for him to be by her side. He was her rock, her anchor. If Merlin was here, everything would be all right. When the straight and narrow leads to a dead end, a voice echoed in her memory, Merlin's voice. Sometimes you've gotta take a chance on the dodgy path, ain't ya? It's not like things can get any worse, can they? That's it, she gasped. Chapter 40, the situation was critical. For both sides. On the one hand, Gundam Virtue was on the verge of being captured. But on the other, Colonel Sergei Smirnov was sweating buckets, knowing that a single mistake now could spell disaster. He'd successfully dragged the bulky Gundam into a close-quarters scrap where it was weakest, and with it being right underneath the Ptolemy, he didn't have to worry about the warship's main guns. But he knew Sumeragi Lee Noriega was a brilliant tactician. Her on-the-spot command might be a fraction off a master's level, but only a fraction. And he didn't dare push the Virtue pilot too hard. If he properly got their back up and they decided to unleash their full firepower, right here, this close to the orbital ring, the whole structure would be blown to kingdom come. Meanwhile, Alleluia had received Sumeragi's frantic call for backup, but he was having his own nightmare. The custom vanguard, piloted by the ice-cold Soma Puris, had him pinned down tight. With other vanguards swarming him, he'd had several close shaves already. His Gundam was better, sure, but he was hopelessly outnumbered. The vanguards weren't exactly slouches, and their teamwork was brutally efficient. He felt more boxed in now than he ever had fighting Merlin. At least when he fought Merlin, it was over in a few clean, decisive hits. This feeling of being unable to win, but unable to escape, it was utterly, teeth-grindingly humiliating. Look at the state of you, Alleluia. A vicious, familiar voice echoed in his head. Hallelujah. What a proper mess. Let me out. Let me take over. I guarantee I'll slaughter these little gnats in seconds. The voice just added another layer of buzzing frustration to Alleluia's already frayed nerves. Shut up, Hallelujah, he hissed back. Now is not the time to be bothering me, TCH. You're just putting on a brave face, aren't you? I get it, the voice mocked. You've gone all soft on her, haven't you? The pilot in that fancy custom suit is a bird. Tusk, Alleluia. That's practically treason, that is, you muppet, I told you. Shut up, that split second of distraction, of his focus being pulled inwards, was all Soma Puris needed. Got you, she yelled, and the Vanguard's beam rifle fired. Normally, its beam couldn't punch through a Gundam's armor, but by a 1 in a million fluke, 2 beams struck Kyrios' left wing in the exact same spot at the exact same time. The wing crumpled, and the Gundam was thrown violently off balance. Now, capture net, Puris commanded. Vanguards that had been waiting in the wings fired from all sides. Thick, high-tensile nets shot through the void, wrapping around the Kyrios like a spider's web, tangling its limbs and pinning it completely. Damn it. Move. Kyrios, move. Trapped in the net, Alleluia yanked frantically on his controls, trying to trigger the transformation sequence to tear himself free. But Puris saw the telltale signs of the suit trying to shift and gave him no chance. The custom Vanguard switched its rifle from beam to solid-shot smoothbore. Since she couldn't pierce the armor, she'd just rattle his brain into mush inside his skull. The cannon roared, and a relentless barrage of heavy shells hammered into the trapped Gundam. Boom, 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 arg. The violent shaking and the brutal shockwaves rattling the cockpit were too much. Alleluia's world went black. Success, Puris announced, her voice flat. Retreat with the transforming unit. Immediately, ma'am. Even though Puris was only a lieutenant, and there were plenty of pilots in the spearhead unit who outranked her, her skill had won their absolute respect. Without her, they never would have caught the Kyrios. They followed her orders without question. Puris didn't escort the captured Gundam back. She turned her suit and blasted straight towards Sergei's position. She was going to help him capture the Virtue. If they could bag the second Gundam, then the enemy mothership, no matter how powerful its guns were, would be a toothless tiger once they got in close. Colonel, well done, Lieutenant, Sergei said. He'd seen the confirmation of Kyrios' capture. On the surface, he was delighted, but inside, his gut was churning. Had he gone too far? At this rate, celestial being might actually be wiped out. He'd been thinking of keeping up the act for a few more minutes, then calling a strategic retreat. But Virtue's decline was now so obvious, its capture so imminent, that if he ordered a retreat now, anyone with half a brain would know something was up. From the bridge of the Ptolemy, they'd all seen the disgraceful capture of the Kyrios. Tyria, in particular, was incandescent with rage. To put on such a pathetic display, he truly is unworthy of the title of Gundam Meister. He seemed to have completely forgotten that he himself was in a world of trouble. Bang 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 tilde a series of violent jolts shuddered through his machine. Tyria looked down at his monitors in horror. The Virtue couldn't move. 4 vanguards had clamped onto its arms and legs, holding it in an iron grip. Damn you! Tyria's hands flew across his controls in a blur, trying to pivot his shoulder-mounted GN cannons to blast the suits off him. But just as they started to turn, 2 more vanguards shot in from behind and grabbed the cannons themselves, locking them in place. Now, fire the hardening agent. The situation was too perfect. Sergei couldn't hesitate. He gave the order. White viscous liquid sprayed from the vanguards, instantly encasing the Virtue's joints in a thick, sticky cocoon. Even if the suits let go now, the Gundam was completely immobilized. Don't get too carried away, Tyria screamed, his voice a raw shriek of fury and humiliation. Realizing his own disgrace, his eyes filled with a rainbow-colored light. A red beam scanned across them, and the word Nadli flashed on his console. Colonel, it worked, an HRL pilot cheered. Excellent, Sergei commanded. Squads 6 and 7, take the heavy unit back. The rest of you with me and watch out. Get clear. Now, what? The word was barely out of the HRL pilot's mouth before his cockpit display was filled with a blinding pink light. A moment later, his suit was sliced clean in two by a searing beam. The Virtue was gone. In its place stood a slender, almost skeletal machine. The bulky outer armor had exploded outwards, and the hardening agent, now clinging to useless pieces of discarded steel, had lost all effect. Gundam Nadli, the true form of the Virtue, celestial being's secret weapon. It was fragile with very little armor or heavy weaponry, but it carried a system that was nothing short of a bug in the code of reality, the trial system. A digital plague that could, in an instant, disrupt and shut down every single electronic device linked to Veda within a massive radius. Gundam Nadli, Tyria said, his face a mask of cold, emotionless logic. He was in his innovator state, all his previous rage now channeled into pure, chilling purpose. Commencing target annihilation, Sergei stared, momentarily stunned by the sudden transformation. He quickly shook it off, his mind already preparing the order for a full, unconditional retreat. He'd seen the data on the trial system. He knew how terrifying it was. If Tyria activated it now, every single person here, including himself, was a dead man walking. But just as he was about to scream the order, the situation changed again. A new development that both horrified him and, in a strange way, filled him with relief. Boom! While every single eye was locked on the terrifying spectacle of the Gundam Nadli, the Ptolemy, the ship they had all but ignored, did something utterly, shockingly insane. Chapter 41, the pillar of strength in a move that defied all logic and sanity. The Ptolemy suddenly performed a full barrel roll in the middle of the battlefield. The entire warship flipped on its axis, swapping its belly for its top deck. And just like that, the spearhead unit was once again staring down the barrels of the Ptolemy's main guns. A few minutes earlier, on the bridge of the Ptolemy, "Are you mental?" Lass yelled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Sumeragi. "A barrel rolls? In this thing? You're having a laugh, right? Never mind what it'll do to the ship's frame, the G-force alone will kill us. There is no other way, lass." "But, Miss Sumeragi," Christina's voice cut through his protest, shrill with panic. "Kyrios is rapidly leaving the combat area, and we've lost contact with Tyria. I think they've both been captured. What do we do? Virtue is in a losing battle." Felt added, her voice as flat as ever, but the beads of sweat on her forehead betrayed the terror she was feeling. "The enemy appears to be using a hardening agent. Virtue armor has been purged. Nadli has appeared." "Lass," Sumeragi roared, her voice cracking like a whip. All right, I get it," he yelled back, his hands flying over the helm controls. "But don't blame me for what happens next." The words were barely out of his mouth before he yanked the ship's rudder hard over. A violent, gut-wrenching lurch threw everyone on the bridge against their restraints, their faces contorting in agony. A deep, tortured groan echoed through the Tolmi's hull, the sound of metal screaming in protest. "Hold together," Sumeragi prayed, gritting her teeth against the pain. "Please just hold together." The violent shaking and the crushing change in gravity didn't last long. Soon, their view of the universe had flipped completely upside down. The battlefield, which had been hidden from their view on the ship's belly, was now laid out before them once more. "Gundam Nadli," Christina gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. No way, Tyria actually did it. According to the plan, Nadli was a secret that was never supposed to be revealed this early. "Miss Sumeragi, we are now. Main and secondary cannons target the enemy mobile suit force," Sumeragi commanded, her voice regaining its steel. "But do not fire. And get a message to Tyria. He is forbidden from using the trial system." "What?" The bridge crew stared at her, completely baffled. "Just do what I say," she snapped. "I'll explain later." "Understood." Tyria received Sumeragi's order. He was incandescent with rage, but he managed to choke back the fury that was threatening to overflow. His finger, which had been hovering over the activation key for the trial system, moved away. He would wait for her next command. On the other side of the battlefield, Sergei, being the master commander that he was, understood her message instantly. "Retreat," he roared over the comms. "But Colonel," Soma Puris protested, her voice sharp with disbelief. "This is our chance. We can capture the second Gundam and their mothership. If we miss this, we may never get another opportunity." "Calm down, Lieutenant, and take a look behind you," Sergei barked back. Puris, stunned by his tone, glanced over her shoulder. The sight made her blood run cold. The Tolmi's main cannon was aimed squarely at them, and directly behind them was the fragile, vital thread of the orbital ring. "The bloody cowards," she cursed. It was a threat, plain and simple. Whether they dodged the Tolmi's shot or took the hit, the beam would continue on its path and slam straight into the orbital ring, causing a catastrophe of unimaginable scale. "This is war, Lieutenant," Sergei said, his voice grim. "And besides, our primary objective has been achieved. Now retreat." "Understood." Though it left a bitter taste in her mouth, she knew he was right. They had their prize. It was better to pull back now than to risk devastating losses for the sake of a bigger victory. As they watched the enemy mobile suits pull back, a collective sigh of relief washed over the bridge of the Tolmi. If they could help it, none of them wanted the destruction of the orbital ring on their conscience. "Nadli, return to the ship immediately," Sumeragi ordered, her mind already moving on. "Ian, get the Harrows to collect Virtue's armor parts at once and restore the suit. Felt, lock onto the Kyrios' last known position. As soon as the armor is recovered, we're launching a rescue mission." "Miss Sumeragi," Tyria's voice came over the comms, dripping with cold fury. "For this disastrous encounter, for the capture of Kyrios, and for the premature exposure of Nadli, you must take full responsibility." He was following her orders, but he had to vent his anger somewhere, and her tactical blunder had made her the perfect target. "I will not make excuses," Sumeragi replied, her voice quiet but firm. "I will submit myself to Veda for punishment later. But right now, the most urgent task is to rescue Alleluia and the Kyrios." "Understood. But I will still be filing my full report with Veda." "I know. Now get back to the ship immediately." Just as Sumeragi was anxiously wondering if they had enough time to mount a rescue, a clear, melodious voice rang through the bridge of the Tolmi and the cockpit of the Nadli. A voice that came like a savior, sweeping away all the gloom and despair. "Don't you worry about Kyrios. I'll go get him," Merlin said. "You lot get this mess cleaned up, then retreat to coordinates A726. I'll meet you there with Alleluia and his suit." "Merlin, Mr. Merlin," a chorus of joyous, relieved cheers erupted from the crew. On the main screen, they saw the Gundam Raciel, its distinctive feathered binders spread wide, streaking towards them. It didn't even slow down, rocketing past the Tolmi and the Nadli as it chased after the retreating HRL fleet. "We can talk later," Merlin's voice came again, full of cheerful confidence. "I'm off to rescue our boy. Oh, and another thing, Tyria, you have a go at my missus again, and you and I will be having words when I get back." "Clear, what?" Tyria, who was in the middle of docking the Nadli, was so shocked by Merlin's final, threatening words that he nearly crashed the Gundam into the hangar wall. "Ooh, Tyria, you're in for it now," Lass chuckled. "My condolences, mate," Lichty added. "May you be a more respectable person in your next life." "What a man," Felt murmured softly. "Oh my God, he's so dreamy when he's all protective," Christina gushed. "Miss Sumeragi, you are so lucky. Do you know any more men like Mr. Merlin? You have to introduce me." Honestly, Sumeragi whispered, lowering her head to hide a blush, but a sweet, happy smile was playing on her lips. Mrs. He says he hasn't even proposed yet. That was the magic of Merlin. If he said he was going to rescue Alleluia and the Kyrios, then it was as good as done. The dark cloud of dread that had settled over the ship evaporated in an instant. Even Tyria was no longer worrying about the exposure of their secrets or the leak of Gundam technology. As long as Merlin was here, no crisis felt like a crisis. He gave them that much confidence. Merlin had truly become the pillar that held them all up. "All right, everyone, listen up," Sumeragi said, her voice full of renewed energy. "We can't relax just yet. Ian, what's the status on the armor recovery?" "Nearly done. Excellent. Last Lichty as soon as it's finished. Get us out of here and head for coordinates A726. Felt, Christina, keep a close watch on the surrounding space. We're not safe yet. Tyria, get some rest, but be ready. We might need you to launch again." "Got it." Sergei led the battered remnants of the spearhead unit back to the rendezvous point with their transport ships. "What's the status of the transforming unit?" he asked immediately. "It's gone quiet, sir. We're attempting to open the cockpit now. Be careful. We don't want it suddenly transforming and breaking free of its restraints." Understood. A buzz of excitement filled the ship. They had not only defeated the Gundams, but they had actually captured one. It was a feat that neither the Union nor the AAU had managed. This victory alone was something to be proud of. And once they got the Gundam back to the HRL, they would stand at the absolute pinnacle of the world. But Sergei, the architect of this great victory, felt no joy at all. He felt a cold knot of dread in his stomach. Because in all this chaos, in this moment of extreme danger, the one person he feared the most had never shown up. For months, the feathered Gundam hadn't been seen on Earth. They'd assumed it was in space. But if it was in space, why wasn't it here? Just then, his worst fears were realized. "Beep, beep, beep, what is it, Colonel?" "It's a Gundam. A Gundam is chasing us. Don't panic," Sergei said, his voice calm. "This was to be expected." "Is it the transport and the heavy unit?" "No, sir, it's not. It's the feather machine," the operator stammered. "You what?" Sergei's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He spun the Praetorian around to face the direction of the approaching enemy. "You damn kid," he breathed, a grim smile touching his lips. "I knew you'd show up." "Right. This is going to be a massive headache." Chapter 42, The Secret Angels Army, all units. Scatter, the order was on Sergei's lips, but it was already too late. From an impassable distance, dozens of incandescent pink lances of pure energy materialized out of the blackness. 6 Vanguard suits were surgically dismembered in an instant, their limbs or heads vaporized. The engines of the 3 Tiger-class transport ships were cored out, completely gutted, leaving them dead in the water and drifting helplessly on their own inertia. "How is that even possible?" Soma Puris gasped in horror. On her screen, the attacker was nothing more than a tiny, distant green dart. Yet from that range, a simultaneous volley of more than a dozen beams had managed to hit the limbs of moving suits with pinpoint accuracy. The shots on the transports had been just as precise, hitting only the engines. She knew the engine blocks on the Tiger class were right next to the main power plants. If those shots had been off by even a few inches, the ships would have just vanished in a series of catastrophic explosions. "All units, formation A32, Sergei commanded, his voice a mask of calm that did nothing to hide the cold sweat soaking the back of his flight suit. "And look sharp. The monster is coming, sir." They didn't need telling. They all knew the monster was on its way. They'd all seen the recordings from the Battle of Taribia, seen the terrifying spectacle of the Gundam Racial. And now, this impassable display of long-range precision gunnery had given them a personal, gut-wrenching taste of just how horrifying it truly was. "Colonel, the intel we have on the feather machine says it specializes in high-speed, mid-range combat," Puri suggested, her mind racing. "If we can just close the distance, we might find an opening." "Negative, Lieutenant," Sergei shot back instantly. "The Racial has only shown us its mid-range capabilities. That does not mean it is weak in close-quarters combat. We will maintain formation A32. You and I will create opportunities for the others. Do not, I repeat, do not even think about trying to capture it. Our sole objective is to delay. Reinforcements are on the way. Once the main force arrives, we will have the advantage. Brave kid, Sergei thought with a grim internal sigh, but she has no idea what she's up against. Merlin's mid-range gunnery was his most spectacular talent, true. But that didn't mean the bugger couldn't handle himself up close. His melee skills weren't quite as flashy, but this was the man who could go toe-to-toe with a close combat maniac like Graham Acre and hold his own. Weak, not a chance. Understood, Purries replied. She wasn't entirely convinced, but she would follow her orders. Soon enough, the green dot on their screens grew larger. The Gundam Racial closed the distance with terrifying speed, catching up to the retreating HRL fleet in what felt like seconds. And in those few seconds, Merlin gave Soma Purries a brutal lesson in what his so-so close combat skills really looked like. Here it comes. Watch out for those floating cells, Sergei yelled. His sharp eyes had spotted the feathers detaching from the Racial's back, a swarm of small units fanning out and approaching them from all directions. They knew from the data that these were small, independent weaponized units, coming in both shield and gunbeam variants. If you didn't know they were coming, they were a nightmare. But if you were prepared, they were manageable. Let's see if I can redeem myself for last time, my dear little brother, Sergei thought. But from well outside the Vanguard's own firing range, the gun-type GN bits opened fire again. The HRL pilots prepared this time, raised the heavy E-carbon shields on their left arms, bracing for the impact. They were confident they could block the attack. The next second, the pink beams didn't just hit the shields. They punched straight through them as if they were made of paper, taking the arm and in most cases the head of the suit with them. How is that possible? The shield didn't do anything. Damn it, the penetration is insane. After that first brutal lesson, the remaining pilots abandoned any thought of defense. They scattered, dodging and weaving frantically as more beams lanced through their ranks. They managed to avoid being hit, but in doing so, their carefully prepared formation dissolved into a panicked rabble. Sergei saw it happen and his blood ran cold. He's tearing us apart to pick us off one by one. Lieutenant, he roared. Sir, no further command was needed. A grim understanding had already formed between them. The Praetorian and the Custom Vanguard broke away from the scattered group, firing their thrusters and charging head-on at the approaching Racial. Their job was simple: tie it down. Stop it from using the rest of their squadron as target practice. HRM. Not bad, Merlin mused to himself, watching the chaos unfold on his monitors. Even without solar furnaces, the completion level on these suits is pretty high. If I hadn't reinforced the convergence and penetration on the new bits, I might not have gotten through those shields. He scanned the remaining suits. And the pilots, all elites from the top corps. Lieutenant Ming, Chief Petty Officer Hydroff, Ensign Hu, a lot of old faces here. Hope they don't recognize my handiwork, HM. The Praetorian and a Custom Vanguard. That'll be my big brother and Soma Purries then. He watched the two suits break away from the main group and charge towards him. A wide grin spread across his face. This was a perfect chance to see what his brother's new toy and its pilot were really made of. GN bits, all units deploy, he murmured. Full manual control. As he spoke, his hands became a blur of motion, dancing across the cockpit's control surfaces. There was no wasted movement, no chaotic flailing. It was like watching a concert pianist perform a fierce, murderous, and breathtakingly complex sonata. Under his direct control, the GN bits, which had previously moved in set patterns, came alive. They moved with a new, terrifying fluidity, like a pack of disciplined soldiers responding to the silent commands of their general. At the same time, the skirt armor on the Racial's waist split open, and a pair of emerald green daggers, glowing with a wicked light, detached and joined the swirling army. Let's hope you don't get taken out instantly, bro, Merlin chuckled. The army of GN bits met the two charging suits head-on. In the instant before contact, they scattered, effortlessly dodging the incoming fire, yet their movements weren't random. They moved with purpose, weaving an intricate, inescapable net of fire around the two HRL aces. Concentrate your fire, Sergei yelled. Sir, the Praetorian and the Custom Vanguard went back-to-back, spinning in a tight circle, guns blazing as they tried to fight off the swarming drones. Their hit rate was low, but they managed to clip a few of the bits. But a new, horrifying pattern quickly emerged. Every time one of their shots was about to connect with a gun bit, a shield bit would zip into its path, absorbing the blast. Then, just as quickly, it would dart away, clearing a perfect firing line for a gun bit behind it. Damn it, even Sergei, a veteran of 100 battles, was sweating profusely. They knew the bit's weakness, but in Merlin's hands they were something else entirely. They seemed to be alive, each one a thinking soldier, yet all of them part of a single, ruthlessly efficient army, each with its own job, each performing it flawlessly. "Colonel, create an opening for me," Purries yelled. "Lieutenant, I have to break his rhythm. It's the only way we can win." "All right," Sergei had barely agreed before Purries' warning shrieked over the comms. "Colonel, watch out, what arg?" The word was choked off as a violent impact threw him against his restraints. His cockpit screens went dark. 2 green meteors, the sword bits, had streaked past him. The Praetorian was now a helpless, limbless torso, a human stick tumbling through the void. Colonel Purries' attention was dragged away by the sight of her commander's suit being dismembered. It was only for a second, but a second was an eternity. The shrill scream of her own proximity alarms snapped her head back around. The last thing she saw was the impassive face of the Gundam Raciel filling her entire screen. Then a flash of green light, and nothing but pain and the shriek of tearing metal. Arg, the Raciel was now floating right next to her crippled vanguard. It had holstered its guns. Merlin's machine reached out, and its hands plucked the 2 returning sword bits from the air. With 2 swift, contemptuous movements, he severed the vanguard's remaining limbs and its head. "Don't get distracted in a fight," Merlin muttered to himself, his voice a low whisper in the silence of his cockpit. "It'll get you killed." He ignored the 2 helpless, drifting torsos. His work here was done. He turned, and his army of clockwork killers followed in his wake, moving on to hunt the rest of the herd. Chapter 44, You Dare Take It Out on My Missus. With Sergei and Purries out of the fight, the rest of the spearhead unit were like lambs to the slaughter. They posed no threat to Merlin whatsoever. Worse, they just watched their 2 top aces get carved up like Sunday roasts, turned into helpless, limbless torsos right in front of them. The blow to their morale was devastating. Don't panic. Hold the formation. We can't let him break through. Get revenge for the colonel and the lieutenant." Merlin watched as the scattered vanguards trying to rally began to close in on him. He gave a slight nod. Whether it was the ancient past, the present, or the far future, morale was the one thing that could make or break an army. Low morale could turn a pack of lions into frightened sheep, and high morale could do the reverse. For these blokes to still find the courage to fight him after taking a hit like that, it was genuinely impressive. But that didn't mean he was going to let them off the hook. His hands continued their dance across the controls, conducting a waltz of pure destruction. The Gundam Raciel pirouetted through a web of enemy beam fire, while its accompanying GN bits, its dance troops, weaved their way through the enemy's broken formation. An arm was shot through here, a head was sliced clean off there. In just 10 minutes, the entire remaining force of vanguards, less than a full battalion, had lost their ability to fight, left as silent, spinning debris in the cold void. Right then next, having mopped up the enemy mobile suits, the Raciel turned its head, its single eye fixing on the central Tiger-class transport ship. As if on cue, 2 incandescent pink beam sabers sliced through the transport's hull from the inside. They carved out a jagged opening, and a pair of massive hands reached out from the darkness within, tearing the hole wider. The Gundam Kairio stood up, freeing itself from its prison. "At last I have made my grand entrance," a new manic voice boomed over the comms. "Now, where are you?" My brethren, hearing the ridiculously over-the-top speech, Merlin felt his forehead darken. He buried his face in his hands, overcome with a wave of second-hand embarrassment. He had a sudden, powerful urge to shoot the Kairios down himself and just tell everyone he had no idea who this bloke was. It was just too shameful. This wasn't Alleluia. Or rather, it was, but it wasn't. This was Hallelujah, Alleluia's second personality, a vicious, violent alter ego born from the inhumane experiments he'd endured as a child at the Super Soldier Institute. Where Alleluia was kind and gentle, Hallelujah was a raving lunatic, brutal and cruel in the extreme. "Hey, what's this?" They've all been turned into stumps. Hallelujah finished his grand declaration and finally took in the scene around him, a graveyard of disabled suits and gutted transport ships. He was confused for a second, but then he saw the familiar shape of the Raciel floating nearby, and a wave of instant regret washed over him. "Why did I have to come out now?" he screamed internally. "Now I'm going to have to take the blame for all this, aren't I?" "Oi, Alleluia." It's time to swap back, The fight was over, and with Merlin watching, his plan to go on a vengeful rampage was completely out the window. He knew damn well that Merlin couldn't stand pointless violence, but the fact remained that the Kyrios had been captured. That was Hallelujah's mistake. Hallelujah's plan had been perfect. Pop out, have a nice therapeutic rampage, then swap back and let Hallelujah take the lecture. A perfect plan. But now, he had no idea if the unconscious Hallelujah was even awake yet. And even if he was probably just playing dead to avoid the fallout. Hallelujah! The sound of Merlin's voice over the comms made Hallelujah instinctively shiver. Yes, it's time to retreat, right? What about them? Hallelujah asked, weakly gesturing at the field of disabled suits. He'd noticed that Merlin hadn't actually killed anyone. He'd just taken out their limbs, heads, weapons, and engines. Merlin's only reply was a low, questioning hum, but the tone was heavy with meaning. Understood. Retreating immediately, Hallelujah said quickly. Just one thing, Mr. Merlin, can I take that woman with me? He pointed towards the drifting, limbless shape of Purry's custom vanguard. He knew the pilot was a product of the same institute as him. He wanted to take her, whether as a trophy or just to find out what she knew. No, Merlin replied flatly. She's more useful to the HRL right where she is. Right. Dejected, Hallelujah had no choice but to pitifully follow the Raciel as they began their retreat towards the rendezvous point. After meeting up with the Ptolemy, Merlin dragged Hallelujah straight to the ship's briefing room. The entire crew was already there, waiting for them. Merlin, Sumeragi whispered, and the next second she was in his arms, clinging to him tightly, like an injured kitten seeking comfort and safety. The battle had been a disaster. A mistake on her part that had nearly gotten them all captured or killed. The rest of the crew wasn't surprised. They'd all pretty much figured out who Merlin really was by now, and everyone knew he and Sumeragi were a couple. No one said a word. They just gave them their space. After a long minute, Sumeragi finally let go, her composure mostly restored. But Merlin kept one arm wrapped firmly around her waist. No matter what she said, he wasn't letting go. The next second, NNGH, Merlin's free hand shot out like a viper, clamping down on Tyria's head. His fingers tightened, his grip like an iron vice. Well now, Tyria, Merlin snarled, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated menace. Haven't seen you in a few months. You've grown some balls, have you? Daring to take your anger out on my missus. Let go, Argy, let me go, you're crushing my skull. Tyria grunted, struggling desperately. He grabbed at Merlin's wrist with both hands, trying with all his might to pry the fingers loose, but it was no use. The rest of the crew all took a collective step back, grinning from ear to ear. They were loving this. Tyria, with his cold attitude and his constant habit of lecturing everyone using Veda plans as an excuse, had gotten on everyone's nerves for a long time. Not only was this a chance to see him get his comeuppance, but they were also getting to see his precious, perfect composure completely shatter. It was better than telly. If only we had some popcorn, they all thought. Sumeragi, for her part, just felt a wave of sweet, blissful happiness. She knew she'd messed up, but Merlin was here, defending her, ready to take on anyone for her sake. After another long minute, Merlin finally released Tyria. He let go of Sumeragi too, and the menacing look on his face vanished, replaced by a grim, serious expression. Last set a new course. Autopilot. Destination Celestial Palace. Understood. Felt, bring up the combat logs from the last engagement. Sumeragi, I want a full after-action debrief. Understood. Back with the HRL fleet, the reinforcements had finally arrived, only to find a scene of utter devastation. They stared in shock at the field of crippled suits and gutted ships. After confirming the large number of survivors, they breathed a sigh of relief and began the rescue work. Sergei sat alone in his private quarters, writing his combat report. It was a long and splendidly detailed account. When he finally finished, even he couldn't help but let out a long, weary sigh, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. That little bastard, he cursed in his head. This whole mess was Merlin's fault. And after all this, after deploying so much manpower and material, all they had to show for it was a handful of scrap and a captured Gundam that had gotten away. His military career, he suspected, was probably over. Beep beep Tilda, come in, Sergei said, quickly schooling his features back into their usual stoic mask. He was surprised to see it wasn't Purry's at the door, but Lieutenant Ming and a few other officers, including Chief Petty Officer Hydroff. Seeing them, Sergei's heart gave a lurch. He knew these men had all served alongside Merlin in the past. For a while, they had even been under Merlin's direct command. Don't tell me they've figured something out, he thought, his stomach churning. Colonel, at ease, Sergei said, his voice level. What can I do for you? Colonel, sir, it's about the feather machine. Lieutenant Ming began, stammering nervously. This is it, Sergei thought, panicking internally while maintaining his calm exterior. Sir, don't you think that its combat style looked very familiar? Ming finally plucked up the courage to ask. Yes, it did look familiar. I noticed it myself, Sergei said, nodding slowly. Very similar to Major Yang's style. That, but not entirely the same, Sergei cut him off smoothly. In close combat, for example, it was never Major Yang's habit to actively seek out a melee engagement. But that still doesn't. And besides, Sergei interrupted again, his voice suddenly rising in feigned anger. That little brat contacted me just 2 days ago. Told me he was on holiday on some private island. Had the cheek to tell me he'd found a new sister-in-law for me. Even sent me photos to show off. I was so angry I almost disowned him right then and there. That rotten kid, he pulled up the photos on his datapad. Ming and the other officers stared at the pictures, then at Sergei's furious face. The cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. Any suspicions they might have had evaporated into thin air. They quickly saluted and beat a hasty retreat. If they stayed any longer, they might hear something else they weren't supposed to, and then they'd really be in for it. Once they had fled, the angry expression on Sergei's face vanished without a trace. He let out a long, slow breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Phew, managed to bluff my way out of that one, he sighed. Still, I need to have a serious talk with that kid. If this sort of thing keeps up, we're going to be exposed sooner or later. Chapter 45. The fear of being left behind on the Tolmi. The after-action debrief was over. It was a brutal affair. All things considered, it was probably for the best that Setsuna and the Dailandi brothers weren't there. They'd have got a right earful too. As it was, every single person present, with the sole exception of Dr. Morneau, had been on the receiving end of a severe tongue-lashing from Merlin. He'd even reduced Christina to tears. The initial wrong call had put them on the back foot from the get-go. Yes, the electromagnetic interference from the solar power station could have hampered the enemy's communications. But did they really think Sergei was an idiot? That he wouldn't just have his transport ships wait outside the interference zone? And Sumeragi's orders for Tyria and Alleluja to break off and engage were, frankly, a blunder of epic proportions. When you're outnumbered that badly, the last thing you ever do is split your forces. If Kyrios and Virtue had just stuck to the Ptolemy like glue, and they'd used their combined speed and the ship's own heavy firepower to punch a hole through the line, the HRL wouldn't have had a chance in hell of stopping them. Did they think all the guns on the Ptolemy were just for show? The only saving grace, the one spark of brilliance in the whole sorry mess, was the final, unconventional barrel roll. The whole episode had forced Merlin to confront Sumeragi's limitations. Her tactical forecasting was, without a doubt, among the best in the world. But her on-the-spot battlefield command, that was where she fell short. She was smart enough to see what a wily old fox like Sergei was planning, but she still ended up getting led by the nose. It wasn't that she didn't try. It was a simple, brutal matter of talent. Battle command is a science, but it's also an art. A mountain of experience might turn a complete novice into a competent commander, but experience alone could never make them a brilliant one. Sumeragi's natural talents were all in analysis, prediction, and strategic planning. It made Merlin think of someone else, Cady Manhwa. Her command during the battle in Moralia had been a masterclass in tactics. She'd achieved a similar result to this battle, but with fewer troops and at a fraction of the cost. If it hadn't been for Merlin himself being a game-breaking, bug-in-the-system trump card, Setsuna and the Exir would have been in real danger that day. Should I try and get Manhwa transferred over to be the captain? The thought flashed through his mind. A top-tier battlefield commander was their biggest weakness right now, but he dismissed the idea as quickly as it came. Veda and Aeolia would never allow it. The whole point of Phase 1 was to draw the world's hatred, to become a common enemy. Even with Merlin's presence, and factoring in the tech he'd left behind for the HRL and secretly leaked elsewhere, Veda calculations predicted that the final battle would be an even fight. If they brought Cady Manhwa over to captain the Ptolemy, not only would the AEU be knocked out of the game early, but celestial beings' strength would skyrocket, far surpassing the three superpowers combined. What was the point in trying to attract hatred then? They could just steamroll the entire planet and be done with it. People always underestimated the difference one brilliant commander could make. With Caddy giving the orders and Sumeragi calling the shots before the battle, they could take on the AAU or the Union single-handedly. No problem. For her part, Sumeragi didn't argue. She accepted Merlin's criticism with quiet humility. Feelings were feelings, but work was work. She was the captain of the Ptolemy and the commander of celestial beings' forces. She was responsible for everyone's lives. Tyria and Hallelujah, who was still fronting for Alleluia, were next. Merlin pointed out every single one of their operational errors. He was particularly harsh with Hallelujah for distracting Alleluia mid-battle, a screw-up that had directly led to the Kyrios being captured. He was so angry he assigned Hallelujah 3 straight days of hellish training simulations. Merlin's earlier intervention, the head-grabbing incident, had taken the edge off Tyria's despair, but he was still blaming himself. Nadli had been revealed far too early. According to Veda calculations, it was supposed to be the final trump card of Phase 1, unveiled during the climactic battle against the combined armies of the three superpowers. But now, they hadn't even got to the big joint military exercise yet. No plan survives contact with the enemy, Tyria, Merlin had said, trying to console him. If every plan went off without a hitch, the world wouldn't be in the state it's in. Whether Tyria would actually take that to heart was another matter. And comfort or not, the extra training was still happening. Being hamstrung by Sumeragi's bad orders was one thing, but it didn't mean he was completely without fault. After the debrief from Hell was finally over, Merlin went to find Ian. "Ian, what's the verdict on the Ptolemy?" "Well, there's nothing majorly wrong," the old engineer said, wiping his hands on a rag. "But the frame's slightly warped, and a fair bit of the wiring needs replacing. It won't affect normal travel, but we can't fix her properly with what we've got here. Then we'll head back to Celestial Palace," Merlin decided. "Kyrios and Virtue need repairs anyway, and my Raciel's still not fully kitted out." "Sounds good to me," Ian agreed. "We're running low on a few spare parts too, so we need to restock. But you know, lad," he added, a sly grin spreading across his face, "you were a bit harsh on them back there, weren't you? You're not going to go and comfort her." "It had to be said, Ian," Merlin sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's all our lives on the line. Sometimes I really envy you and Linda. Just a pair of boffins with nothing to worry about but the tech." "Well, with great power comes great responsibility, as they say," Ian said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Everyone knows it's not easy for you, lad." "Thanks, Ian. I'll leave you to get the Raciel prepped. And what about you?" "I'm off to comfort my missus, of course," Merlin said, turning away with a wave. "I don't fancy a night on the sofa." Standing outside Sumeragi's room, Merlin took a deep breath, trying to steady his own frayed nerves. He opened the door, and the overwhelming stench of alcohol hit him like a physical wall. "Blimey, Sumeragi," he coughed, walking into the room and immediately turning the ventilation system up to maximum. "You've been hitting it a bit hard, haven't you?" He gathered up the floating, empty wine bottles before sitting down on the edge of her bed. "Burp, I wanted a drink," she slurred. "All right, that's enough of that," Merlin said gently, taking the bottle from her hand and tossing it aside. "Too much of this stuff is bad for you. And it was my fault. I shouldn't have been so harsh. If you're angry, be angry with me. Don't take it out on yourself. It kills me to see you like this." He pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "I'm not angry with you," she sobbed, her voice muffled as she burrowed her head into the warmth of his chest. "I'm angry with myself." "It's okay, Sumeragi. It's not your fault. How can it not be my fault?" she cried. "If I hadn't made those wrong calls, none of this would have happened. I feel so useless. Every time there's a crisis, all I can do is think about relying on you." "You silly woman," Merlin whispered, stroking her soft hair. "You're my missus. Who else are you supposed to rely on, eh?" "But I don't want to drag you down," she said, her hands clutching tightly at his shirt, as if she were afraid he would disappear if she let go. "I don't want us to grow further and further apart. That will never, ever happen," he said softly but with an iron certainty. "You're not getting rid of me that easily. You're going to be by my side forever. You've still got to give me 10 or 20 kids, remember. A watery giggle escaped her. PFFFT, she sniffled, then laughed through her tears, giving him a playful punch on the arm. What do you think I am, a pig? 10 or 20, and who says I'm your missus? You haven't even married me yet, you cheeky sod. When phase 1 is over, he said, his voice a low, serious promise. We'll get married, she murmured into his chest. It was the quietest of whispers, but it was the sweetest of answers. The air in the room, thick with booze and regret a moment before, was now filled with something else entirely. Something warm and pink and hopeful. Hormones and dopamine flooded the space between them as their lips met. The lights in the room were dim, but they couldn't extinguish the warm, gentle glow of the night to come. Chapter 46. Alleluja's plan of attack in the vast, silent, and unknown expanse of space. The Ptolemy limped back to the safety of Celestial Palace at a steady, cruising speed, encountering no further trouble along the way. The ship itself, along with the Raciel, Kyrios, and Virtue, were all in desperate need of repairs. For the first time in what felt like an age, the crew had been granted some rare, precious downtime. Unfortunately for them, Merlin had other ideas. He had no intention of letting them put their feet up. Apart from Dr. Morneau, who was exempt, and Ian, who was already up to his elbows in the Ptolemy and the 3 battered Gundams, every other member of the crew was unceremoniously packed off for a grueling new training regimen. Merlin, naturally, wasn't sitting idle either. He split his time between helping Linda in the workshops, accelerating the production of the new Gundam armaments, and holding up with Sumeragi to refine their future operational plans. Arg! How can there be so many new contingencies? Sumeragi cried out, on the verge of tearing her hair out as she stared at the list of over 20 new high-probability spanners that could be thrown in the works. Ahaha, Merlin just laughed awkwardly from the side. After all, every single one of these new potential car-cups was, in one way or another, his fault. Muo, this is all because of you. Sumeragi whined, reverting to the playful, pouting side of herself that only ever came out when they were alone. She started hammering his chest with her little fists. You'd better make this up to me properly, of course. I absolutely will. HMPH, she huffed, catching the sly, lecherous glint in his eye and giving him a playful glare. You're thinking naughty thoughts again. Are you planning on making it up to me, or am I supposed to be making it up to you? Well, can't I make it up to you while you're making it up to me? Get off you, she said, blushing as she gave him a light shove. Get back to the plans. Setsuna, Neil, and Lyle are still waiting for our orders down on Earth, you know. All right, he chuckled. First, let's triage these new problems by priority. It took them about 2 hours of intense brainstorming, but they finally managed to get a rough draft of the updated plan sorted. They both leaned back, drained. Merlin, Sumeragi said quietly, her earlier confidence gone again. Maybe we should just bring Caddy over to be the commander. I don't think I'm, before she could finish the sentence. Merlin gently placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. You are the best person for this job, he said, his voice soft and reassuring. That's not just what I think. It's what Veda calculations say. And everyone on this ship accepts you as their captain. But Tyria blamed me for what happened, she mumbled, her head bowed. He's just a kid, Sumeragi. Psychologically, he's probably even younger than Setsuna. Why would you let a child's tantrum get to you? A small giggle escaped her. PFFT, now that he mentioned it, Tyria, for all his posturing and his cold, mature act, really did throw a strop whenever things didn't go according to his precious plan. And he had a habit of blaming everyone else for mistakes he'd been a part of himself. Thinking about it now, his childish behavior was, she had to admit, kind of cute. Beep beep tilde, just then, Alleluja's request for entry pinged at the door. Merlin and Sumeragi moved apart as the door slid open, and Alleluja stepped inside. Mr. Merlin, Miss Sumeragi, what's up, Alleluja? Merlin asked. Finished your training and come to report, Mr. Merlin, Miss Sumeragi, Alleluja said, his voice steady. I have an operational plan that I would like to submit to you and to Veda. An operational plan. The two of them were surprised for a moment, but then a look of understanding passed between them. They knew what this was about. Are you sure about this, Alleluja? Merlin asked, his gaze intense. Alleluja clenched his jaw, then gave a firm, resolute nod. Yes, I am. That evil experiment should not be allowed to continue for one more day. Merlin stared at him for a few long seconds, saw the steel in his eyes, and finally nodded. I understand. We will transmit your proposal to Veda. It will make the final decision. Thank you, Mr. Merlin. Miss Sumeragi. Alleluia gave a deep, respectful bow and turned to leave, but Merlin's voice stopped him. Alleluia, yes, Mr. Merlin. Is there something else? No. It's nothing, Merlin said after a moment's thought. I'll tell you later. He decided to keep a certain piece of information to himself. For now, okay, Mr. Merlin. Alleluia didn't press him. If Merlin was doing this, he had to have a good reason. For now, his job was to train, to get stronger, and to get his head in the right place to finally put an end to his past. Once he had gone, Merlin pulled up a file on the main screen. The file for the Super Soldier Institute. His eyes were dark, his expression grim, a flicker of something ruthless and cold flashing in their depths. Merlin Sumeragi breathed, her voice tight with horror as she read through the data. This facility, her initial shock quickly hardened into pure, unadulterated rage. The Institute, in its quest to create a stronger form of humanity, had performed countless barbaric experiments. They weren't creating humans who were better adapted to space. They were creating living, biological weapons. And the worst part, their test subjects were all children. You always wanted to know why I retired from the military all those years ago, Merlin said, his voice as cold as the void outside as he stared at the screen, his gaze locked on the faces of the lead researchers. Why I moved into behind-the-scenes research. It was them, she whispered. That's right. I found out about the Institute back then. I submitted a formal request to my superiors to have the entire project shut down. But he let out a short, cold, bitter laugh that sent a shiver down Sumeragi's spine. She moved behind him, wrapping her arms around him gently. It's not your fault, she said softly. I know, he replied, his voice tight. But I couldn't save those children. He wasn't some high-end mighty saint. He didn't think it was his sole duty to save the world. But he had been utterly heartbroken by the cynicism of the top brass. Wasn't a soldier's duty to protect civilians, to create a world where children like these could grow up happy and safe. Why did children have to suffer while the adults who were supposed to protect them were still alive and well? You're not a savior, Merlin, she whispered into his ear. You did everything you could, I know. And I don't want to be a savior, he said, patting her hand to reassure her. I just don't want to have nightmares. He took a deep breath. After that, I reported the whole thing to my old teacher. He was furious. He took a group of his own people and confronted the high command directly. I heard that, as a result, the research was officially shut down. But should I say I was disappointed in them? Or that they never failed to disappoint? This time, Sumeragi said, her voice firm, we'll be the ones to end it. For good. In the name of celestial being. Yeah, by the way, she asked, her tone softening. What was it you were going to tell Alleluia earlier? Merlin didn't answer. Instead, he pulled up another data file. Super Soldier Number 1, Soma Puris. MS Pilot Spearhead Division. Rank, Lieutenant. Sumeragi recognized her immediately. The pilot of the Custom Vanguard. She's the one who lost control because of the quantum brainwave interference and caused the orbital station accident. Is there something special about her? She asked. If she was just another successful product of the Institute, there would be no reason to tell Alleluia about her specifically. According to Veda analysis, Merlin said, choosing his words with extreme care, this girl has an abnormal obsession with Alleluia. Maybe she wants to prove she's better than him, or maybe she wants to eliminate him as a traitor. Whatever the reason, there has to be a final reckoning between the two of them. And based on her current data, if her custom vanguard were at full strength, she would be a massive threat to us, especially to Alleluia. He knew he'd almost let the real secret slip. He'd managed to cover his tracks. I see, Sumeragi said, nodding in agreement. That does make sense, but she had a feeling he was still hiding something. She didn't press the issue. She trusted him. If he wasn't telling her, he had his reasons. The time just wasn't right. Chapter 47. A big step forward at the Human Reform League's main orbital base. Colonel Sergei Smirnov stood at attention, getting the dressing down from his superiors that he knew was coming. "I have read your report, Colonel," a stern, disembodied voice said from the comms unit. "A full battalion of our newest Vanguard suits, along with your own custom Praetorian, all heavily damaged. 10 Vanguards completely lost. And what do we have to show for it? Some data scavenged from the transforming unit during the brief period it was captured. Some grainy footage of the celestial being mothership, and images of their heavy Gundam shedding its armor. For such a significant investment of manpower and resources, Colonel, this is an exceptionally poor return." "I have no excuses, sir," Sergei replied, his voice calm and even. "I will accept any and all disciplinary action. I have no intention of replacing you, Colonel, nor will I be accepting your resignation, sir. The operation was a failure, yes, but our evaluation of you remains unchanged. The failure was due entirely to the Gundam's performance far exceeding anything we could have imagined." "With all due respect, sir," Sergei countered, "the capabilities of the Gundams are unfathomable. While our Vanguard and Praetorian suits are excellent machines, they are at least one entire generation behind the Gundams. If we continue with capture operations, the cost to our forces will be—" "I understand that, Colonel," the superior interrupted. "Sir, the higher-ups have already been in secret contact with the Union." "The Union?" Sergei's mind raced, connecting the dots. "Then that means," "Correct," the voice confirmed. "Our response to the Celestial Being Organization has now entered an entirely new phase." The communication ended. Sergei returned to his private quarters, the conversation replaying in his mind. He knew from the start they wouldn't sack him. That was all just official posturing, political theater to give the top brass a way to save face. He was confident that within the entire HRL, there was no one better suited for this job, neither in piloting skill nor command ability. But the rest of it, that was what gave him pause for thought. Secret talks between the HRL and the Union. A new phase in their response to Celestial Being. It all pointed to one unavoidable conclusion. A joint military operation was on the horizon. "So the first phase of the plan, it's finally coming, is it?" he mused. This was it. The turning point. The pressure Celestial Being had been applying had finally forced 2 of the world's 3 great superpowers to admit that they couldn't handle this threat alone. As for why the AEU wasn't involved yet, well, that arrogant bunch of nations hadn't had a proper kicking yet, had they? They'd lost a few suits in Moralia, sure, but then they just absorbed the local PMCs and were still feeling pretty pleased with themselves. It was typical AAU thinking. Most of their territory had been acquired that way, and they conveniently ignored the fact that most of their military technology was just knockoff tat, copied from everyone else. They still thought of themselves as the top dogs. They'd need another, much bigger bloody nose before they'd wake up and smell the coffee. Sergei wasn't too bothered. The HRL and the Union working together was a massive step forward. And besides, apart from land mass and population, what did the AEU really bring to the table? The only real talent they had that Veda would even recognize was that tactical genius, Caddy Manhwatycoon. "I suppose I'll have to get in touch with Huey," Sergei thought, a weary sigh escaping him. That bloody kid, he really didn't pull a single punch this time, did he? He pulled up the combat recording from the battle, watching the footage of the Gundam Raciel and its army of drones single-handedly annihilating his entire spearhead unit. Meanwhile, at the Union over Flag's base, Graham Acre was having a casual chat with 2 of his subordinates after a routine training exercise. "Is it true, Lieutenant?" one of them asked. "Did the HRL really have a proper tear-up with Celestial Being out in space?" "It's true," Graham confirmed with a nod. "From what we can gather from the debris field, they lost at least 10 of their new suits, with another 20 or more heavily damaged." "What? You mean those next-gen suits the HRL has been making such a fuss about?" Howard and Darryl asked, their eyes wide with surprise. They remembered the stir the intel about the Vanguard had caused. The top brass had apparently nearly torn the country's top research institute apart over it. "The very same. That's terrifying," Darryl said, shaking his head in amazement. "If I remember right, the performance of those new HRL suits is supposed to be miles ahead of our flags. I'm starting to get a bit scared of fighting these Gundams, you know," Howard joked. "A suit's performance isn't the only thing that decides a battle. Graham said, his voice full of his usual confidence. And besides, haven't you heard the good news from Professor Eichmann's lab? Maybe we'll be getting our own shiny, next-generation suits to play with soon enough. I'm looking forward to seeing what you flag fighters can do with them. In another part of the base, inside their lab, Professor Eichmann and Billy Katagiri were hunched over a set of designs that had been sent to them by Merlin through a secure, secret channel. Well, this is just... Billy looked at the complex schematics for the new mobile suit, at the theoretical data and performance analyses, and let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh. A familiar, bitter wave of helplessness washed over him. He was a proud man, a brilliant engineer. Once he had truly believed he could catch up to Merlin, maybe even surpass him. But looking at this design, he felt a profound sense of loss. He wasn't even in the same leg. He couldn't even see Merlin's dust anymore. Don't be disheartened, Billy, Professor Eichmann said gently. That boy's greatest strength is his wild, untamed imagination. You are no less brilliant than he is. You are simply constrained by tradition. Billy just gave a wry smile. What was a researcher without a wild imagination? How else were you supposed to invent something new? But Professor, this design, Billy said, his voice now laced with concern. If they actually managed to build the suit on this blueprint, it would be every bit as powerful as Sergei's Praetorian. And looking at the specs, it was clear as day that it had been custom designed with Graham in mind. The budget required would be astronomical. The theoretical data was terrifying. But even a heavily stripped-down, mass-production version would still be able to go toe-to-toe with the Vanguard. If the top brass got their hands on this full design, it would cause all sorts of trouble. We'll modify it, then submit it, Eichmann decided. We can't hide it, and I don't think the three of us have the resources to build it on our own anyway. As for what impact it will have on the overall plan, let that little brat be the one to worry about that. Okay. They knew from Veda about the entire HRL capture operation, and even though Merlin had still wiped the floor with them in the end, the fact that the HRL had been able to push celestial beings so far, to even briefly capture one of the Gundams, that was a huge victory in its own right. They imagined a future where the HRL was fully equipped with vanguards, the Union had this new machine, the standard bearer, and they all had solar furnaces. The thought of it made their blood race. I bet even Merlin would have his hands full then, Billy thought, a sly, gleeful grin spreading across his face. Tusk. God, I can't wait to see that. Beep beep tilde, just as he was savoring the thought, Professor Eichmann's datapad chimed. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. His pupils contracted. It was a Priority 1 encrypted communication. From Old Man Wang at the HRL. Chapter 48. Severing the past, the clock ticked over to 0100 hours. Celestial beings' armed intervention began. The Gundam Exia fell from the heavens, descending like a god of judgment into the heart of the battlefield. Dust and stone were kicked up into swirling clouds as it weaved through the crossfire of the two warring factions. Any mobile suit it got close to was mercilessly, elegantly, cut to pieces by its GN sword. At first, seeing the Gundam arrive, the two opposing armies had a moment of tacit understanding. They ceased all hostilities against each other and turned as one, swarming towards the Exia, attempting to crush it with sheer numbers. But the Exia wasn't the only Gundam that had come to the party. A single, incandescent pink beam lanced across the entire battlefield. 3 Tyran long-nose cannon types caught in its path were skewered as if they were made of tofu, offering no resistance at all. Just as the other pilots turned in shock, several more pink beams followed in quick succession, tearing a huge, gaping hole in the encirclement net they had been trying to form. Sniper! Where the hell is it coming from? Radars showing nothing. Damn it. It's a mobile sniper. He's moving 2 Gundams. For God's sake, we can't win this. The culprit, Gundam Dynams, was hidden under the shimmering cloak of its optical camouflage, constantly shifting its position. With just a few perfectly placed shots, it had not only shattered the enemy's formation, but completely extinguished their arrogant bluster. Heh, what a rabble, Neil Dylandy drawled into his calms. I haven't even broken a sweat yet. Lyle mate, you might not even be needed for this one. No way, his twin's voice crackled back. I've come all this way. Got to stretch my legs, haven't I? Just as Lyle finished speaking, the Gundam Cherudum charged into the fray from the opposite flank, its twin guns laying down a blistering curtain of suppressing fire. It sliced through the crumbling encirclement like a sharp knife through a meat pie. Setsuna. Formation S22, Lyle said, as his cherubim came up alongside the Exir. Understood. Now, with the dynams and cherubim providing fire support, the Exir became even more ferocious. It plunged into the enemy ranks, its twin GN swords a blur of motion, reaping lives with a cold, terrifying efficiency. No matter how much Setsuna leapt and weaved, Lyle kept the cherubim perfectly positioned, back to back with the Exir, guarding its rear from any threats. And from a distance, the Dynams' rifle continued to flash, its brilliant beams picking off any enemy suits that tried to flank the pair, or any that were foolish enough to think they could run. Don't even think about legging it, lads, Neil murmured to himself, watching another panicked Tyran try to flee from his crosshairs. The three of us showing up at once to deal with you lot is a story you can brag about back home. This is a right piece of cake over here, Lyle commented. I just hope things aren't going pear-shaped on the other front. They won't be, Neil replied confidently. Don't forget, Mr. Merlin is up in space. Yeah, but he's due back down on Earth soon. Best make the most of this quiet time while we can. Ptolemy, this is Archangel. Firing solution complete. We've reached the Lagrange FOUR Chinese letter. 42 seconds until mission commencement. Receiving the reports from Felt and Christina, Sumeragi gave the order to begin. Apart from Alleluia, who was feeling a complex mix of emotions as he returned to this haunted place from his past, everyone else on the bridge was a picture of calm confidence. Even after their near disaster at the hands of the HRL, they were relaxed. Because Merlin was with them. Celestial beings' arrival naturally triggered an alert from the HRL garrison, defending the Lagrange 4 colony. A dozen Tyran space types scrambled to intercept them. Go on, Alleluia, Merlin said softly over the private channel. Go and make a clean break with your past. Understood, Tyria, Merlin said, switching channels. The garrison is all yours. By Alleluia sometime. And what will you be doing? Tyria retorted, his voice still laced with an irritable edge. Watching the show, of course, Merlin teased. You don't need my help for something of this level, do you? TCH. Just buy some time. Tyria knew Merlin was baiting him, but he rose to it anyway. He couldn't help it. As long as you don't blow up the colony, Merlin said with a grin in his voice, do whatever you want. Understood. A barely perceptible smirk touched the corner of Tyria's lips. By time, that wasn't what the Gundam Virtue did. Virtue bombarded. Virtue blasted. Virtue utterly, completely annihilated. And besides, he had a score to settle with the HRL. Sure enough, just as the HRL Tyrans were about to engage the Kyrios, the heavens opened up. The Virtue's cannons fired, and 4 of the Tyrans were simply erased in a flood of incandescent energy. And that was just the beginning. GN cannon units detach, Tyria commanded, his eyes filling with the rainbow-colored light of an innovator as his hands flew across the controls. The 2 massive cannon units on the Virtue's back detached, moving away from the main body to form a perfect equilateral triangle, trapping the remaining Tyrans in the center. Gundam Virtue, Tyria declared, his voice cold as the void. Commencing enemy annihilation. It was like a death sentence pronounced by a hanging judge. The 4 GN cannons, the 2 on the Virtue's shoulders and the 2 detached units, all fired at once. A raging torrent of pink beam energy, a river of pure destruction, connected the 3 points of the triangle, and the HRL suits trapped within were instantly, utterly consumed. They were given no chance to fight, no chance to flee, no chance to even scream. Destruction complete. Oi oi Tyria, Merlin's voice suddenly cut in over the comms. Don't get too excited now. That's not very in character for you, is it? The teasing words instantly cooled Tyria's heated brain. TCH. Meddlesome, he muttered under his breath, snapping the communication channel shut. He moved the Virtue to the entrance of Lagrange 4, standing guard to await the Kyrios' return. Is it really? Merlin mused to himself, watching the Virtue on his screen. Even Tyria himself hadn't realized it, but for that brief, shining moment of destruction, an excited, genuine smile had been on his face. The garrison was gone. The Gundam Kyrios proceeded unimpeded, flying straight towards the looming, sinister structure of the Super Soldier Institute. Its arm-mounted GN missile launchers locked onto the main building. But Alleluia couldn't pull the trigger. It hurts, it really hurts. Don't, let me go, please, I don't want to, it hurts so much. Let me go, please, let me go. Just being near this place, the psychic screams of the children trapped inside flooded his mind, a cacophony of pure agony that felt like 1,000 steel needles stabbing into his brain. I can sense them, my own kind, right in front of me, he whispered, his body trembling. This evil place, I won't hesitate, I am a Gundam Meister. It was a brave declaration, a desperate attempt to shore up his resolve. But feeling the children's screams, the agony of his own kind, he still couldn't bring himself to press the trigger. Do I really have to kill them? He thought, his mind reeling. There has to be another way I could rescue them. How naive, a poisonous whisper echoed in his soul. Hallelujah, and how would you rescue them, eh? Raise them yourself. What kind of life did we have after we escaped this place? Don't fantasize about things you can't do, you naive git. But to just kill them, they're so unfortunate. Unfortunate. You call them unfortunate. The ones in there don't think they are unfortunate. One day they'll realize the truth. Oh, really? Does that woman in the custom vanguard think she's unfortunate? No, she doesn't. Stop trying to force your own wishful thinking on other people. Alleluia. No matter how many pretty words you wrap it in, your kindness is just hypocrisy. You're just pretending to be a good person to satisfy your own ego. They're still alive. Alive after being modified, and one day they'll come to kill us. Stop pitying the enemy. Or do you want me to do it for you? Again? Just push aside the dirty work you don't want to do and pretend it's not your responsibility. The words hit Alleluia like a physical blow. A painful, buried memory surfaced. A time when he couldn't do what needed to be done, so Hallelujah had done it for him, slaughtering a group of his fellow failures who had turned on each other. And afterwards, Alleluia had just pretended to forget. I'm going to do it, Hallelujah snarled. I don't give a damn about anyone else. I only fight to protect my own existence. This kind of thing. Then why did you come here in the first place? Hallelujah could feel Alleluia's mind starting to crack, teetering on the edge of a precipice between breakdown and breakthrough. He pushed harder, his voice a seductive, goading whisper. I am a member of celestial being, here to kill people. No. As a Gundam Meister, so you're just going to hide behind your job title then. Pulling the trigger isn't about orders, you muppet. It's about what you feel in your gut. It's about being true to yourself. Do it. Be ruthless, Alleluia. With a raw, agonized roar that was more animal than human, Alleluia slammed his finger down on the trigger. A swarm of missiles erupted from the Kyrios' arms, streaking towards the tall building and turning it into a raging inferno. Evil was consumed by the flames. Filth was buried beneath the ruins. And in the fire, 100 tortured souls finally found their release. As the Kyrios turned to leave, Hallelujah's triumphant laughter echoed in the cockpit. Fantastic. That's my other half. Now things are finally getting interesting. He laughed and laughed, a wild, joyous sound. But even as he laughed, tears were streaming down the pilot's face. And in that moment, it was impossible to tell if they were Alleluia's tears or Hallelujah's. Chapter 49. A wager with Caddy Mannequin, the bar near the university, the usual spot. It was a quiet, unassuming place that Wang Liu Mei had bought out months ago, turning it into a private, deniable meeting point for Merlin. After having already been to see Professor Eichmann in the Union and his brother Sergei in the HRL, Merlin was here for his final appointment of the day. Nice of you to turn up. Merlin looked over at the beautiful woman sitting at the bar, her eyes narrowed with clear annoyance, and couldn't help but give a weary smile. Give us a break, will you? I've literally just got back down from space, had to leg it all over the HRL's patch, then shoot over to the Union. Can't a bloke catch his breath? Caddy Mannequin wasn't in her uniform tonight. She was wearing a stunning, deep purple evening dress, with a delicate white silk ribbon draped over the crooks of her arms. Her hair, which she usually wore pinned up in a severe bun, was loose, cascading over her shoulders. The effect, combined with her cold, beautiful face, was utterly captivating. You look beautiful tonight, Merlin said, ordering a drink from the barman and raising his glass to her in a silent toast. A faint blush touched Caddy's cheeks, but she raised her own glass and clinked it against his. So how have you been? Merlin asked, deciding not to jump straight to the reason for her summons. They had been classmates once, after all, and she and Sumeragi were best friends. It had been a while. It was only right to ask. The same as ever, she replied, her tone flat. Shuffled from one military district to another. Nothing but endless military exercises. The exercises. Your performance in Moralia was very impressive. I still lost, she said. And then she did something that caught Merlin completely off guard. She pouted. Just for a second, the cool, aloof exterior cracked, replaced by the petulant look of a young girl. The sudden shift was so adorable, such a jarring contrast, that Merlin found himself just staring. What are you looking at?" Caddy asked, feeling his gaze on her. Her face flushed a deep crimson and she quickly looked down at her drink, mumbling. "No, nothing," Merlin said quickly, tearing his eyes away. "And you?" she asked, taking a sip of her drink to compose herself. "Being run ragged as usual," he sighed. "You know some of what's been going on. I'm basically just a spare part at the moment, a brick to be moved wherever I'm needed most. As the old HRL saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility," she retorted. "You should be happy." She downed the rest of her drink in one and motioned for the barman to fill it up again. "Oi, oi, oi, Caddy," Merlin said, reaching out to stop her. "If I remember rightly, you can't handle your drink. Are you sure you should be knocking it back like that?" He was worried. For one, they hadn't even got to the point of this meeting yet. What was he supposed to do if she just passed out? And for another, there were only 3 people in the whole place, the barman included. And 2 of them were men. What if she got completely hammered? "You don't need to worry about me," she said, snatching the glass back from his grasp. "I want to drink tonight." Look, you're no one special to me," she said, her voice sharp. "On what grounds are you trying to tell me what to do?" Well, she's got me there, Merlin thought, speechless. She's got a bloody good point. After another full glass, Caddy's cheeks were the color of ripe apples, but her eyes were clear as she finally got to the point. "Sumeragi told you, I assume. I'm being transferred again to a top-secret unit with the rank of colonel. The AAU's Gundam Investigation Unit, I take it," Merlin said. "Congratulations. You're now officially the fastest rising officer in AAU history. If you needed me to," she murmured so quietly he almost didn't hear it, "I could go and be a captain too." "What did you say?" he asked, leaning closer. "Nothing," she snapped. "Oh, okay then." She drained another glass and this time she swayed on her stool, her balance failing her. She slumped sideways, falling directly into Merlin's arms. Right, this is Caddy," he stammered, letting her lean against him but holding both his hands up in the air, a universal gesture of innocence. "Are you even a man?" she slurred, her warm breath against his neck. "I'm like this, hick, and you're just hick." "Caddy, look, Merlin might be a bit slow on the uptake when it came to matters of the heart, but he wasn't a complete idiot. At this point, even he could see what was happening, and he finally understood the strange, knowing look on Sumeragi's face when she told him to be sure to say hello to Caddy properly for her. He was about to say something else, but in the next second his mouth was covered by hers, a pair of hot, passionate lips silencing him completely. After a long time, they finally broke apart. Caddy's eyes were hazy, half-lidded as she looked at him, her hand coming up to gently caress his cheek. "Caddy, don't talk," she whispered. "Just let me look at you." Helpless, Merlin stayed perfectly still. After a few minutes, the haze in Caddy's eyes cleared. Her face was still flushed a deep, beautiful red, but the shyness was gone, replaced by a cool resolve. She pushed herself away from his chest and fixed him with an intense, burning gaze, her aloof mask snapping back into place. "High Command is sending my unit to secretly infiltrate the Kingdom of Azadistan," she said, her voice crisp and professional. "We'll be accompanied by some of the PMC units they've absorbed. Our orders are to stir up civil unrest. You and your people need to be careful." With that, she stood up and walked towards the door. But just as she reached it, Merlin shot up from his seat, crossed the room in 2 strides and grabbed her arm. "Caddy, don't, Merlin," she said, not looking at him. "Now is not the time. Let's make a wager," she said, turning to face him. "What kind of wager?" "At the end of Phase 1, when it all comes to a head," she said, her voice steady. "If I'm the one commanding the forces against you and your side wins, then I will come to your side. But if I win, then from that day forward, I will be the one to command the forces of celestial being." "A deal," he said after a moment's pause. With their bet made, Caddy stood on her tiptoes, gave him a soft, fleeting kiss on the cheek, and then turned and walked out of the bar, disappearing into the night. Merlin went back to his seat, poured himself a large glass of neat alcohol, and downed it in one go, a bitter, wry smile on his face. He understood Caddy perfectly. She was a proud woman. She liked him, he knew that, but she would never allow herself to just fall for him. She had her own ambitions, her own sense of self-worth. She wanted to prove to him and to herself that she wasn't just some random woman, that if they were ever together, she would not be some pretty, useless face to be protected. The wager was her way of proving her value. On the surface, both outcomes seemed to lead to the same result, her by his side. But the context was everything. If he won, she would come to him as a subordinate, joining his cause. But if he lost, then she would be his superior. In any future battle, he would have to unconditionally obey her every command. It was all about who had the upper hand. What a proud woman, he murmured to himself. Caddy, I'll be waiting for your challenge. He finished one last drink, then stood up and left. He needed to get home quickly. He had a report to make, after all. One wife at home and another up in space. He had to tell them what had happened. Whether they already knew or not wasn't the point. It was his responsibility to tell them himself. At the Union over Flag's base, Professor Eichmann summoned Graham Acre to his laboratory. Professor, you wanted to see me, I did. Get ready, Graham. It's arriving tomorrow, sir. Graham was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes began to shine with an almost religious fervor. You mean it? That's right, Eichmann confirmed. It's just a prototype for now, assembled from the blueprints. We'll still need to test its specific performance data. You can count on me, Professor, Graham said, his voice filled with passion. I will master it perfectly, see that you do. We don't have any time to waste. Professor, Graham asked, managing to rein in his excitement, have you received some news? Phase 1 is about to reach its turning point, Eichmann said. But before that, Veda has sent us some intel. The AAU is secretly deploying forces and PMCs to Azerbaijan. Is that so? Graham said with a slow grin. In that case, that guy should be back on Earth by now, shouldn't he? He is. He came down a few days ago. Then we really don't have much time, Graham said. Professor, I'm going to get some rest. I'm so looking forward to this. My new machine, the Standard Bearer. It has a much more sublime ring to it than Flag Fighter, don't you think? Chapter 50. Civil unrest in Azerbaijan. About a week later, while Mirlin was relaxing on the private island with Wang Liu Mei, the news broke. Masoud Rachmadi has been abducted by unknown assailants, Liu Mei reported, her face serious as she read from her datapad. Large-scale clashes have broken out between the conservative and reformist factions. Azerbaijan has erupted into civil war. Again, well now, Mirlin said with a lazy smile, taking off his sunglasses. Looks like our friends in the AAU have finally made their move. How can you be so sure it's the AAU? Liu Mei asked, tilting her head. Shouldn't the reformists be the prime suspects? The timing's a bit too convenient, don't you think? Mirlin countered. The leader of the conservatives just happens to vanish at the exact moment Azerbaijan is about to get a massive boost from the solar power project. Once that receiving antenna is up and running, the reformists will have the upper hand for good. They'd have to have a real screw loose to deliberately kick off a civil war right at this crucial moment. Besides, he added, I really don't think that naive little princess of theirs has the guts for something like this. I see, Liu Mei mused. And the neighboring countries wouldn't dare make a move. Azerbaijan is like a guiding star for all the other oil-rich nations in the Middle East, showing them a way forward. But wouldn't that make the Union the biggest suspect? They're the ones who want to control that region more than anyone. You're forgetting something, aren't you? Mirlin said with a grin. Caddy's intel. The AAU's Gundam Investigation Unit, along with a PMC outfit, have already secretly slipped into Azerbaijan. If they were just there to sniff around and see what happens, why would they bring a bunch of mercenaries with them? Hey, Liu Mei let out a cold little laugh, the pieces clicking into place. Classic AIU. Let the PMCs get their hands dirty and take all the blame while they swoop in afterwards to pick up the pieces. To be honest, Mirlin said with a shrug, if Veda wasn't so dead against it, and if Caddy wasn't still in the AEU, I'd be half tempted to just go and steamroll the entire AEU myself as a warning. It'd probably be more effective than all this running about we're doing. He meant it as a joke mostly, but looking back at the original course of history, apart from Caddy Mannequin and the immortal Patrick Carlasser, the AEU had been almost completely useless. Looking at the way they operated, Mirlin sometimes suspected that even if Ribbons hadn't been pulling the strings, That bunch of meddling clowns would have eventually managed to mess up the Earth Federation all on their own. Heh, Liu Mei giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. She knew he was just venting, that he'd never actually do it. Then a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Speaking of which, she said, her voice dropping to a teasing whisper, your darling Sumeragi is due back down on Earth soon. Have you figured out how you're going to sweet-talk her yet? A cold sweat broke out on Merlin's brow. He knew he'd already sent his report about what happened with Caddy, and he knew that deep down, Sumeragi had been the one to push him into it in the first place. But the thought of the actual face-to-face confrontation still made him nervous. You, my dear, Liu Mei said, leaning against him and poking him in his solid chest with a slender, jade-like finger, only have yourself to blame. Merlin shot her a wounded look. I've already explained myself a dozen times, he thought. And anyway, is it my fault I'm this charming? Beep, beep, beep. Liu Mei glanced at the datapad by her side, then shot Merlin a look. He gave a slight nod, and she moved to one side to take the call. It's me. What's the situation over there? Small-scale conflicts are breaking out in a few places, a tinny voice replied. Nothing too serious yet, withdraw from that country. Immediately I'm staying. Why? To witness the direction this country takes, the voice said, full of a strange, childish arrogance. And to see with my own eyes how you all decide to act. Very well. I understand, Liu Mei said, her voice cold. Please ensure your own safety, she ended the call. The look of serious concentration on her face vanished, replaced by a cold, contemptuous sneer. There are always those who think they can sit high up in the heavens and pull the strings, fooling all the little people, she said, tossing the datapad aside and lying back down in Merlin's arms. And all the while, they're nothing but clumsy, pathetic clowns, and they don't even know it. That's just how humans are, isn't it? Merlin said gently. Once they get a taste of being on top, they start to think they are a cut above everyone else. An inferior trait, true, he said, his arm wrapping around her waist. But humanity has its beautiful side too, doesn't it? Heh. You're the one who showed me that. So, Merlin murmured, looking out at the endless blue ocean. These strange creatures we call humans, how far can we really go? And where are we all headed? It's exciting, isn't it? At the JNN headquarters, Saji's sister, Kinu Crossroad, was tirelessly following the trail of clues left by Eolia Schemberg. She'd finally found something. I've traced the records back 200 years, her assistant told her. In that time, a total of 138 people with doctoral degrees have officially gone missing. Can you find out who the most recent one was? On it. Just then, someone from across the bustling newsroom yelled, We've got a special report. Masoud Rachmadi, the religious leader of Azerbaijan, has apparently been abducted by an armed group. Azerbaijan, the editor shouted. We should have a correspondent there providing technical support for their media. Get him on the lines. Tell him to report on this. Yes, sir. The brief moment of calm was shattered. The entire office buzzed with renewed energy. Do you think Celestial Being will show up? Kinu's assistant asked her. Probably, Kinu replied, her eyes distant. She was certain of it. If the civil unrest in Azerbaijan escalated, Celestial Being would definitely intervene. But that wasn't what truly concerned her. What she wanted to know, more than anything, was what Celestial Being's real objective was. Eolia Schemberg's speech had been full of so many contradictions. Using force to eradicate conflict. It was impossible. It would only fuel an endless arms race between the great powers. And she had a feeling, a deep-seated suspicion, that all of Celestial Being's current actions were almost self-destructive, as if they were deliberately trying to draw all the world's hatred and conflict onto themselves. It was this nagging question that had made her give up on-the-scene reporting and start digging into the deep, hidden secrets behind it all. You're not going this time either, are you, Senpai? No. Let's find out who that most recent missing person was first, she said. I have a feeling that we're getting close to the truth. And as she focused all her energy on finding that truth, she had no idea that the closer she got to it, the closer she was getting to her own grave. In Azerbaijan, Alejandro Corner stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the protests, the riots, the clashes in the streets below. He watched them as a guard might watch a colony of ants tearing each other apart. Just look at their ugliness, ribbons, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. The clash of religion and reality. A tiny little push, a little bit of inducement, and they lose their minds completely. Violence, chaos, slaughter, humans truly are irredeemable creatures. And that is why they need a ruler. A supreme, absolute ruler. Yes, Lord Alejandro, Ribbons Olmark replied, his head bowed respectfully. But inside he was sneering. From the very beginning, Alejandro had been nothing more than a pawn in his game. All it had taken was a small display of his own abilities, a bit of flattery and respect, and the man had come to trust him completely. Ribbons found it hard to imagine where a man this foolish got the confidence to think he could hijack Eolia Shenberg's grand, century-spanning plan. But he did agree with Alejandro's sentiment. Humanity was an inferior species. They did need a savior to rule over them. But that savior wouldn't be you, Alejandro. It would be me. It's getting more and more interesting, Ribbons thought, a cold smile touching his lips as he stared out at the chaos below. I wonder, what's your next move going to be, Merlin?